Oh boy. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Citizen Science Podcast. It's show number 88, and I still get nervous every time the timer starts ticking down. It's like time to go live. Here we are. So, welcome to the one and only Citizen Science Podcast, or Twin Solar System podcast that there is, especially featuring Samuel Hofman, which he is the one and only person that made that discovery that we have planets that are here right now passing close by Earth. So let's go ahead and do what we do and get Sam added on here so we can see how things are going there in Montana. Hey, here he is. Hey, Sam, how are you?
I'm fine. Hello, everybody out there. And, I'm not the one and only because you are out there helping all the way for everybody else to discover that as well. So I always try to say we. We are sharing this with the world.
Yes.
In 2024 on the 16th of November. Oh God, here we go again. It was only didn't we do this 3 days ago?
Yes, it was.
It's just so fast. It's just boom, there we got to do another show. So here we are, and I'm glad everybody's on board, and I'm glad everybody's back in the green room, and we're all ready to go. Yay!
I know.
All right,
I'm stoked.
I'm well rested. Last night I did sleep in, and I got up late today. And yesterday was, of course, the 15th, which is monthly site drawing for Montana Skywatcher 1, 2, and Nibiru Followers Anonymous. Now here, I'll do this really fast. A lot of people have already noticed that Nepesity is not visible in this. It is above us. That. It is out of our out view. It is directly over the top of us. It's slightly smaller than it was a year ago. We are seeing less rainbow effects. However, it is still going on around the planet in unusual ways. It's always changing. I am still learning all these really cool new effects of Saturn's yellow moon. It's constantly surprising me. It has gotten bigger as Saturn has gotten bigger, while Uri has moved more farther to the north at dawn, where before it used to be in the northeast. So there's transition going on right before our very eyes, and so it's moving and moving. Now note the tan asteroid is large. Now Nibiru is in the bottom right-hand corner. It's blue. I had no. It was tagged, but it did not show up in the capture, unfortunately. There was more to the bottom of this drawing. Anyway, can't have everything, and glad everybody's here today so we can talk about. Oh, and by the way, you may notice next to Matim is bigger and closer and farther away from hiding behind Uri, and Atu is moved over to the left again, which is also above us, but to the left. Whereas Nepesity is above us and to the right as we're staring at the sun. If we're looking away from the sun, at the opposite direction, you will most likely, if you look up, you'd see Nepesity and you'd see Nibiru and you'd see the side of Uri. Now I have included Uri in the drawing, although it should be way farther over to the left. It really should be, and next month it will be. And we're going to see a lot more of Sarah. Oh, and by the way, I saw some great captures this week. God, I'm almost done, I swear. Great captures of nighttime illumination base clouds of planet Saru. And I believe I sent you a video of that, Rebecca, if you recall.
Yes.
And so we'll be showing you that here later on in the show. And that's the end of Shut Up, Sam.
Something I was going to mention just real quick since we're looking at the drawing. A guy on TikTok pointed something out, and I thought we should just clarify that these planets, they don't cross sides of the sun on a daily basis. Like he was thinking Uri was on this side of the sun in the morning and that side of the sun in the evening, and
no.
So they stay in their vicinities.
It always stays the same, except the sun changes place. And the whole thing that we're staring at, if you look at it before dawn, you're looking, waiting for the sun to come up. And it's just sort of like you take a turn to the right and turn to the right, and then you're staring, 90 degrees to the south by midday. And then you turn as the evening, and the evening sets in, afternoon, evening, and then you're staring at the west. And all of that moves at the same time. But what's also going on, and people have to place it in a 3D manner in their brain, is that these planets are crossing from our lower left to our upper right as they transition in the cycle. Now, originally in the early years, we saw them spiral towards us. And then when they got close proximity where they were actually visible, that we could see the transition, the movement of the planets, they went to the right, and then they went to the left, and then they went to the right, and then when they went to the left. And that had transition to do with our yearly orbit change of our winter orbit versus our summer orbit and our out view of them. So you have to figure it all at the same time, this 3D spinning rotational crap that's coming up in your face like a ghost that's rising before you, and yet you're sort of moving right to left during the whole process. And that is something that Montana Skywatchers and Nibiru Followers Anonymous and many of our sister sites have documented for 15 years. We are, well, I'm saying 15 years now, because in April it'll be 15 years.
Almost, yeah.
I'm, it's like I'm 11 3/4 years old. Anyway, so I'll cut it there. We can continue the conversation.
Yeah. Okay. All right. We'll go ahead and close that down, and let's see who is sitting up straight and ready to be on camera. So it looks like Christoper. He's got a big grin on his face. So let's go ahead and get Christoper in here and see how things are going in Vegas.
Hey, everybody.
Hi, Christoper. You look warmer today.
Hello, I'm great.
Or I mean cooler. You have a jacket on. It has to be cooler.
I'm cold. I can't find a happy medium. I'm hot. I'm cold.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, wait till you're about 55 and you figure out why old men wear sweaters.
Yeah.
I'm learning. I live in this hoodie. Even when it's 70 outside, I have a hoodie on. I'm like, that's weird, because I would never before do that. So. Well,
get ready, everybody. Winter's at coming. We're producing it up here in Montana right now. We're about to gift it to the rest of the United States. It is 41 degrees in downtown Lolo, Montana, where the truck stop is king. Anyway.
It's 70. It's 70 in Oklahoma. But it's very windy.
Yeah.
There's planets everywhere. I took a video or just an hour or two ago, so I'll share that.
There are planets everywhere. We are swimming in
eyes
planets.
will just be amazed.
Oh, I had a crazy week. Okay, I know Gillian's ready. We got to drag Gillian in. But I had a crazy week. I had a whole bunch of, they weren't trolls, but they were naysayers. And it was like, wow, where did you guys come from? Cool. Yeah. Somebody to debate with, and I won over. Well, I won over of like 3 out of 5, and they were, and I was still annoyed with them by the time they're going, God, dude, you really know what you're talking about. And I went, oh, okay, put away your guns, lower your 45s. You don't shoot the guy quite yet. That kind of thing. And I mean, they surprised me. It was an interesting week. It was. Anyway, hi, Gillian. I know you're hiding in the green room.
Okay, let's go ahead and get her up here.
I did have coffee today.
Hey,
hi. Hi, Gillian.
Hello.
How is
39.2? 39.2 in Fahrenheit. We're 4.
Oh, are you actually doing transition from Celsius to Fahrenheit for us now? I love you, Gillian. I've been waiting for you to do that, because you always tell me how warm it is in Celsius, and I go, oh crap, I got to look that up, and then we get.
Yeah, where's the counter? Where's the freaking counter? Why didn't you ever do it?
You be our Scotland scientist and tell us what it is for us ignorant Americans who do not understand Celsius, even though I studied it in school. It's not something we use a lot, and I got a generic idea of how warm it is, but I'm always wrong.
I know.
It's 32. 32 is the magic number. 32 degrees difference.
Right, but then there's a point something that goes into every one of the transition in Celsius, and that's where it throws me, because I'm a pattern follower, and I haven't seen the pattern yet. And if I don't see the pattern, it's like piano lessons. I could never.
Oh, got it.
I could read the music, but I had to know the pattern behind the music. And if I didn't,
my hands were too little for a piano.
Yeah, anyway, I know I digress off of topic.
You know how the bench opens up and you can put the sheet music in the bench?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the piano teacher had it turned the wrong way.
Right. Yeah.
I put my fingers in it and sat on it.
Oh.
Yeah, that was fun.
Yeah, done that.
that ended your career. Piano.
we had a
piano career. Pretty cool.
we had a family Hammond B3 organ in my father's house, and when I worked in Eugene, Oregon, my office was a storage room, and I had a baby grand piano.
Oh, nice.
In my office when I was working for the Red Lion Hotel industry many years ago, and I got to play a baby grand anytime I wanted to, and tried not to leave indentations when I was writing reports on top of the woodwork.
Awesome.
Crazy story, I know. Okay, come back to reality, Sam. I'm sorry, you guys. As my mother would say, I have a quarter stuck in me today. I mean,
It's gonna be like that. It's gonna be a good show. I mean,
my mother's time, the saying was somebody put a nickel in you, because a nickel was a lot of money back in the 40s, 50s, 60s. Now, my parents grew up during World War II, so it was a nickel. But my mother went, "No, you didn't get a nickel. You got a quarter." So somebody put a quarter in you, and that then it would have worked for me. When the candy bar prices went up, it was 50 cents. But anyway,
somebody keeps telling me that a writing lesson used to cost 5 shillings.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Back when you could buy
these ladies that I see here with, like, they're talking about shillings. These ladies.
Giant candy bars $3 a piece.
I don't know anything about shillings.
And a Coca-Cola is $3. Like what?
Or a candy bar or whatever,
Right? Yeah, $3 for a candy bar or $3 for a Coca-Cola. It's like what?
Yeah,
scary. Well, there's all our people arriving. In our
I see that.
Welcome.
How about we go ahead and see who all's
exactly.
Here? I don't.
You know what?
I don't even know yet.
You know what?
Somebody just said I'm a wee Gillian. David Gray.
Oh, we'll have to find that one.
All right.
First
Scroll
one
up to
we
the
see
top.
on the list is experimental, y'all. Experimental is here.
Experimental.
So, and she is excited about the full moon. Yay!
Yeah.
So I haven't seen it yet, so I'm excited to see it.
Hey, I've taken pictures of that thing this week. Wow.
I saw that. Yeah, you got some good ones. Let's see. Okay.
Yeah, be sure to learn where the original paw print on the moon is supposed to be. There are varying degrees of a tip angle that went on during the full moon.
This week.
There were a lot of volcanic eruptions due to this full moon. Popocatépetl and the one in the Philippines, and we'll talk about this later. I'll read you the list of what went on.
So
go ahead.
Okay. Next in line is Dennis. Dennis is in the house, everybody. Good to see you.
Dennis.
Glad you're here.
Glad you're here.
Your name pop up. And then it's T. Racy. I expected T. Racy. When I saw experimental, I knew T. Racy would be right behind her. So, hi, T. Racy. I'm glad you are here. And hey, it's Screaming Thin Man. I've not seen Screaming Thin Man in a minute. So he made 5 gallons of lime. Is it? Say that word.
Chaga lime ginger tea.
Chaga lime ginger. I'm not familiar with chaga, so you have to enlighten me.
Ginger tea.
But it sounds yummy. Okay. All right. Well, hi, Screaming. Good that you were here. And next is, hey, it's Nicole, everybody. Nicole in Colorado.
Hi,
Nicole.
Good to see you. We have one of her videos to share in a little bit.
So
yeah, good work this week, by the way. I saw most of your material.
She has the best view. I mean, really, I don't know why Colorado
she also
is
knows
just
what she's doing too.
the spot. Well, that too. She knows what to look for.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, it's just like wide open spaces. That's what I when I see her pictures. I'm like, dang.
There's a song by
how
that.
come I don't have that? I don't.
Yeah.
But
Yesterday it was too cold. Too
Wide
cold
open
and too
spaces
windy. I
by the
couldn't make it to that area where there's no power lines or.
Yeah.
I can't believe Christopher's saying it's cold. Wow.
No,
I know.
50 degrees and I'm freezing my ass off.
Oh shoot. Okay.
They got your fleece on.
Let's see.
Karina.
Hi, Karina.
Hi,
Good to see you. Good evening. Good evening.
You got used to those 110-degree regular days.
Oh man. Right. Oh, hey, it's David. David from Scotland. I didn't know
Hi,
David was
David.
in Scotland.
There's two of them in Scotland, but this guy, one of them was saying, hi, we Gillian.
I did not know that. I really
Oh,
didn't.
there's actually more.
Now I didn't think about that, but that's cool. Now I know. Well, cool, David. I am happy you are here. He posted 2
Thank you.
times. So good to see you, David. And as expected, Audrey. Audrey,
Hi.
it's 10:30 p.m. in South Africa. And she
There,
said
you
it's
see, says we,
overcast.
Gillian.
It's cool, overcast, and showers. Summer. It's going to get hot for her
Yeah.
soon, I guess.
Yeah.
We're
Yeah,
trading
you
places.
used to have thunder and lightning and all sorts of things on Christmas Day when I was there. And you'd always be in your swimming costume having a braai, a barbecue for you guys,
Right.
Eating
So
every
now she's
known
updated,
meat.
and now it's 11 p.m. or just a little bit. Anyway, so she's always good to stay up late and watch us, like literally all night. She might take a short nap, and then she hops back on. She's like, gets back on the clock, and
It's like
It's
creature
21 here. Huh? Talking about
it's like listening to Art Bell. All the great shows are on in the middle of the night. Didn't you know that?
I didn't know that. No,
Oh, well, did you ever listen to Art Bell?
no.
Oh, I would listen to Art Bell, and I would take notes, and I would cut out newspaper clippings, and oh my
What
God,
year was that? What time
oh,
span?
God,
What
80s, 80s and the 90s. Now, remember, I was a weirdo when I used to record the Weather Channel on VHS. So anyway,
Yeah, that's weird.
oh, I had shelf after shelf after shelf of recorded weather on, because I was, I'm totally into clouds and meteorology, and as Shiloh calls it, the oleologies. I'm absolutely addicted to studying, because if I don't know, it bothers me. So it's like this calling. And it drags me to seek the information. And, I am a product of the source, or the source guides me or runs me. And I changed into that after the meeting with other races. And you change and you grow, and you learn to follow. It's sort of like, have you ever gone where you're hungry, but you don't pay attention to it? And then all of a sudden you stand up and go, damn it, I'm going in the kitchen and I'm making a sandwich. And you just things just sort of take you places sometimes that you don't intend, and yet you need to do it, and so you do it. And that's kind of how all of this got. I mean, I spent all week, and I know we got to get back to this. I spent all week just going through all this crazy stuff that is openly coming to a fruition right before my very eyes, that we're all seeing here week after week after week. It's crazy what we're all here listening to and talking about. I mean, because if you go back and look at this is absolutely, I've said it 100 times, this is absolutely batshit crazy that it's happening, and yet it is happening, which is the one thing that all those new folks out there can't quite grasp a handle on. And the idea is that we were all meant to be part of this, and it's transpiring right before our very eyes. So anyway, go ahead, Rebecca, and get back to saying hi to everybody.
Yeah. Well, and here Dennis is giving directions to be sure and smash the buttons, the thumbs up, the likes, the shares, all that good stuff. So thank you, Dennis. He's our cheerleader until Carol Ann gets here, at least. So. But thank you, Dennis, for that. And hey, Brendan.
And plan ahead for the Christmas donation season, etc. We have to talk
Ireland.
about that. Get them ready.
Right.
I haven't seen too many. We don't. A lot of the times we don't sell stuff, but Deb Godshell has once again put up the Montana Skywatcher T-shirts and the thinking caps on Montana Skywatcher 2, and I sent you guys all. Hopefully, got a copy of them.
Yeah.
So
they're affordable too. They're like $25. They're pretty cheap. I thought they were
the hat is $35, but I think that has to do with a little bit of donation ad. And granted, I think I think a thinking cap is worth the $35, and I wear mine every day. And I ordered some, had some made here locally. I was mostly pleased with them. I wasn't comfortable with the hat per se. That's why I didn't have more made, was the company, the kind of hat. The printing was great, the color was great, but the hat itself was, I like the lower hat. I don't want that farmer tall brimmed sports cap. If it's way too tall above your head by an inch, I want the one that fits comfortably, sort of like the early baseball cap of the early 1900s, where it fit to the top and that little button on top, which always hurts if somebody hits you on top of the head with that thing. But anyway, that one that fits closely to the skull. And
What
where
color
I hate
was
that.
the hat?
I don't want the one that looks like a trucker and I'm from the South. Excuse
Right.
me, I'm going to spit my tobacco here. Anyway,
What color are the hats?
black.
It looks navy
Well,
blue.
there's a blue one and a
Oh.
black one, I think.
Huh?
And
Okay.
if they're blue, I apologize because I didn't get to choose this, and Deb does all this work for me. I asked her for the links like a week or two ago, and I hadn't talked to her in a very long time. And I hope you're listening today, Deb. And thank you always for everything you've done. You've been miraculous. I could never thank you enough for what you've done for me and my kids in the Christmas season. And I'd like to encourage everybody out there to mail small donation for the children of the Hofman clan, because I'm broke, and this is the best way for them to have a really Merry Christmas. Anyway, and we start this early before Thanksgiving, and I do apologize. But anyway, and yes, I'll shut up now.
You're good, Sam. You're good. I was gonna I'm saving
Day.
pictures of the hat and T-shirt, and we'll look at that in a minute, and we'll.
I
You
Oh
know,
yeah, I
warn
was
you
going to
now.
ask. I mean, what does the hat look like? Because I got a picture of the
I'll share
T-shirt,
it.
but I've got a T-shirt already. So
I'll share it in a moment. And okay, but hi, Brendan in Ireland.
hi, Brandon
Happy you're here. I'm always happy.
and
to see you.
Alexander.
And Alexander
Hi.
is here in Germany.
Great work, Alexander.
Yay.
Thank you as always.
Good to see
He
you,
needs,
Alexander.
he needs his own YouTube channel.
He does. I
Make more money than we do.
I haven't noticed.
His videos will get more views than we do, unfortunately, because people are looking at our topic as controversial, or any of the other dark, connected words I could come up with. And I think about this all the time too. So who else is out there that we need to say hi to? I was about to get
Okay.
Nina.
put up that record music again, or
That's Nina.
with the violins in the background. But anyway,
Okay. Hey, it's Nina.
I
Nina,
digress.
and she's in
Nina in
Ireland.
Ireland.
Do you know Brendan? Nina. No.
Yes, Christopher, I'm in a very silly mood.
Good to see you, Nina. I haven't seen her on here in a little bit, so I'm happy.
Yeah,
you're
where
here.
you been?
Yeah.
Where
No.
you been?
Anyway, hey, and Robin is here. Hi, Robin. Good to
Hi,
see you.
Robin.
Oh,
And
crap, I'm already in a
Marcus.
crazy
Marcus
mood.
in the Netherlands. That
Yay,
sounds.
yay.
I just picture it being.
Hi, Marcus.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
But good to see you, Marcus.
That's my homeboy.
Oh boy. Hey, it's Katie Joe, everybody. Our good friend Katie Joe in New Jersey. And
Saw
we
your
have some
work,
of her
Katie.
pictures and videos to see later today.
Good work, Katie Joe. Saw your stuff.
Totally.
I hope you saw my comments.
You'll love it, y'all. And Robert in New Zealand is here. I went blank for about a split half a nanosecond. I was like, where is Robert? He's in New Zealand. Hi,
Oh
Robert.
God, wouldn't you love to see New Zealand? I would, but
Yes, I
I think it
would.
would scare me just to go to the south part of the planet. I think that would bother me in my head. It might
Yeah.
mess with my reality.
I'd like
A
to
little
see
bit.
it. He has the best pictures. So
I've seen some of them doing the haka
Mhm.
in their parliament in a
I saw
TikTok
that.
video, or is it Facebook? I'm not even sure where I've seen it, but I watched it about 4 or 5 times now.
it was
The
entertaining.
one thing I watched today, I'm like,
Uh-huh.
I don't want to watch anything else.
Right.
It's been one of those weeks where you just
Is that
I
what they
know.
call it?
Hey,
who's next?
yeah.
Thunder.
Hi,
Oh,
Maria.
good deal. Hi, Maria. She's in Alaska, everybody. I'm giving like geographic reports as I go.
Maria.
But good to see you, Maria. I'm happy you're here. And hey, Lizzie Olson is here.
This is here.
And that's a little emoji of some sort, but good to see you, Lizzie. And good deal. Aaliyah is here. This is the best time of the week.
I'm glad you think that way. Thank you.
We're just alike. Yeah. Good to see you, Aaliyah. She's like the
Hi,
nicest
Aaliyah.
thing too. All these people are so nice, but let's see. Hey, it's Donald. What? This is a new name for me, everybody. So Good to
Hi,
see you.
Donald. Welcome.
Hi.
Close proximity
Hello, Donald.
passing of the system occurs and best viewed just prior to sunrise. You're right. Into during a close proximity pass, full moons enable one. Okay, you lost me at the end of there, but I'm glad you're here. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for
He
being
knows
here.
stuff. Right. Good to see you, Donald.
Right.
And
And if you have any questions, speaking of which, how far down on the list are we? Should I go off because I wanted to talk to
Not-
Christopher? A lot of people were mentioning on my page that I never answer questions and I'm rude. Do you remember that, Christopher?
You
were
are
commenting.
so rude, Sam.
I am horribly rude and I'm an
can-
arrogant asshole. I am
You are
so
terrible.
mean. I am so mean to people because I never ever answer anyone.
You need a wee penny box, a penny box, a penny box.
Oh my God! And I'm not trying to make fun of that person. I'm trying to make fun of how many times I have heard people say that to me. Now, people, I'm gonna say this for the record. I deal with people from around the world every day by the hundreds. I get everyone sending me their questions. And Sam, what is this? Sam, what is this? Sam, what is this? I captured this. Sam, what is this? Sam, what do you think about this? What do you think about the astrology of the fact that we just went into Sagittarius and I'm having these emotional disruptions in my soul right now and I'm very uncomfortable and yet I'm having trouble with my partner and I feel like I'm kind of slipping into depression and what kind of medication do I take and do I stay? Anyway, the point with it is I am taught, if I see your question and you, even if you're not polite about how you ask me, I will still answer you. I just get so much. And did you guys realize out there, while I'm covering this and going completely off the cliff here, sometimes I don't get your shit until 10 days later.
Yeah.
You know, it is so delayed. I see newsfeed and here's this big warning going on about, this solar flare and it's 5 days old.
Yeah. It's like
totally useless. No longer does me any good.
News.
I am, and we've talked about this in the past, and people wonder why my picture's up there and I'm not moving. I paid $173 for internet yesterday.
Oh.
And my internet sucks. I cannot run my camera and my microphone at the same time and actually not.
Right.
That would drive me nuts.
And it does, and then everything blanks out, and then you guys are already stalling. And this is why we've had complaints about us talking over the top of each other. There's a stall in between feed of what Christopher hears compared to my timing of talking or what Gillian hears, because Gillian is the farthest away person, so she also has a stall. So Gillian will sometimes talk over the top of us and not realize it. Because to her, there is that pause that is needed. Now, we've been chided over that about our professionalism and all that through, our 88th show. And I'm sorry, folks, but, this is the coolest damn thing you ever heard of. And we spent 15 years getting here. And if you have any complaints, we'd love to hear them. We'll address them all. And thank you, Christopher, for chiming in to those folks who are going, he's rude. He never answers anyone. And
did I really chime in?
Yeah, you did. You were in the feed. You were going, no, you wrote, I will from memory, I'll try to quote you. You said,
that's how many people we talk to every week. You literally, once you pass a comment or you comment something, you really kind of forget who and what you said because you're already on to like the next 50th person after that comment you made. So yeah, you can get kind of scrambled around a little bit.
Well, what you did was you gleefully promoted the show. You said, hey, if you really have a question for Samuel Hofman, why don't you ask him on the show on Saturday? And then you went into the promo. And you're always doing such a great job of promoting the show. Thank you, sir. We do not deserve your praise, but you're doing a fantastic job. And as a matter of fact, sir, you have gleefully earned the place in the mechanism works of Montana Skywatcher, Nibiru Followers Anonymous, and the Nibiru System Skywatch as well.
I love it.
and your sister site is cherished. And I love your work this week. And by the way, Rebecca, speaking of which, can you show that really scary video that you made this week?
Sure,
that I love watching so much.
Okay, I can do that. And then I'll come back and finish the comment section.
Oh God, I thought we were.
We never get finished. I mean, look at all these people.
We were done.
here.
I apologize.
Let me hang on. Let me make sure.
You want to finish?
See.
You want to finish and then you can come back to it?
Yeah.
Okay,
I'm
go ahead.
done.
I'm sorry. I thought we were done.
Joe and Sandra.
So
Maybe
Abba
Joe
Up
and
is here.
Sandra.
Hi, Abba Up. Good to see you. That's another new name. Cool.
There's quite a few
I'm
new
happy
names.
to see new names. Good to see you,
I
Abba
hope
Up.
that's
Nice to
you.
have you.
I hope that's a real picture of
And
you.
Karen. Karen is here.
Yeah.
Hi, Karen. Always good to have you.
Hi, Karen.
And Jermaine Brooks. He says, "What up, family? Good to see you." Oh, good. And Wendy.
here.
I knew she would.
Hi,
be
Wendy.
here.
Saw your work
Hi.
this week. Nice job.
And she loves Art Bell too. I wasn't with it at that time frame, I guess. But
Oh God, I had notebook after notebook of notes I took. I'm kind of obsessive
Scout.
in that department. I take a lot of notes. I have
There's
notes in
another
front of me
new
right
one.
now. I take
Mhm.
notes.
Good to see you, Girl Scout.
See, high school.
I was
that's
never a
what's
Girl
thinking in
Scout,
my brain.
either,
No?
but I'm happy you are here. And Hector is here. Good. I knew
Hi.
he'd be here. I felt it. I felt it here.
you say hello to Hector.
Hi, Hector.
Thank you, Hector.
So
Thank you,
glad you're
Hector.
here.
You changed
Oh
our
boy,
month.
another new name, everybody. Chigger bait. I know that
Oh,
feeling in
boy.
Oklahoma. We get our share of chiggers.
Well, that's why you don't sit
So,
in the
that's-
sand. You always put up a metal chair.
Chiggers.
What's that?
Oh man. That's
You
fun.
there are little
Like,
things that bite your
they
ass.
like to
when you-
bite on you. They make you itch.
Yeah.
They're like a mosquito, kind of.
Yeah, they'll
Kinda like
crawl
a
up your
mosquito.
pant legs and bite you with little welts and nasty shit that you don't even know is there until they bite you.
Yeah,
Oh.
chiggers.
But you know, the desert where you don't sit on
Chiggers.
scorpion holes or spider holes, right?
Yeah, I'm used to
See,
those.
she's in
Normal to you,
Kansas,
it's
so
normal to them.
we're pretty close together.
And that's why I live up
Yeah.
here in Montana, because we don't have none of that there crawly shit that jump up and bite you, other than Rocky Mountain spotted fever and a few rattlesnakes from time to time. But the stuff up here eats you. You
Yeah.
know, mountain lions, grizzly bears, etc.
Right.
Yeah.
Normal.
Yeah, that was the last one. That's the names. And
I'm warning
Dennis
you
is
guys already. I'm in
again,
I'm
our
in a
cheerleader.
crazy mood today. I'm sorry, Rebecca. I'm talking over the top of you, but yeah, I'm in a weird mood
Oh
today.
boy,
I had
one of those
I had
guys.
2.5
Okay.
cups of coffee, and then normally I quit at 1 cup of coffee, and today I had like too much. And I was watching early Egypt. I mean, I was studying at 2:00 in the morning for you guys today. So
Yeah.
Ooh.
yeah, I
Oh,
was
boy.
up in the
Here it
middle of
goes.
the night.
Here's
I
the
did my
dramatic
homework.
clip.
I did my
It's
homework.
like we're at a movie theater. I feel like
I
when I
love
see
that.
this,
It's
I feel like I'm
awesome.
in the movies. Here we go.
Okay. All right, I need to scroll here and see what everybody's going to say. All right. Love it.
Whoa, here we go. I love this.
I still get
Right.
goosebumps. I get goosebumps when I see the
I
name
love
Samuel
it.
Hoffman. I don't know why. I'm just like, whoa.
Thank you.
That's cool.
Thank
Comes
you.
Yeah.
together
Thank
right
you.
at the end. Perfect.
That's awesome.
It's a right.
Keep feeling like I need to send you more curvy curls pictures of.
Yeah, I was just, that's what we were talking about in the green room before the show, Jillian. And you
Yeah.
said, I'm sorry I missed it, because we were talking about, and I said, if these guys want to put a film together and you got an idea, type me a message in PM, and if I hopefully see it, or let me know, or call me on the phone or whatever, and say, damn, I need these pictures. And I'll send you 20 or 30 or 50 or 100, depending on what you want. I have so many pictures put away from 2018 forward.
I try. Right.
I can't even imagine what
I
I've
was
got
gonna say I
put away.
try to
That
pick ones that are so obvious, because that's a clip that you just plug in pictures and it makes it, makes it for you. Anyway,
Awesome.
and So it's got to be something easy to identify within a second or two.
Yeah, I've started making reels as well. So you can make reels and send them out as well. And,
the premise behind that.
Right.
The big thing behind all of that has to do with the fact that we have gotten these captures. And I've been pondering that here all week as well. People think, well, we're just looking at this guy on this one event. No, we are pulling in pictures and citizens science reports from people from around the world for all these years now, 14 plus years. And we are seeing the anomalies that they choose to send us and the stuff that we also ourselves farm out and pick and see because we recognize the patterns. And we are the clearinghouse hub for all of this information because we know what we're looking at. And there is no one else, and this is why at the beginning of the video it says the one and only. There's nobody else out there talking about this information. And we, as a collective group, are here to present this information to people like Jiggerbait and all of our new folks, and Jerry and Nancy and Experimental and Alexander, and all get everybody together working on the same side. Because the only way that this information is going to get forward from the vast amounts of disinformation and misdirection that is going on is to know the truth, because you yourself are using your own eyes and your own intelligence rather than being brainwashed or cornered into a perception, which has been a vast media campaign for generations since the 70s as well to curb people away from. Now, I've been watching the congressional UAP, UFO hearings that are going on, and then we compare the information that's being also released by NASA, and they're talking about over 200 recent sightings, and they're having speculation of 21, blah, blah, blah. And all of that information is semi-factual and yet distractive at the same time. They have talked about some new classified options and things that are going on. And I can't go across that line publicly, but there have been some, and I've read some texts and I've been watching all of this stuff going on for literally the last week. All of this has been more, there's an attempt by the new incoming administration, shall we say, to declassify or bring forward some truths. And I don't know if that's a distraction or not as well, right. But the effort is that people want to know more, and people know that we are at a culmination point in our era. Good, bad, ugly, worse, dusty, humid, whatever, to a rotten cucumber, anything that the brain can come up with. They want to know more. We know we're in a transitory period. So the point with all of this is that we're not going to get the truth from the government. We're going to get another distraction with a little hint of fact. And Gillian knows way back because Gillian's been a long-time member. Rebecca knows because she's been a long-time member. NASA gives us the truth. 1/4 of what they tell us is the truth. The other is distractionary speak around so that they make sure they get tenure and funding next year. They get the credit for the discovery, but they don't tell you where, why, and how. Whereas Montana Skywatcher, we know where, we know why, and we know how. And we've watched this since the beginning. And there is no other website, Facebook, TikTok, YouTube, you name it, out there doing this collective information for free. No one. I watched a video this week of the secret tellings of the Anunnaki and all this. So there's like, oh my God, and are they here? And I go through a lot of that. Most of the time I can't stomach 10 minutes in. Because it's, first of all, I am not a fifth grader, and you don't have to talk down to me. That's a big one. But you get you end up being clickbait, and by the time you get to the end of the video, they haven't told you anything.
Right.
Yeah, I am so tired of that. I could scream. And then the guy that recorded it off the internet, and then he culminated it into a thing, and then he put it on the YouTube, and we want you to watch this, so I get credit for it. And it still hasn't taught you anything. And there is so much of that out there. I got this week. A person said to me, "Well, you don't know what you're talking about because you don't even mention the Nemesis system." It's like, excuse me, did I just trip over boxes and a couple of plates? I mean, what? And they're accusing me because my information doesn't match the crap that they looked up on the internet. You're wrong. You're wrong. You're wrong. And I'm going, excuse me, but I'm the guy that wrote the book on this. I really am. And this is, I have traveled along with these asteroids that are passing by every day since I was a child in my mind. I have, and that's another long story altogether. And I have been this is part of why I started studying where I study and what I study and why I study, is because all my life I've been haunted by traveling along with asteroids in my dreams. And then I wrote the paper in 1978 in high school, et cetera, blah, blah, blah. So the government stepped in, blah, blah, blah. Other factions stepped in, blah, 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 later in life. And then, who do you believe? And I feel like I'm in a damn Matrix movie, And, it's absolutely insane that I'm living this thing that this guy told me from off-world that this is going to happen, and yet here it happens. And that's sort of like Terminator time loop crazy shit all going, and I not Terminator, but I mean the time loop issue thingy. And it's like, oh my God, and how do you deal with all of this other than to just take the next step forward tomorrow, do another show, tell everybody that what you see, what you know, what you think, and then do another site drawing. And what did you think of this month's site drawing, Christoper?
Great. I was pretty much knew that I couldn't see Nipicity on your drawing, and I figured, well, it must be over us at this point. That's why.
You got that right away. You knew.
Yeah.
Excellent. Cool. I didn't. I thought maybe I'd have to seriously spend time explaining that to everybody, but I'm glad that it has to do with outview towards the sun, and I should sort of. But then I have to do a north, south, east, west drawing, which makes it 4 times the work, and then I have to post 4 times the material. So I'm trying to stick with what we know and what we use, rather than change things on people, because I don't want to lose the new folk. Anyway, do go on, anyone.
Yeah. Yep. I've been seeing a lot of Nipicity signs. You know how it creates this big arch band above the sun?
The 1, 2, 3.
I've been seeing that a lot.
Now remember, if you're looking at the base band, if you don't see the 3, Saru is coming into a larger play too, and you have that video of Saru, and it's being sighted at night. The Skull asteroid is being sighted at night as well.
I took a picture and it was in a whole heap of purple. Sorry, Sam.
But, you're exactly right. A whole heap of purple, because AT2 is in proximity, because the Skull asteroid has not moved from its location. It's always between Uri and AT2. It's just that our out view of it has changed now that they are going farther over the top of us. So we are looking underneath them now and are far more able to see the Skull asteroid in between AT2 and Uri. And which is why AT2's moon,
over the top like that.
Right, which is why AT2's moon has gotten smaller as well, because AT2 and AT2's moon are raising up higher above us, as well as is Nibiru, as well as close past is Saturn is coming towards us. But eventually soon it's going to lift up and away into the other side, onto the right, just like Nibiru just got done doing. And now these systems passing over our heads and to the back right shoulder, and they will go up and higher and smaller and smaller. Now this week we saw a rather convincing, and I'm about 85% this is maybe mostly real. And we're on example 8 now, that we believe that the 2 suns are separating. And then now this has been the most promising evidence that I've seen in a few weeks of
another one.
Sun. Yeah, a smaller sun on the left-hand side compared to the larger standard red star. And it was alarming. It was on the internet. I don't know who the person is that put it out, et cetera, but I grabbed it because it was pretty credible. It was also that which I would expect to happen. So, which is why I share it. We can't be 100% sure. I'm 85% sure that this is very real. I don't see any pixelation. As to the summation of the assumption, I don't want to do, but 85% sure that this is a notable video that we maybe want to take into account. And we lost Rebecca because she's probably farming.
So you say that was on the left, the little sun?
Yeah, the smaller sun was on the left, and then slightly up to the upper left corner, higher.
And then, it's better than being on the right. Not the
I was trying to take into account the sightings that we have gotten. Most of them, 90% of the sightings that we do have the information about the separating two stars, have been from the southern hemisphere, because they have a different out view angle than we do up here. And so, and then I always weigh this between Robert's material and other people in Australia and Africa that send us information. It's a little bit weirdly different, yet the same, and yet it isn't, but it is, but it isn't, but and I'm sometimes it is, sometimes it's like, wow, what am I looking at? So I've been wondering that maybe now in the northern hemisphere, because I believe this video we were talking about, and I don't know if you want to are you ready to show that?
We can, Sarah.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
No, the two sun one.
Oh, two suns. Yeah, we can do that too. Let's get it.
Okay.
Let's see.
Christoper's cold.
I am too.
He's like on and off, man. He's on and off. What are you going to do? Just take one arm out then.
Okay, I'm gonna try that.
Yeah, I'll be talking to you in December and January, going, "Hi, Christoper, it's 40 below outside."
Oh no!
Yeah, we'll be like this.
No. I'm gonna. While this is playing, I'm gonna go look at the emails. I see people, David and T. Racy, have mentioned emails, so I'll go check them. So
okay.
Alrighty. Here we go.
First evidence we have of two suns, not just two suns, but two suns and two moons. People try to say, oh, it's a
note the side illumination in the left as well.
When the camera pans down, you see them? There's two right there, meaning there's two objects in the sky. With two objects in the sky, both the sun and moon, the influx of natural disasters being so much worse, earthquakes all over the earth, it kind of makes
the illumination level
about density. Or I'll say just one contributor of the natural disasters.
Quite solid. Look at it. It's just.
Has anyone viewed the
right here,
NASA
lens flares.
solar
now we have two
picture?
Moons.
Yeah, there it is. Remember I talked about the three crescents that I saw up here?
Yeah.
That's exactly what I saw up here, but there's another one up here in Montana that is not visible in that. That's exactly what I saw.
Wow.
Cool.
So the bigger one is the binary sun, right?
Yeah, that's
right.
their
Now,
sun.
remember the footage that NASA has been putting out about the sun, and they're talking about the solar flares that are going on. I have noticed that it's got these two regions of coronal holes in the northern hemisphere and the southern hemisphere that look unfamiliar to me from our sun. Mm-hmm. Usually it would pan out in more of a central hemisphere of that kind of thing, and going to the northern hemisphere and then going to the southern hemisphere, but yet connected in the center. But what they're showing us now is, remember we talked about this a couple shows ago. Yeah. It didn't look like our sun. It didn't look like our normal placid. This was far more volatile looking. Now let's examine that in this picture right here. Our sun is smoother, and if we assume, I hate to go there, but if we assume, and the camera moved around. Now the question is it filmed through glass?
Try to say, oh, it's a lens flare. Notice the two lens flares when the camera pans down. You see
that is true.
Right there. Meaning there's
two lens flares, which shows you there's two objects.
In the sky, both the sun and moon.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Being so much worse, earthquakes all
See the blips of light on the smaller object, where the secondary object, the larger star, is more volatile, more orange, more rough looking.
Wow.
That fits that same weird feeling that.
Yeah, that's their sun.
And like the guy said, there's almost a third one, as if it's reflecting.
Yeah, they're trying to pound that one off on us.
I wonder which group of asteroids are really synchronistically connected to our moon right now, that because they only told us about something. Yeah, look at this.
It's getting crazy out there. Let me know what you think.
What's that? Oh, look at that.
Of Saru.
Wow.
Oh, cool.
I mean, okay.
And
Did you
lead
say
us to our next video.
Huh?
Oh, yeah. There's a whole bunch of asteroids that because they talked about the asteroid, the small second moon, and the dimensions that NASA gives us, the sizes that they're talking about, don't fit with what we're visually seeing, and it doesn't fit with the three crescents that I saw up here by eye a month and a half ago, approximately. It doesn't match what we're actually sighting, so we know we're being given. We're given a crumb of a cracker here. They're breaking off a small piece and handing it to us, going, well, because you saw that, therefore, that's got to be what that is, through this assumption that it's the size of a 79 Chevy van. When we're talking about planetoids that are even larger than our moon. And we've been sighting some yellowish larger object behind our moon for 8 years now up here in Montana by eye. And then here they've been, and I love this, they've been talking about the super moon for all these years, and everybody got totally used to, we're having a super moon. Yeah, well, that's because that other object behind the damn moon that's bigger behind our moon, and NASA even announced that, but then they never told anyone where it was. That, we have a second moon. And they said that like 5, 6, 7, 8 years ago. And then they never, ever elaborated on it at all. Zip, nothing. Crickets. Anyway, so here and then they tell us again, now we have a second mini moon. When in actuality, they already told us years before that we already had a second moon. Wow. And then they tried to distract everybody by talking about Sirius and Make and all of that, which are in themselves miniature, smaller planets that we, the human people inside modern day science, don't take into account. And I can absolutely tell you the proton and neutron count of our binary solar system is far above anything modern man can perceive as to why we are what we are and why we're here even. And all of that is, of course, information that I would give across the campfire if you could sit long enough to listen to it over a cup of coffee. But I mean, it's a long story, but we are here for a big reason. And a lot of people don't want to know about that because it screws with their minds and they don't want to believe they're part of that. And yet we are. We are part of a larger. And I was telling a guy, some random person that was commenting on one of my pages. I said, it's far bigger than HAARP or terraforming or anything that they and them and the government and the military are up to. And I go, God, it is so much bigger than that. You don't even know. This is intergalactic. We're connected to intergalactic sources. We're connected to local, regionary, binary civilizations above us, tech level, and then tech levels above them, all happening right now in our face. And, people, they don't even want to know about the Texas Cube and all the Star Destroyers. And yet that's all part of this whole same story. This is like these complete intergalactic forces that are here that are taking part in the events that we are living right now. Right. And I know how to share that with people. And I hope that maybe everybody gets the reality that this is so much bigger than just 8 planets or 7 planets, and then a gas giant holding the 2 atomic stars and the 2 solar systems together. And gravity isn't what we believe it is in the electrical universe. It's so much more than that. And there's so many more magics out there, from extra dimensional beings and local dimensional beings. And then we can talk about even the multiverse and, all of this. And there's so much more to it. And people have got to wake up to that. And the fact that you're here today, listening to all of this right now, is that you're stepping forward into a larger dimension of that multiverse, connecting in a larger way. Um, 40 planets, Audrey. More. There are more bodies with atomic. It boils down to atomic weight value. It doesn't actually go to atomic count. You have to take into account the chemistry equation of what a binary 2-atom structure can and cannot hold in the atomic weight value of each of the shell structure rings, because there's 2, 12, 16, 32, 2, and then you add another atom and then it can hold more, and all of this. It has to do with what a structure, and we are a stable structure for the most part, what 2 atoms around an electron cluster can hold atomically for the makeup of what we are. And that is, it's nutty, but that's how it works. I hope that answers your question. And you can't put that on chalkboard.
Okay, I have a video of Saru.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, cool. We can talk about that. Change the subject.
I was just going to.
I did warn you.
And I have the email from T. Racy, but David, I do not see your test email. So we'll retest. How about we do that if you want? So here, make sure you have the email address right. skypix4sam@gmail.com.
Yeah, I just typed one little thing wrong, and that's what stopped me from sending them. I figured out what it was I did wrong that time I tried.
And hey, Jackie.
Snow and ice warnings now.
Good to see you.
Oh, yay.
Hi, Jackie.
We're her favorite people. I love it. So, especially Christoper. I already know.
That's nice to hear that we're liked.
Yes, I know. Okay, so this is that video about Saru. Some pictures and, here we go. Okay, David.
Oh, cool. You put the video.
Oh, yeah.
It's green blue. And that is her bottom core in illumination.
Oh, I've seen that. Yeah, I'll put pictures of that too. Cool.
She's coming our way at the theater near you. Yeah, it's on the way. And I saw the illumination core. This is at night. We talked about this in previous shows. I do believe somewhere around midwinter, maybe January, maybe December, maybe February, we're going to see a lot more of Saru. Now that is Nepesity in front of Saru. The core illumination is the orange area. Yeah.
Something like that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Nepesity in the out view at night is Nepesity and Saru, because Nepesity is smaller, but it is working its way up from the middle of the solar system placement, whereas Uri is going to our left and Nibiru is going to our right. Now Saru is heading home down our throats. Saru's a coming. Green blue. Big open core. Very large centralized aluminum base.
That one is so great.
This picture comes from about 2017, 2018.
Wow.
This is 2016, 15.
Hi, Jackie.
This is 2012.
There he is.
That green dot is Nepesity.
Wow.
There again, the blue dot, that is Matim in front of Saru.
So the last one, those are two separate
Oh, yeah.
captures. Wow.
Saru has a very interesting sharply angled base cloud that comes out sort of like a suction cup.
That was it. Yeah.
Wow.
Nice.
And it'll
I've definitely seen. I've seen that for sure this week. I've seen that for sure.
Yep, well, because the sun is shining on her from the bottom. We're in the dark side of the planet. We're in nighttime, and we're looking over to the side of us, and there's the bottom of the illuminated planet, very large planet, massive water type planet, Saru. Because it is so big, we see the bottom illumination of its southern pole because of its magnetosphere, and which the planets around all of us, including our and Jupiter, Earth is even. This is what all this aurora is going on Earth are all about. Our cores, our core clouds, our north core, our southern core, are illuminating. They're glowing.
Wow.
They're giving off
last night.
accelerated electrons, just like an office tube lighting.
Oh.
And what people don't understand is they think, oh, okay, it's in our skies. But actually, if you're on another planet and you're watching Earth and you're seeing the aurora borealis in the northern hemisphere of our planet, that is light in space. And that's what you just watched, is the aurora borealis on the southern pole of the planet Saru.
Wow.
Welcome to the electric universe.
Yeah.
So look for our
Yeah,
glow.
there we go. I got it.
I
See the
posted
colors?
pictures of this last night. I thought it was the red asteroid at first, but it could very well be just this. I mean, the sun was setting in the southwest, and 180 degrees in the east. It just lit up.
But it's got a core. It's got a centralized duality.
Send you the pictures
Both sides
because
match.
I did not know what
If it was the red asteroid, it would be one-sided.
Okay.
You'd see that flat edge on the right-hand side, and then the back would be glowing with a trail. That would be the red asteroid. But this is a matching. Both sides match, and then it centralizes to a central focal, which is exactly what Saru does. I've watched her since 2011. Wow. I got a really good view by eye here in Lolo of Saru, and it's rather unusual. It's got less deep oceans, which is why it's green blue, and it's got a bunch of little islands rather than major continents. There are more patchy islands to it, and whereas Nibiru is more mountainous and has large oceans and all of that, and Nibiru is massive compared to Earth, and Saru is smaller than Nibiru, but it is huge. And you have to go into the internet and look up the difference variant between a water type planet and a rock type planet. Earth is a rock type planet, and that's vastly different in size. And this is why they're amazed that we have water. And I think, frankly, the reason that we have water is part of the cycle. I think every time necessity does this close pass and the electrical discharge between the planets and all of that, I think that's what's created Earth's water cycle after cycle after cycle after cycle, which is why we're getting this immense, year supply worth of rain. And speaking of which, we have to, pray for the folks in Spain right now because they're still flooding.
So bad.
Yeah, and we talked about this before the show. Northern Africa is turning green, and they've had massive flooding in the desert. And now there's just lakes everywhere all over the Sahara Desert. So it's going to change, and it is changing. The Amazon is mega dry, and they've had a 5-year change that is notable. And that is, again, we'll talk about this. We talk about this every show. That is a huge portion of our oxygen level for this planet. So we are in trouble. And anybody that wants to go back even 2 years, the Mississippi is no longer what it was 2 years ago, and it isn't what it is or should be today even. And worldwide rivers around the world are disrupted or overflowing. Of course, China's still flooding. There's flooding in India. There's flooding. I got to mention, since I'm on the topic, what the heck? There is a typhoon happening right now in the Philippines. And those folks got a 9 meter wave surge. They called it a tsunami, but it was a wave surge. They are suffering from that typhoon right now. It's like 180 to 230 kilometers per hour storm. Wow. I think it might be like a Cat 3 or higher. I didn't look it up.
Where's that? The Philippines?
Yeah, it's hitting right now as we speak.
Yeah, because I think Honduras got one as well. Honduras got hit by a storm.
Yeah, tropical storm Sarah is off the Yucatan Peninsula, hitting Belize right now. It is breaking up, but it's stalling. It has dumped already 30 or so millimeters of rain, and it will continue to do so or more. Don't quote me on the 30 millimeters. It may be way more, 70, 80. And there was a worldwide tsunami warning yesterday or the day before. I haven't nailed it down exactly the hour. Being that it's over in Kamchatka, over in Japan and Russia, that's where the date discrepancy comes into mind. Anyway, they had a 7.2 earthquake, and there was a worldwide Pacific Ocean tsunami warning that did not come to fruition, thankfully. So people didn't die this time. But there's huge activity going on all over. And, of course, Mexico's Popocatépetl, and then the Philippines, major volcanic eruptions. Iceland is burping up some really huge amounts of lava right now, off and on and off and on again. And it's quite bigger than some, smaller than other eruptions, but it's an interesting change. So we are looking at planetary effects from the full moon, blah, blah, blah. And God, worldwide weather is freaky.
Yeah.
And here comes the cold. You guys are about to, Montana is about to dispense you guys a cold spell all the way from Louisiana all the way to Ohio, and then we can talk about what happens the week after that. But yeah, everybody's about to get cold.
We're going to get it this week coming. But
I did not look up UK weather
on Sunday night.
I did not look up your weather this morning, and I'm sorry I did not.
These are pics from Christoper. He just sent me. Is it Saru? Is this that illumination?
No, this is red asteroid.
I thought so. Okay. I couldn't believe it. I was just like, it came out of nowhere. So you
notice
can
how
see
the
it
right
rising
is
like the moon does. It's like
notice the trail goes off to the left.
Yeah.
There is no trail on the right hand side.
There's a mountain right there too. So you can see it rising like the moon. And it just
the illumination in the center above it is at
shape. It's also the shape of a silkworm cocoon. It looks like that shape.
See how bright that center above the two trees in the middle is? That center in the clouds right up in the center of that? That is the size of Attu's moon. And behind it is Attu. And behind that is the green blue Saru.
I just couldn't believe how it lit up like that, Sam. It was wild.
Because it's being shined on from underneath, and it is underneath Attu and Attu's moon.
Yeah.
To the upper right corner is where the Texas cube is hiding. And to the upper left corner is where the Skull asteroid is. And what you got dead center in the upper corner above it is a spiral asteroid very close and overhead over the top of you.
Oh, okay.
See that big rounded blob directly over the top that you were paying attention to until now?
Oh, look at that thing.
That is the spiral asteroid, dead center, very huge, right in front of your face.
Holy. Wow.
Jerry has a question about
just
the
off
water
the deck, very close to Earth. That's what leaves that big ass drag tail all the way from one side of the, your view, all the way from left to right. And we God, Rebecca, how many times have we seen lead asteroid or red asteroid or now spiral asteroid close skim off the horizon for how many years now, where some people go, oh, look, it's the second sun, because it becomes illuminated facially, just like what we're looking at right here. This is a facially illuminated asteroid, which I draw in from time to time with the rainbow and all of that. When I show you facially illuminated asteroids, this is the red asteroid rounding into the light from the behind of Attu's moon, and then it becomes illuminated.
I knew it had to be the red asteroid. I knew it.
Start with cool. You got a red illumination. Then you look to the right, look to the left. Is there an ion drag off tail clouds effect? Is there a pathway or a dispersal or ion trail or whatever behind it? Well, then it tells you it's a moving asteroid, because the planets don't leave that.
Right. And of course, the second I saw it, it started getting really windy to the point where I couldn't stay outside anymore. I tried, capturing as many pictures as I could, and then I couldn't I couldn't hang in there any longer. I had to go inside.
Well, I'm sure. I swear that we had a God, like 2018, 2019 when we were watching the first close passing of the asteroids, and this is where my roof got damaged and all that stuff up here. We watched it come in, and this lightning storm from hell came in. And it was just this most unbelievable weather I've ever seen in my entire life, and this is what we call the Red Sonja storm, where all this crazy ass lightning has come out in one spot. And you can watch it going across the sky slowly. And then the wind increases, and then you get this storm that doesn't even show up on radar. And we watched it and documented it go over, from Washington State over the top of me in Montana, where my roof got damaged that day. And then we talked about people. I was talking at the same time live with people that were 40 miles away from me. And then we talked about somebody in North Dakota. And then we were talking to people in Wisconsin, and then we talked to people in Boston and New York. So we watched this thing travel over the United States. So then we gathered that footage from the satellite services back then that you used to be able to get copies of. Now it's really almost impossible to get a copy of it, because if you repost it, you get a blank screen and you don't get anything. You can't even repost this information. You can view it yourself the first time, but later you cannot even get a copy of it. So we watched this and documented that these close pass asteroids were occurring, and this is why we talk about the 180-day cycle and the danger warnings that come in at the end of the year, blah, 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 etc. We watched this cycle after cycle occur, which is why we put up the information and we warn people about the close passing asteroids being below the close passing planets. Because when these planets are close enough to discharge off each other, there's still that whole shitload of asteroids underneath them.
Right.
And that means those are even closer than they were before. And this is why I was freaking out in 2013, going, oh shit, we're going to get pasted, we're going to have, and then Shirley, all that shit happened. And I was like, oh man, this is the beginning, man. We better buy supplies and get ready to dig our holes, and, we're screwed. And then we kept watching that it kept not hitting us. And slowly over, a several year period of time, the science of what we were watching evolved. And when we talk about the lead object and the OCG, the object cluster group, we were ahead of the curve, even including the Skull asteroid, 4 years before NASA was announcing it. So Montana Skywatcher has always been on top of everything that's been going on out there. And this is, of course, why I say to people, check my accuracy. It speaks for itself. If you have any doubts as to what I've been doing, and what we are doing and our accuracy ratio, and whether or not we're talking out our asses, whether we're actually sharing actual documented information, you be the judge. I mean, if you aren't going to listen to me, then don't. But this absolutely, Rebecca has earned her place. You have earned your place, Gillian, etc. Jesus, all of us, all these people working together, because we proved this a long time ago. This is really happening, and we talked about this before the show. You couldn't have the movement of, for example, from 2019 forward, when Isatim's yellow moon and the ion tail were coming forward toward us, and I documented this all ahead of time.
Wow.
And then showed this and showed this and showed this. You can't make that shit up. And the pictures
ion
wouldn't
tail
match.
is incredible. When you get to see that thing for the first time and it matches your drawing perfectly, it's one of the most incredible things I've ever seen.
And
So
you
I
can't.
see.
Go ahead. Please go ahead.
Well, that's okay. I see Jesus is in the green room. So I was,
Yay.
yeah, and then Jerry has a question. This was back a few minutes ago, but he just wanted to clarify about the water and the planets being tipped.
Oh, well, God, and this I'll remind you of a story that happened a few years ago in South America, where the fishermen get up, bright and early, 5:30 in the morning before the sun comes up, and they start walking toward the beach because they're going to go out into the go fishing. And they step upon the shore and they see their boats on the edge of the shore, but they don't see the ocean. As far as the eye could see, They couldn't see the ocean, and it's happened many times. It's been suppressed information. The mid-ocean bulge. God, I think it was literally 2017-ish. Don't quote me on it, but generically, that was about the time that the tipped axis, and we Earth has been wobbling, and I don't think we talk about this enough. For example, where is the moon? If the moon is in the southern sky, then it's too far south. If the moon is in the northern sky, then it's too far north, because the moon goes from east to west overhead. It's been that way all of our lives, everywhere, forever. And now modern man is used to the fact that it's way, way down there, and oh geez, an hour later it's up in the north. And that is not the moon moving. That is Earth tipping.
Wow.
Because these planets come in close to us, they have a more electrical magnetosphere, more powerful, larger. And when they bump into our magnetosphere, and all you got to do is go to the scientific, there's sites out there that show Earth's magnetosphere today. And I don't have that link right now to hand you, but I do have it, but I don't have it to hand you that information. But you can check into the Earth's magnetosphere, and all of a sudden the waves, and that has to do with stellar material, when there's a solar flare and all blah, blah, blah. All that material that blows past Earth will change and fluctuate the wave patterns in the Earth magnetosphere. But you also have to take note of the patterns. You have to take note of objects near Earth and where our moon is in that same diagram. The computer doesn't know what it's telling you. It just tells you what it knows. And if you learn to read those, you'll see a series of pattern anomalies, shall we say, that are worth extreme investigation as to the wobbling of Earth. And we are wobbling, and we are affected by the passing planets, especially the large ones. And so, and the close passive, tiny nepacity affects us in different ways. And she snorkels up some of our moisture out of our atmosphere, and then she dumps it down when she leaves as we close past, and that affects our Earth as well. And there's electrical ion transfer and bleed off between larger bodies and Earth. And that's where you get those tower shaft lighting at night in photography, where the light goes straight up into the sky. Well, that's actually because there's a nearby very large planet pulling at us electrically and causing a super highway for electron and accelerated electron transfer between bodies. And the evidence is directly in front of us as well with the red aurora borealis, because there's normally no red aurora borealis except in recent history, and that's since the secondary planet system got here. And all these changes in the sky, I mean, if you go back to any video that was filmed of any movie in 1980, 1990, and you look at the sky and the clouds and the color blue, or light blue, shall I say, you will not see the same sky that we have today. And this dark patch area are the planets. These dark things, we're seeing the dark sides of them, and it's not like Hollywood is telling you. You have to. The only time that we see them is when they're side illuminated or bottom illuminated or facially illuminated as they go beyond Earth into the light. And I have spent the last decade plus trying to teach you guys that. It's all about the light. Gray-black sunglasses. Don't film through glass. Been trying to raise everybody up step at a time in believing the reality that, yes, Alice, welcome to Wonderland. This is truly happening.
Right.
So are you going to bring Jesus out, or is...
Yeah, I was wondering, I didn't want to interrupt what you're saying. And,
I would rather talk to him than...
sidetrack everybody. So, and I just want to say hi to Karina, Esri Colette, Carol, and Biko.
Hey, guys.
Hey, guys.
Hey, never interrupting me, please. Please interrupt
Shut up,
me.
Sam.
Well, I hate to do that.
Thank you.
Hey, Sam. Shush. Okay, is that better?
Yeah.
I'll
Yep.
practice. Okay.
Now we're normal.
I know,
Now
right?
we
It
can
kind
get normal.
of felt good to say that.
Just be quiet.
Do it one more time.
I can get bossy if I have to. So.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Hey, you are, you're the executive director, so,
Okay.
Yeah, you
you're
can
the
do
one
that.
with the headphones,
Yeah.
man. She's
Yours
got
say
those,
Zeus, everybody.
the opposite state there, the headphones.
That's it.
Hey,
Hi,
Hey,
Dave.
what's
Jesus.
up, Jesus?
Hi, everybody.
Yeah,
Nice
here.
to see you all.
Glad to
Hey,
meet you
Dave.
too.
Guys, I was counting the days till today because it has been, wow, it has been a fascinating week outside.
Sorry, we
wow.
missed you last week.
Yeah. Well, last week I overslept, guys.
It
I
happens.
overslept. And I knew it was coming because I've been working, and then I knew I was going to
Hi,
crash
Becky.
eventually. So I did Friday and it well into Saturday, and then by the time I got up, I just had to go to work, so I just didn't have time. So, but
Yeah.
I got my rest in, so I'll be good for the next week or so.
You're set.
So that was good. Hi, Jackie. Hi, everybody. But it's been a fascinating week, and your drawing basically came to life the day after or the day of that you posted. You posted the one with just Yuri illuminated in the morning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we seen that one. That
I
was
think
nice.
It was next day. I
I
was up
seen
at
that the
dawn.
next day too.
Yeah,
Did you
I was
notice
up at
how-
dawn, and I was like, "Holy crap!" I knew it as the sun was illuminating. As the
Did
sky
you notice how
illuminating.
far north
I
it was?
knew it. I went and found my place where I parked.
Mhm.
I don't know how long that's going to be because they're also developing it, like you, Rebecca. They're developing my spot, so I'm gonna have to find something.
Oh no.
Not
A little
another
further,
Chick-fil-A.
but at least for now, I'm still able to
Oh my gosh.
use it. But God, it has been insane. It has been an insane week, guys.
It's a conspiracy. They're
get
out
out.
to get us.
Big week here
Yeah,
too
yeah, I
as
think
well. Wow.
Get out there, guys. There's a lot going on right now. The 180-day cycle is going strong still. So
Yes.
get out there. It is a really, really interesting time right now. Jesus Christ.
Nighttime.
It's only
Nighttime
like a
lights
ramp
are way
up
up.
this last month. This last month has been just insane. It started with a bunch of asteroids. For a while, I was just seeing nothing but asteroids, and then now it's like full-blown surrounded by planets, and I don't even know. It's so difficult. It's so close. It's so difficult to tell one from another.
Alexander this
Absolutely.
week got a whole bunch of star destroyers in close-up videos, and he's been filming nighttime skies and stuff. But yeah, I encourage everybody to look
Last
out.
night
If you're
I
clear,
had
look
one.
outside.
I'm gonna send you the picture, Rebecca. It's just a picture of nighttime, but it looks to me like the
Okay.
lead asteroid, but it's not in the right place. So, but it was at night, so I'm thinking maybe things are skewed. I don't know, but it seemed to be in the north. I might be wrong. It could be.
Well, I'll look
Yuri's
at it.
asteroids. I don't know, but
Hey,
it was,
I've seen the Spell asteroid right above us, man. It was
We're
They're
also
there. We
getting
know
we're
they're
also
there.
getting pictures. Pictures of Comet Atlas are coming in also. So look for a tail in
Still
which
haven't been
direction
able
it's
to
going.
see it yet.
it
Oh,
just
I-
looked,
Yeah, I've
it
seen
looked
that
like
too.
it looked illuminated. It looked almost yellow reddish, and then
Yeah, it's
the
bigger
other
now.
one, it looked like the lead actor. It looks like you're drawing, but again, it's not in the right place, so I'm a little confused.
Okay.
There
But it
are
was
a
night-
lot
it
of
was a nighttime
illuminating
shot.
objects right now.
And nighttime shots are
What's
very confusing. So
Yeah.
I will throw out for everybody on this month's site drawing. I added a whole bunch of new smaller asteroids,
oh yay.
and you can look right around the
There
LO
is
or the lead object. There's a whole bunch
you
of
can
micro
I
asteroids.
had a close pass of Yuri, so close where I could see the asteroids' shapes and craters and so detailed. I haven't sent any of those. I have so much that I didn't. I kept bombing you with stuff, Rebecca, but I just kept coming across them. I was like,
Yeah,
okay,
you're fine.
I want to see this, and I want to see this on the show, and I want to discuss that. But there's so much that I took. And I
Okay,
don't
he
like,
says you've just gone and ignited me again because I seen one when I was coming home the other day. I mean, I don't even know if it was yesterday or today, but it was been so crazy. They all just blend into each other.
yeah.
And I usually go home generally around the same time every night currently.
There were
it's
like
between-
5 after evening illuminations of Casper that came in this week, and of
But
course
I've seen
the red asteroid illumination in the evening as well, and the tan asteroid is very big, and then of course in Christoper's shot the spiral asteroid was coming right over the top of his head, right where if you look in the drawing it says M Montana Skywatcher on the bottom. That's where the spiral asteroid, and it was going over his head and he's looking up underneath it. And
I'm
then
gonna have to look through all the pictures too, because I know I always take pictures like above my head too, just to make sure I get everything. But it's so hard to capture everything that's in front of you, you know.
Yeah.
I
Right.
find that
I
very
can't believe that red
disorienting if
asteroid
you're
last
looking
night.
directly up above yourself, and then it's disorienting. But the thing that I saw looked more like a baleen whale. It was just up in the sky, and every single night there was a sky scribbler, and he was going
I've
straight
been seeing
across
that.
it.
I've been seeing them spraying at night a lot.
there are some new, very large craft here with a round nose and an elongated square box body with a rounded nose.
See, I've been seeing. I saw that again right next to the moon. That picture that I posted. We talked about it on the show a few weeks ago, where there was what looked like some rocks by the moon. I saw the exact same thing a couple nights ago. I took a few pictures of the exact same thing. Sam, this one, what am I looking at here? Is this?
Well, the skull asteroid is in the middle left behind the front facial white cloud.
Okay.
Let me blow that up.
It's the color that kind of got me because it had like a little tannish,
that's the one that was above
kind
me.
of reddish glow to it. And this isn't even edited. This is the original shot.
Right.
It was so bright. It was so bright at night.
You have little sister of the red asteroid, the skull asteroid, the spiral asteroid. You have got the debris behind the skull asteroid in the upper left corner by the leaves and down all the way down to the bottom.
Oh yeah.
See at the bottom leaf, that dark circle right there, that's the spiral asteroid.
Oh wow.
Say that again, Sam.
Okay, you go over to the left side of the top of the picture. You see the yellow leaves on the branches?
Yeah.
Go to the bottom yellow leaf, dead center, middle left of the picture, and you see the ion tail, and you go over 2 inches to the right, and there is the spiral asteroid.
Wow.
Yeah,
Cool.
see.
Okay.
I don't know how you do that, Sam, because it's my mind. So my mind kind of went directly to the big circle on I'd say 6 o'clock. And then right to the right, there seems like I was thinking it looks a little boxy, kind of a line.
Right.
Maybe the.
You do have the white cloud, dead center of the picture. On the top of the white cloud, dead center in the middle, there's an angled edge.
Yeah.
That is the flat edge of the red asteroid.
Okay, see, that's where the color's coming from. That's right.
The Texas cube is behind it.
Yes.
This reminds me of another picture.
Behind that, to the upper left, you'll see a big bluish circular dot.
Yeah.
That is the skull asteroid's right eye.
I see.
Wow.
Yeah.
The purple you're seeing in the upper left corner comes from the refractive coloring of Attu.
Yeah, Attu's been all over the place. Attu's been. I can't wait to start seeing purple because it has to come. It's having these close.
Oh, you're purple already,
The
man.
she goes, the more purple.
You're starting to see the purple already, Gillian, but I'm not. I'm getting a little bit of a dingy purple, but not 2018 like. And I can't wait because I'm so nostalgic about 2018.
What were you saying? This reminds you of, Rebecca?
Oh, this is a picture from T. Racy. Okay. So I just thought it's similar.
Oh wow.
Look at that.
It is because you have an illuminated. What looks like an illuminated circle and then a bunch of stuff underneath.
Whoa.
It is exactly what's on my head.
All right, hit pause.
Yes,
right
that is exactly what I've been seeing.
Okay, you've got dead center at the bottom. You have the spiral asteroid. See the trail going off to the left middle?
Yeah.
Okay, the illuminated curve, that rounded curve from the left all the way to middle and down lower, and then all the way back up to the right corner. That is the illuminated Attu's moon.
Right.
The Texas cube is in the upper middle right corner. See that straight line with the half illumination of a little white blue blip? That is the facial edge of the Texas cube.
Wow.
The Skull
Okay,
asteroid is
yeah.
also in the same place,
Wow.
exact
Look at
same
that
area
face.
that the other previous picture was. This is the illuminated Attu's moon.
Yeah.
It is also getting smaller, which is why I drew it in this month's drawing.
It sure is.
It is. They are rising up, and they're passing over us to our right shoulder. But Attu and Uri have moved over our left shoulder because they are going over us now. And this is when they go beyond us, we're going to have a very purple illumination off the facial illumination of Attu. And as it goes away, we should see shots of full facial captures of purple Attu and Attu's moon and Uri and the stripes and all of that over the years to come. And it should be a very interesting journey.
I
just hope
to them.
Yeah, because now they're passing us. And prior to that, we stared at the dark side of them for all these years now. And only with side crescent illuminations did we get to really identify that they were there. And then we got to, when they were close, and we got descriptions of them when they were way far away and they were easier to see. And then over the years, they got so big, it became impossible to tell one from the other half the time. And then they started blending into each other recently within the last 3 years. It's been a nightmare. But yeah, we're still going through this better than anyone else out there. Got your thinking caps on, and got your Montana Skywatcher t-shirt.
Hey, I want a thinking cap. I for sure want a thinking cap, but I want a blue thinking cap. Although I don't know what I'll be wearing a blue with thinking cap in the winter for, but yeah, probably for that really bright sun.
Yeah,
and yes, rest is definitely important and needed sometimes,
yep,
or else you crash. But it happens to me a lot. I either don't sleep enough or I sleep too much. So yeah, I kind of make up for it. But
yeah, your back gets sore if you sleep too much.
Yes, absolutely.
I only know that because it happened this morning.
What we are concerned with is the exit of the second star. And this year, what we started seeing was a very increased temperature rise and solar illumination breakthroughs on the northern hemisphere and the southern hemisphere as well, because it wasn't listed about the southern hemisphere, but publicly the northern hemisphere was listed. We saw solar temperatures that we've never seen before, new records set every day. I believe that the second star is closer than 93 million miles away from us, or thereabouts, or it is moving somewhat closer. We do not have any snow on the ground here in Lolo right now. And
I was just going to ask you, Sam, we got a hell of a snowstorm last night.
It's cold here. We just got no snow.
I was going up the mountain. I knew because it was raining down here in the valley. And as soon as I started going up the pass, I got bombed. I mean, bombed. I was like, okay, I'm not prepared for this. I have not even changed into my snow tires yet.
You better do it now before everybody else does.
Yeah, I will definitely do that in the next couple of days. But
you don't want to wait 2 days when you get it done.
I don't want to ride this to work on a wee bike, but no man.
Remember, we're gonna have the La Nina wet snow effect.
We're gonna have a very snow. It's gonna be a good season for the ski valleys. I know that for the resorts up there, and which means it's usually a good.
Experimental says I need a beanie. I need to get a thinking beanie. Come on, Sam. Can we get beanies?
Yeah, that would be
get out
nice.
my crochet hooks tomorrow. I swear.
We need beanies, man. Thinking cap beanies.
Hey, once we get a little bit more merch oriented, and where we become a little more hopefully famous than 600 views, I'm not to be negative, but we need more subscribers.
Hey, I've been seeing new faces. I last week, because I was seeing last week's show, I saw a bunch of new names that I've never seen.
We got a view count within 2 days that we normally would take a week. So that's
good one.
Yesterday, Rebecca, that video, that new promo that you made is just, I love it. It is
awesome,
freaking awesome. But so I took it and I shared it on my TikTok account, and then I promoted it. It was only $5, so I was like, what the hell? Let's promote it, see what happens. Mm-hmm. I got a bunch of views, so I think like 5 hours, I got like 1,500 views, like 600 likes, just for $5. I was like, awesome. But here's the thing: the laughing emojis have followed me to TikTok now. I thought it was strictly Facebook.
Oh, maybe you are
they are following us now to TikTok. I got a bunch.
Oh, maybe it's your turn.
Not a comment, not a word, just laughing emojis. And I was like, okay, yeah, this seems familiar. So I don't think much of the trolls anymore. It used to be something that bothers me. It doesn't anymore. But the laughing emojis have transcended into TikTok now. I was like, well,
nice.
I don't think it's a conspiracy. So, I don't think it's a bad thing either. If they're bothering with us, it's because, we were bothering them. So, can't be a bad thing. But yeah,
we give them an itch.
It was worth the $5. I got like so many new subscribers. I got a bunch of likes, and the video got plenty of views. And I thought it was a very productive $5. So I might do that every now and again, from time to time.
Part of that cut out. Did you say you could boost your videos?
Yeah, that's what I did. Yeah,
I was doing that. I remember. Here's what happened. It seemed to bring attention to the video, and then they would pull it from the FYP to where the only way people could see the video is if they just come directly to my page and look for it, basically.
So this is why I had never promoted it, but because I remember you saying that it bringing the wrong kind of attention, but you said it was just $5, so I was like, what the hell? What the hell? Let's just try it and see what happens. I was like,
yes.
If it goes good or goes bad, I mean, I'm just out $5. You know what I mean? So I was like,
I know.
And so far, I haven't checked it today, but so far it hasn't been that bad. So
cool.
But I didn't really tag it with anything. So maybe, I don't know. Hopefully we don't see those problems. But so far it hasn't backfired on me like it did on you.
Yeah, wait. Sorry, I'm trying to share that.
You seem to be doing fine. You seem to be doing okay just on your own. So
Pretty good. Yeah. I mean,
no experimental says we should have bubble hats. Well, we could go sky watching when we're in winter as well. You're going to see a whole bunch of really peachy little.
Alexander, yes, I saw and I took a few shots of that. I've been seeing it directly in the exact same thing right next to the moon. First, you'll see a trail directly connected to the moon, and then right next to the moon there's it looks like two separate objects. It might be just the lighting that makes it look like two. I don't know.
There are
very close to each other.
In NASA releasing information, there are 5 asteroids near the moon that they're releasing information, and these are small.
That has to be what I'm seeing, because there's
and then there's bigger ones as well.
There's things there by the moon. There's for sure things by the moon.
Now remember, 2 weeks ago we had that footage that you translated for me, where the Skull asteroid was behind the moon. So, and that was only 2 weeks ago. That was at Halloween. And thank you again for translating that for me.
And oh my goodness, was that thing huge behind the moon?
So what I saw was they were the sky scribblers, as Gillian says it, which I love that term.
Sky scribblers, yep.
But I saw them and I was like, okay, so I should pay attention to the moon, because after you're a avid sky watcher, you realize that it's just it's promotion for us. Hey, look here.
Yeah. They're spraying.
I was like, okay, I should pay attention to the moon. And sure enough, a little bit after, there was an enormous trail that cannot possibly be confused with a sea trail. There's just no way, because the size was just absolutely trumped the little sky scribbler nothing burger of a trail that it left. But yeah, it looked like 2 or 3 enormous rocks right next to the moon, and a bunch of other smaller stuff. And
the big 3 have been eliminated.
It's so difficult to get the night footage. It's so hard, and even in post-production, when I try to maybe bring out a little bit more color, it's just so hard to work with. it is so difficult to work with night shots that they're fun, but there's just not as they're a little bit more open to criticism, which is
as well the thing that you can movement, even any kind of bit of movement, because you really try to
that's why we always say tripod.
Get the
I didn't see the ring. I didn't see the ring this week, Alexander, but I did see it last week. It was an enormous halo right over the moon. Enormous. I've never seen it that big. So big that I could not catch it in just one shot either.
It's Earth refraction light and an object behind it.
Wow.
Okay, can you repeat that something?
That object behind it must be staggeringly huge then.
Right. The reason that we see our moon is because that is refracted light off of Earth base that bounces onto our moon. That's why we see our moon.
Yeah, I had a conversation with one of my passengers recently about that, and I don't know if they were not taking me serious or if it was just going over their head.
And that's why we have the cycles of the moon, is because the angle of light changes of the placement of the moon versus the banking angle, like in pool. The banking angle of the light changes because of where the moon is in front of Earth, which is the cycles of our normal tidal flow, tidal lock moon.
So you have the sun right behind, you have the moon, and then you have Earth. As the moon traverses around, that shadow changes because you have that shadow being created from Earth in the middle of the sun. There's a video, very interesting video that I will post later on my Facebook account, where somebody explains it, how we have that moon shadow. And still, I asked in the video, it was a video on TikTok. I asked, okay, so can you please explain to me the wet moon? And echoes. Nobody answered. Nobody commented. Nothing. It's like I got absolutely nobody answered anything. There was like 1,000 comments on that video, but nobody decided to answer my question.
Another. We were talking about this before the show. Another grand question that always, the moment that I say it to anyone that I'm talking to face to face, when I'm talking about starting to even introduce them to the Nibiru system, I mentioned to people, well, can you explain why the sun came up in the northeast sky as of 2011 being instant blank face? Because they, of course, have not even noticed that the sun is coming up in the northeast sky.
Yeah.
And instead of due east. And that's because Earth is tipped. And the funny thing is, most people don't even contemplate, and I use this picture all the time, people don't even know that they don't even know what's happening.
Well, they don't sense that something is off. And that's the one that gets me, Sam. Okay, that's the one that gets me, because I understand that not knowing, because I walked around for 2 years confused as hell, right? Until I found you, and I understood. You helped me understand what was driving me crazy for so long. But I did notice changes. I noticed that something was wrong. Something so trivial, something that's so constant in your life, like the moon, the sun. If there's changes that significant to it, how do you not notice? It's every day. It's there every day in your peripheral vision. Yeah, but now nobody even senses it. And I think that's what you mean in that meme, which I love, by the way. Is that nobody's even sensing that something is off. I think some people are, but I think a lot of people are just kind of just going through life like the
light is all wrong.
There's so many constant distractions. Now we have this Mike Tyson fight that nobody has shut up about.
Who won?
It was the elections last week.
Who won? So I don't have to watch it.
Right. It seems to me that every time something significant is happening in our sky, some kind of shit show is going on TV. And it's a topic of conversation with everybody that gets in my car. It's like,
how fast.
I'm just thinking to myself, yeah, but do you know that Nibiru is up there and a bunch of other planets and Star Destroyers and cubes and everything? I'm just thinking in my house, my mind is just driving me nuts.
Yeah.
I'm so glued to.
Welcome to my world.
everything that's happening down here, and I'm like, the real show, the real things that's happening on Earth right now isn't happening down here on Earth. It's happening up there.
Right.
And we have to get our heads out of our asses and because Jesus, this week it's just been like, how do you not see what's happening? Nicole just posted. Nicole and me just had a very identical posting recently. She had the exact same pink skies, pink planet, and it was the exact same thing as mine, and it was literally the same thing. She's in Colorado. I'm in Utah, which isn't, in the grand scheme of it, it's not that far, but it's far enough to know that we can't possibly be seeing the same cloud.
Right.
It has to be something more than that because it is identical. It was in the same location. It was in I think hers looks like it's at dawn also. I don't know when it, the details of her post, but it was the exact same thing. And I'm like, how do you can't make this shit up. You just cannot make it up because it matches every day. Sam's drawing come to life within a day or two. How do you make this shit up, guys? Like we are giving you guys so much evidence here. All you have to do is just absorb it because we are putting in the work here. And it's kind of just, at this point, it's almost like the car is driving itself. Yep. All you have to do is just take the pictures.
Yeah, that's because it's happening and it's real and it's stable and it's repetitive and the patterns show. And we've talked about, earlier about the 2019 forward. You cannot make this crap up. No. We couldn't be this accurate unless it was really happening. And
who can imagine this shit? Like, this is not something that I could have concocted in my mind out of nothing. This shit is so crazy that there's no possible way I could have just imagined all this and brought it all together. There's no way my imagination would even gone that far.
In 1978, I knew we had two stars and I knew we had two sets of planets. It had to be because it just fit. And the all of what's going on right now just fits. And that's how we know it is the truth. Because if it was wrong, it would pop its bruised thumb out here, or that poked elbow, or you'd knock over the lamp for sure long ago. And all of this information just keeps growing and growing and growing, and we the snowball down the mountain of truth.
Yes.
And here we go.
It has been a hell of a snowball effect. I mean, the things just keep adding and adding, and the evidence just keeps piling and piling. And
remember when we were talking about one planet originally, when we were, spending our time talking about Attu and Attu's moon, and look where we are today, and the 180 cycle, and how the transition now it's going over the top of us, and now we're worried about the second star moving, and we're seeing evidence of this, and then we're talking about, the new ships that are showing up. I mean, they are, and the reports are matching.
There's a lot that I'm not recognizing, Sam. There's a lot that I'm not recognizing. I'm like, I don't know you.
Yes.
I don't know you. A lot of it seems like
all the shapes, the little shapes.
Seems like
they're repetitive. Those shapes. Ship shapes. I'm trying to say that in the middle of the night, like ship. Sorry. Gobbledygook.
Oh, yes. 6:30 a.m. That's exactly right. That is exact same time that I took that video that matched your photo. So she's in I think she's in Colorado Springs, which is a little southern Colorado. I'm in Utah. That's like 15 hours, probably more difference in just drive time. That's over 800 miles.
You're two great big states.
There's no way we are seeing the same cloud. It has to be something else, guys. And if it fits, it's the truth, guys. If it's confusing and if it doesn't make sense, it's probably bullshit.
Well, we couldn't make the clouds do what they do on the right-hand side of the sun every day for the last 5 years. And that ion tail, that's the number one easiest thing that you can ever instantly identify what's going on right now in the ion tail of the yellow moon of the Saturn being on the right-hand side of God for literally for the last 5 years, and it was smaller, bigger, now sky filling.
That ion tail is so constant.
It's so different than the rest of everything else out there.
And I'm really loving Saturn's base cloud. It is so freaking cool.
Yeah, and illuminating in orange and yellow, and it's noticeable. And then you keep your eye open for the green blue, which is in this video right now. We're staring at the bottom of Saru right now, off the horizon. And there's a line below the horizon, which is the rest of the real sky.
Me and Daddy don't, it's a lot to take in. I understand that there's still a lot that's
freak yourself out too much in the beginning. It really is overwhelming. I cried for a week. I physically cried.
7 years later, I'm still confused sometimes. Where I'm like, what the hell am I looking? I feel like an amateur sometimes.
Hey, 44 years. I'm still confused.
and you said it right the day, Chris. It's like seeing it for the first time every time because it's so different every single time. Every single time, it's so
different
similar.
But the same. The different but the same because know what?
Different but the
just
same.
From another angle, and you see it, you think, wow, this is so amazing. I wish everybody could see it. If only everybody could see how we see it. It's like.
But the longer you see it, me and Daddy, the longer you see it, the easier it is for you to pick up on those patterns and those similarities, and then you'll start understanding what you're seeing. Because pattern recognition, I think if you're here, your pattern recognition skills are probably pretty good. So just keep watching, and then you'll eventually kind of start to see the repetitive patterns, and then that'll really help you to disseminate one thing from the other. So just keep on trucking, as Sam says. Just keep doing it, and you will put those patterns together.
And it grabs your eye. You'll be staring, and I can't. The countless times I've had pictures up in front of me, and I would look away, and I'd look to my notes, and then out of the corner of my eye, I'd start to go, God, look what that is, and it just. The patterns grab you when you see them over and over and over. We've been doing this for 14 years. Yeah, I love this picture.
I love this picture.
Look at
that thing. Huh?
That is awesome.
That
also, I posted something. Oh God, I love this picture right here.
Yeah.
Top 10 pictures right here. I mean, how do you deny that one? How do you not see that one? Oh, this one I took recently. I love this one.
I was just going to say it has the Jesus, a famous index finger thing to it.
So that asteroid, is that the lead object right down to the left of it, Sam? Is that? Does it looks a little small, or I don't know if I'm just not seeing it right.
Yeah, that's lead down to the left mid. Yeah, and when it was smaller, remember it got closer to us since May to September.
It seems like it got close over those few weeks. It just kind of doubled its
size. Now remember that Uri and everything also moved. Not only did Nibiru and its Saturn come towards us in the spiraling octopus of the solar system, but Uri and Atu moved. Now remember, for the longest time, we were on the left-hand side of Uri and Atu. And then within the last year and a half, they have risen up and gone towards us and over us. So now we are between Atu Nepesity on the second arm, but we're staring at Isatum and Nibiru on the in front of us to the right-hand side. Underneath us, this spinning two-armed octopus rises up in front of us and spirally rotates past us to our right shoulder. Trying to give it to you as best 3D description I can. But not only has our out view of Uri moved, but our in view of Isatum and Nibiru have direly gotten closer to us on the right-hand shoulder, which is why I drew the monthly sight drawing the way I drew it this month. I hope that explains it for you.
It does. It definitely does.
This thing is rotating as it comes towards us. It's also spinning slowly over the months and rotating where Nibiru and Isatum are in front of us on the right hand coming towards us. And yet Uri and Atu are spinning sort of away from us on the left hand side, as Saru is coming in and from the center, from the background, as this whole mass is now rising up over the top of us and will head out behind our right shoulder.
Hey.
Hello, Michelle.
And I have watched this for 14 years in my mind, trying to piece this crap together. And oh my God, what am I looking at this month? And oh my God, what happened? And then I got this big, huge dose in 2018 and 19 and 17 and 16 and 15 in the transition where all of a sudden Nibiru went away from us right after her 2012 appearance, 13, 14. She started getting smaller and going away. What's this? Oh, it's the end. And I mean, sorrow and loss and emotion. And yet Uri came at us and then it was right up in our faces on the right-hand side. And then it crossed over to the left with Atu. And holy shit, Atu's got a moon. That's 2014, 2015. And then we start getting viewing of smaller green Nepacity 2015 and 16. We see better shots of Isatum. And Isatum is in our view, in the same view as Nepacity, but yet they trade places in 2016 and 17, and the Isatum is going farther away. And that's when the bleed off over the top of the sun happened in 2017, 2018. And then way off in the distance on the right-hand side was Isatum's yellow moon with Nibiru behind it. And that was at the end of their moving away from us as they rotated. And then now the rotation is coming back towards us again. And that started in 2019, 20, 21, 2, 3, 4. And now they're coming at us as they spiral rotate up over the top of us and beyond.
Where is it that me and Daddy Kotiat is?
Excuse me, Gillian, I didn't.
Let me double back there. Nicole, you are a little bit more northern, and so you're above.
Yeah, she's more north.
Okay, I see. So yeah, you're still about 9 hours away from me. So for us to be seeing the same cloud, not
around the world,
not a chance. So yeah, and you're the beautiful part of Colorado. I'm kind of jealous. I love that area. I used to work in Vail and by Steamboat Springs when I was in high school. Absolutely amazing.
It looks lovely where she is. It looks like they've got like a small holding or something.
Yeah, she's
got a lot of space around her. It's beautiful.
And the sky views where you are amazing. The elevation that you're up there really helps with the views.
She'll be nice and safe up there.
So I'm getting some clips together to also add to what we have to show. But there's a clip from Donald on TikTok. He's here. That's the
I don't know.
Hi, Donald.
Yeah, the Me and Daddy account. Yeah, that's Donald
okay, cool.
on TikTok. Yeah. So,
Really? Me and Daddy.
Christoper knows him. So anyway, he has a rotation video. I accidentally deleted it, but I'm just resaving it.
So Donald does Me and Daddy.
I love rotation.
Yeah. Oh, whereabouts is he? Yes. Whereabouts is he? Where is he?
I don't know. Where are you, Donald? Remind me. I don't remember if he told me or not, but he'll tell us.
I love rotation videos.
Yes.
Yeah, rotation videos are cool. You can't deny those. If you give them to somebody and you and go, look at that. It's moving. It's moving.
I'll be on the lookout for him to answer.
I see you're kind of night and you're kind of hot and cold today, Chris. It's that time of the year, isn't it?
Yeah.
He's like jumper on, jumper off, jumper on.
Yeah. Yesterday we had a lot of weather and it wasn't cold. Like it was just the right conditions. I went outside and I was like, I could feel a moisture in the air, so I knew it was gonna snow. I just had that. It wasn't cold, but after it snowed, it got so frigid cold last night. But it's that time of the year where you either put the heater on and then you have to lower it, and then you put your sweater on, and then you're like, okay,
weird. Like,
yeah.
I couldn't sleep last night. I had no sheets, no comforter. I was burning hot last night. It was like 60 degrees in the house. I couldn't, and now I'm cold, so I don't know. I gotta find the right temperature on the thermostat.
I know what I'm asking Santa Claus for Christmas, and it's going to be a very nice pair of slippers because right now, as we speak, I have ice cold toes. And
like a nice comfy.
yeah, full
Neat
slipper,
things
not the
like
one with
that.
the open heel. I need a full wool.
No. See, there you go, right there, something like
Yeah,
that.
yep, exactly. I need a pair of those because, boy, I tell you, I got cold feet right now, and
For
it is
giant feet.
Hi, Katie Joe.
over here.
Yes,
What
it
size feet are you?
it has been
Well,
a little confusing to the body.
It is now 37 degrees
Oh,
in Lolo, Montana.
oh, God.
That sweater looks really toasty every time you put it on, Chris.
I'm wearing my Vikings hoodie right now. Minnesota Vikings.
Yo,
Wow.
Vikings fans.
Exactly.
Yes, sir, I am. They have not.
Look at that.
They have not been to the Super Bowl in a very long time.
You're a real fan then. A lot of people kind
Well,
of.
I lived in Minnesota for a brief period of time for
Yeah,
like
you see that
7 years.
picture. Something looks like a baleen whale.
That is the 10 asteroid right there. Underneath Uri on the left-hand side, and that's where there's the skull asteroid up there, but the light shaft at the top left.
Look at the darkness, guys, as he's
Yeah.
panning
Look at
around.
that.
Oh wow!
This is
Look at the
above.
dark- look at
This
the
is
dark
from an
skies.
airplane, right?
Yeah.
The real sky is at right just above the white cloud. That's the real sky. The rest of the dark blue is planet. The top of our atmosphere is the top of the cumulus nimbus clouds. That's telling you they're flying at 37,000 feet. After that, it gets thin and cirrus and these thin see-through clouds. That dark area is a planet above Earth. If I knew where the sun was, I could tell you which one. Most likely that's Uri. Because the light is coming from the right-hand side, so this is probably Uri.
He's in North Carolina. Okay, all right.
Okay.
North Carolina.
It's there, it's real.
Oh.
I mean, it's a completely different blue. That's a black blue. That's a shadow black blue. An asteroid. See, look, that's Uri right there. Asteroids right up in there. The gray clouds, not the white ones. The gray clouds in the top are asteroids. The white clouds are our normal clouds.
Oh, whoa.
They're typically a little bit more blurry, guys. What's beyond our
Right.
atmosphere, because we're looking through our atmosphere. It's like looking through a pool, kind of. You know,
You have to think layers of clouds,
ours-
layers of atmosphere.
our stuff is gonna look very clear, and everything beyond our atmosphere is gonna be just a little dingier and a little murkier, a little blurry. And that's how you can tell. That's one of the first things that I learned at Montana Skywatchers is that everything that's beyond our atmosphere is going to look a little blurry, and it does. It really does.
You take one of the white clouds, you take note of the layers behind it, you try and look. Remember, everybody, do not start out by looking at the sun. You're going to picture blind yourself. Always
Right.
start out at the dark areas in any photograph, any sighting, any video. When you walk out the door, look at the dark areas first. Then work your
That
way
is
to the
one
light.
of the best pieces of advice that stuck with me throughout the years, Sam. Look at the light.
I shared the
Look at the
process
light.
that I went through by learning, because one day I'm sitting here and when we started in 2010, 2009, watching the Antarctic live cams, and there were like Neumeyer Station, and there was all these other stations, and we watched like 5 or 6 of them a day. Now I was expecting the distraction ratio. I knew about SETI Alpha and all of that. They went to Australia. They went down to the southern part of the planet for a reason, which is why I was watching the live Arctic cams. And then there was issue about the lighting issue where all of a sudden it wasn't dark down in Antarctica, and they were wondering why. Nobody talks about that either.
Nobody. You're the only person I've heard say that, Sam. But here's the thing: right around the time that I found you, I was looking at what is that science thing in Antarctica. There's a webcam to it. It's like a
Neumeyer
science
Station.
What's that, Sam?
Neumeyer Station.
Neumeyer Station. Yeah, there was a lot of theories, and a lot of people were seeing a lot of weird shit during that time. And I had been watching, and I did see some anomalies, shadowing that was wrong.
Right, and we
that
watched
kind of
it.
stuff.
And we realized at the same time that it should be dark down now. Now, the Antarctica summer is different than our summer. When it's summer down there, it's winter up here. So they're in their illuminated summer right now. But in the middle of their darkest periods of time, it's supposed to be pitch ass black, and all of a sudden it wasn't. So we started paying attention to that. Now, I knew about the secondary. We had to have 2 stars because I knew that there were people on these planets that were coming, and they have to have a star because you can't have life without a star in a solar system. So I was expecting these extra planets, and then literally 2008ish, I was filming the skies at night looking for celestial objects as well, because I do star watch. And, I know some of my constellations, not all of them, but I do know some of them. And so I was out, filming, and then my camera, a digital camera before cell phones and all that, was doing what all of that was, 2008-ish. And I come across this big blob in the sky, and that I could film. And when I pulled the camera away, you couldn't see it by eye. So I started filming that.
Explaining that to people has been a nightmare, Sam. Like they just look at you like you're just trying to find the truth in something that doesn't exist. Getting people to explain that sometimes there's a lot that your eyes don't see has been a challenge.
Your camera will sometimes gather captures that your eye doesn't, and then the other way around as well.
Yeah, your camera will absolutely catch more than your eyes do. Our eyes are very limited, guys.
And we've got people around the world that have learned how, for example, Alexander or Nicole, that have learned how to take the best captures because they go through the steps. They take the time to learn because they present their material, and then all of a sudden we start to point out to them that they've captured this or that or the other thing, and we nurture our people. Sam doesn't answer questions. What a joke. Anyway, I had to go there. And
you don't answer stupid.
You gotta be patient.
Yeah, and keep it within reason. If you go to religion, know this about Sam: if you go to anything crazy religion shit, you're gonna lose them. So, and personally, me too. I can't. Once you start with that whole crazy religion shit, I kind of just lose.
Now, if you
lose interest,
point of view on religion, if you talk about European sects and the divisionism between the Protestants and the Catholics and all of that, I know all kinds of stuff, including, how we're pretty much the Dutch were the only ones that really allowed that without any persecution, and then flipped on that as the 1600s hits. But anyway, we don't need to go into that.
Well, but that's not to say that there's not some some common ground. There's definitely
when you talk about standardized American religion,
you have to keep it scientific.
I have an issue with it. Yeah.
There's a lot of crazy shit that comes out of some of these religious beliefs.
I've actually over the years become a little more.
It's very distracting, and it's not.
I have become more patient with Revelation speaking.
I've tried to be a little bit more patient because we do live in a very religious-based world, so we have to be a little bit more patient. But honestly, I'm not when it comes to religion. I have a lot of issues with religion. Honestly, I grew up Mormon. Most of my family's Catholic, so I see how full of shit both sides are. I'm not pointing my fingers at either one. They're all the same as far as I'm concerned. But what it is very distracting, guys. It's very distracting. And my biggest problem with religion is that it stops you from moving forward. It stops you from learning more.
She blinded me with science.
That's exactly right. That is exactly right, Sam. Yes, exactly. So you have to be careful with religion. So try to keep that side of it. Try to confirm.
Yeah, and we've been tolerant of people, and we've there's the out and out wackadoos that we had to ask to show to the door over the years, and there's been a lot of those. The grand story was Rebecca even got thrown out, Montana Skywatchers, and Jesus has had early issues because he couldn't believe it either. What I was handing out is proven science at that time, and he was many years into actually us watching the planets, and all in the stable Attu's moon run, and that's when he stepped into the thing. And Christoper, he got to step in during the Saturn arrival approach, And Gillian, she stepped in early on the two suns and then the planets in her outview from South Africa. And she had a different upbringing. And then she went up to Scotland, and then she really grew and started getting better captures up there as well. So, all of them.
I'm the only person that's seen them in both hemispheres then.
Right,
Wow.
right.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Yeah.
Which is why you're
It's
here.
interesting, but seeing you evolving it from South Africa to Scotland has been interesting, Gillian. Because I don't know, it seems to me like you have more time now to think clearly. It seemed like you were it was a little bit more chaotic when you were in South Africa. So now you have a little bit more time to take your time and see what was going on. But
I think I had more time to study, but I actually had more access to Wi-Fi. Shall we just call it that?
Yeah. That's a big part.
Sorry, I'm eating.
Yeah, you need the Wi-Fi.
Yeah, gotta have Wi-Fi.
So here's that rotation video from Donald.
Yeah, I was
Along with
wondering
a
where's
couple
our
of other of his TikToks. I just grabbed the first few TikToks that he shared, and he's
Cool.
posting like 2 or 3 a day. I don't know, a
Cool.
lot. So he's avid. That's what I'm trying to get at. And
Yeah, I've been trying to do reels. I've been getting
And-
enthusiastic about reels now because you
Okay.
can actually
Yeah,
make your pictures move, and that's
Right.
cool.
it's fun. And I didn't say hi to Anissa Arabians, and Dubaloo.
Thank you, son.
You do
So-
believe.
Just stay consistent, guys. That's the best thing. The best advice I can give you. Stay consistent, and you will start to see those patterns. You have to. I mean, you have to.
Oh, wait.
They
I thought
will. They will start screaming at you after a while. After a while, it just becomes second nature. Like you will just.
Which is
If
why we
not, then
encourage.
just watch where the sky scribblers are going.
Yeah.
Well, we also say get a copy of the monthly sight drawing,
Yeah.
Oh,
and
yeah.
that will pattern recognize you.
I have not used it as much as I have lately.
Shame on you.
It's been so confusing. I just go to your drawing and I'm like, oh, okay, I see. Okay, and it's so helpful. It is so helpful.
Yeah, I agree.
Hi, Egg.
Where's Egg? Oh, it's Egg here now. Hi, Egg.
Well, I was asking the question of somebody in Europe the other day. I said, well, where do you think we'd be if I had not pumped out just remember, everybody used to tease me about crayon drawings because my 5-year-old can draw better pictures than that, the trolls said. And by the way, I don't use crayons. I use colored pencils. Thanks to Gillian, as a matter of fact. I'm still using your pencils, Gillian.
Are they like this big now?
No, they're about, some of them are about 3 inches long.
It's very practical and basic and easy to do. And you don't have to overcomplicate it. And this is what we talk about. Everybody thinks that this stuff is that complicated. It's not. It's very simple. It's not. It's just recognizing the patterns. This is not beyond anybody. And when you have such a NASA has done a good job of making things complicated, but they're not really. And you don't need a complex thing. A simple drawing.
Oh, look, a baby.
I love the cutouts too, though, Sam. That was pretty cool. The cutouts were pretty cool too.
Is that
I wish we could do show more again. I just have never found a way that they didn't give me credit for the last check I mailed them, and then I never got the upgrades. Otherwise, I would have continued to make. But my Skype isn't working either, or nor can I open my emails, nor I send this post and I send this stuff to so and so, and I send this to people, and they go, "Oh, I never got it." Or Christoper put up a couple of posts, and his view count or his affected count was 0.
Yeah,
I'm going, what? And we're being stifled, and so the only way that this information is ever going to get out, is the podcast that we do weekly, but the only way that's going to go anywhere is if everybody listening today, tomorrow, next week, TikTok, YouTube, whatever, comments, puts the thumbs up, likes on this, gets our algorithm to change, start sharing copies of it. You have to share a copy send it to anybody, even if they watch it or not. If you share it, that'll add to the algorithm.
Yep.
Send this information to people.
Share
We're
it
not
to your
talking
phone
about.
if you don't want to send it to You can literally
That's a
share
good
it
idea.
to your
Yep.
text messenger.
Yeah, send it to
Search for it to
people
your phone
that
if you don't wanna share it,
maybe
share it with
won't
somebody else.
understand it. And if you grab 1 out of 10 people that we
person-
start somebody into knowing that this is really, 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 really happening. Sorry, I had to throw that in there for emphasis.
It's true.
And yes, I get silly, but I mean, my God, you guys, I've known about this for 44 years. I had to keep my mouth shut. They don't come and harass you and slap you with a 30-year non-disclosure agreement for being wrong. They don't bother some stupid kid in Montana for being wrong. My friends are before me, and I again thank you, my friends, for being my friends. But you guys have seen hundreds of examples of me seeing things ahead of time.
Oh yeah,
Absolutely.
And that record, that is what if you doubt this for a second, check my track record. That's all I have to say. And I hope and pray and chant and om chant and do everything I can that people will listen to me. I don't know how else to share this other than to try to do this in the most honest and compassionate way I can, and a level of patience you wouldn't believe. And I'm chuckling.
Somebody told me that yesterday, that this stuff will teach you patience, and
boy,
absolutely. It'll teach you patience with people. It'll teach you that there's some things that you just cannot change. It'll teach you that there's only so much you can do, but you have to keep going. And again, consistency is key with this topic, guys. Is to stay consistent. Stay consistent with watching what we post. Me, Rebecca, Chris, Gillian, and the hundreds of people who post. Just stay consistent, and you will catch the patterns, because that's what it really is patterns. After a while, once that light bulb goes on in your head, it is life changing. You will never go back, guys. You'll be like, oh my God, how did I miss this for so long? How did I miss this? And it's like a fine line between being completely oblivious, and then all of a sudden this whole new world opens up to you, and it is fascinating. It is addicting. It is one of the greatest things you'll ever see. Oh my God! Oh my God! That is
Sorry,
so cool.
Jesus.
That is so cool. Oh,
the lead asteroid just rotated in front of us. That's the Saturn's yellow moon with the ion tail going straight vertical.
Wow!
Wow!
Look at the darkness above, guys, compared to the bottom, right above the tree line. Look at the difference. Always look at the difference between those two.
There's the long box cube right there.
Yep. Whoa.
Jesus, that is
see the straight line?
Yeah.
Look at that
Whoa,
thing.
check that out. Wow.
This is from Donald, just so
That
everybody
is
knows.
Rotating right in front of us. Now we're seeing the bottom of the Saturn's yellow moon and the ion tail wrapping around that dark blue area in the upper right corner. That is the Saturn's yellow moon, and it is rotating quite quickly in front of us. Boy, look at the speed of that rotation. And
this is the kind of stuff that will teach you so much, Donald. Keep them up. These are awesome.
Now remember, right there, that could be one of the third moons. Remember, we believe this Saturn actually has 3 moons.
Look at the trails. How
Look
pathetic.
at the trails. Oh my God.
How pathetic they look compared to
the ion bleed off trail. Now look at the blue at the bottom. There's sort of a circular illuminated, non-illuminated face place. Remember, we talked about this months ago, guys. There's this crab shell plate base cloud front
look
face
at that. What's there?
plate.
Wow.
And you're looking at the bottom plate, and all the ion bleed off is coming off of that rounded bottom plate.
Wow.
How do you get that? I mean,
And there it is again, and it is turning, or that is the bottom. It's hard to say.
Wow, look at that.
Look at that thing.
Now, all of that pink is the bottom of other planets. That is not us. Those are the planets above Earth, and that all that pink is past sundown. So this is light illuminating on the bodies that are going over the top of us. And most of these clouds, not all of them, do not belong to us. See the light blue-green? That's where Saru is. The illuminated orange core at the horizon. That's the core right there, that orange bottom at the end of that shot before it jumps. And that's at 2 Moon, I believe.
What's that?
I said, I think that's Atu's moon, unless you were talking to me.
I was saying hi to Carol Ann and thank
Hey.
you. She's a partier like me. She likes to crank it up. I already know. Yeah.
Okay, crank it up.
All right, Carol Ann, kamikazes for
I like
everybody.
Carol Ann. Can you two stop? Right.
Let's see.
Something to your little bottom.
Tipping my head.
Yeah, like that.
That literally looks like the bottom of Nepenthe, followed by this being right over here for Uri. You know, it's a hard call. I don't know where I'm looking. Notice the colors. Note the color variant. That blue-green, I believe, is most likely Saru, which is around sundown. Saru is very prominent in our outview now.
Okay.
And so this is why I keep saying, you know, in the next few months, we're going to see a lot of her.
Great.
And then eventually, I really am going to have, you know, to write or to draw pictures of in front of Earth and beyond Earth. It just dawned on me how I could state that. In front of Earth is on the light side. Beyond Earth would be in the beyond light side.
I love the perspective. I know that sometimes it gives Sam a headache to do this.
Yeah.
But personally, I don't know if it's because I really only see out of my left eye. My right eye is just blurry as hell. Perfect vision on my left eye, my right. I don't know if that's why, but perspective for me really helped me learn. Watching the pictures sideways, watching them upside down, made me understand that we are capable of seeing 3D, but when it comes to the sky, it's really difficult to see it in 3D. There's so much that we miss. And I think a side perspective or under perspective really helped me a lot. So I don't do it as much as I used to, but I do often will post something sideways just so people can see that there's depth.
Good song.
And it was really helpful to me. But yeah, it could have given you a headache especially if you pan too quickly, you know.
Yes, we are in a transition right before our very eyes. The greatest show that ever was, the biggest, longest held secret of mankind, and been held even by the Egyptians and the Sumerians and previous to the Bronze Age hiccup and the last cycle and the cycle before that and the cycle before that and the cycle before that of mankind, and lost, erased histories that we see leftover material all over the planet with these large, what they refer to as cyclopic stoneworks all over the world, things that we could never carve, sarcophagus that we don't even have the tools to make as fine as they already are out of granites that we couldn't even move in the first place. There is so much more going on than we little-brained man does understand, and yet here it is right before our very eyes. And the question is, do we take up this chalice of knowledge? Do we follow through with it? Do we share it with others? Do we awaken people around us? Or like, you know, I'm sure, Christoper, on a regular basis you hear people go, well, what can I do about it anyway?
Yeah.
I'm just this guy. I don't know nothing. That
is so upsetting when I hear that.
Yeah.
That is so upsetting. Like, come on, man. Come on. Like, seriously, come on. Like,
okay, is it not incumbent upon mankind to forward us as a collective, or are you going to, in your, what's the word for it? Let's see, your legacy of who you are or what you are or what you will be or what you're going to be remembered for, are you going to just be complacent, the guy living in the trailer park eating TV dinners, or are you going to change this freaking world?
Yeah.
Because I know what I'm going to do. I know where I spent the last 14 years working on was trying to inform people of the reality of what I see. Now, I'm very good at tarot cards. I'm very good. You put your car keys in my hand, and I can tell you things about you that you don't want me to know. And Gillian knows I can do that, right, Gillian?
Yeah.
And far seeing, remote viewing is part of what I was recruited for. Why they yanked a 17-year-old and then again later 18-year-old boy out of Montana, because I have abilities, and these abilities, and I'm not trying to brag about that, but I'm trying to go, damn it, Gumby, listen, because if you don't, then you're a fool. And what the hell do I have? Sheldon Cooper IQ. And I'm trying to work on all this crap for free for almost, we're going on our 15th year. Yes, I do. I need your donations, but I don't charge you money before you can ever even join my channel. Please pay $8.99 a month or any of that. I didn't do that. And I did my face, my real name, and all of this because the credibility issue was to people and not to avoid the government. But I'm also tippy-toeing around someday I could vanish if I say the wrong thing. And that does exist.
Yeah.
Because you don't live that, and I do, and I did, and I will live, because you didn't, we've talked about the stories of alien visiting me and getting face planted in my keyboard, etc. And that shit is real. All of this is real. I'm sharing a real story with you. And yes, I'm laying my nerds on the chopping block, and I'm sharing information with you that I wouldn't tell the guy at the grocery store. But I'm trying to get people to realize that this is a very, very large thing that's going on. The long box cube, the damn Texas cube, the Empire Orb, all of this shit's been happening right in front of everybody's damn faces. And who is telling you about this? Who talks about the damn Texas cube? Who talks about the long box cube? Who talks about the Star Destroyers or the Empire Orb? Who?
George Lucas?
Yeah, true. God, I love you, Gillian.
I know.
Sorry, Sam. I know.
Oh, you're exactly right. You're absolutely 100% correct.
Is that what R2-D2 is beeping to the whole time?
The whole premise of Star Wars was originally written about the two droids.
Right.
And it snowballed from there on, just like Tolkien's book. J.R.R. Tolkien, he wrote that book for 40 years before we ever even saw The Hobbit or Lord
and
of the Rings.
actually, one of the forests was a
Marillion.
forest in South Africa. Well,
Yeah, Tale of Two Towers, all of that was way later versions of what he started, 40, 50 years earlier. And he just kept writing, and you wouldn't believe. Do you know that his basis of the Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit have completely inundated our culture and the understanding of Merlin and wizards and the realm of sci-fi and Isaac Asimov and George Orwell, and all of these people have been all directly influenced from J.R.R. Tolkien, and fairies and pixies and goblins and orcs, and everything in our culture has been manipulated through a few sharp men going on from 500 BC to the golden ages of the 1600s and the 1800s, when empirical finance and the three original cities back in the 1500s were Amsterdam, London, and then followed by which is New Amsterdam, which turned into New York City. And that was the capitalization of the entire planet, and why we've gone step 1 to step 10. So this whole transition of everything is stepping stones of our reality that we don't even weigh as understandable. And yet with our culture is based on 90% of the people that we know are staring at the thing that's in their hand.
Yeah.
They are not looking up at what's going on overhead. Now,
we're not talking about crystals either.
Our entire planet is handing over as we speak what took us thousands of years to dig out of the ground, and we don't even know it. Look at the price of gold. Ask yourself why, when we are producing the highest amount of gold ever out of the planet in history from world consumption rate, we are mining more gold now than we ever have. Would you explain?
And where is it going?
Under the laws of
Where's
commerce due to supply and demand that gold keeps going up and up. It's $2,500+ an ounce now, when it used to be 90.
Yeah. Can you imagine?
And it has not stopped going up. Do you know why?
Because somebody wants it.
Because we're getting every little smidge and every little thing out of every little jewelry box around the world. Because you've got a clasp out of your broken necklace that's solid 24 karat gold clasp. You'll sell that, and guess what? It's not here anymore, because we are producing the commodity to the people parked up above us.
Guys, I'm gonna go check on my laundry. You know, it's laundry day
Okay,
for me when I do
Jesus.
the show. So I'll be right back.
Hey, I did all my laundry this week. I am
I've been
done.
putting mine off for 2 weeks now, so now I have like 3 loads, which isn't that bad for just me. I bet you, Sam, probably do loads by the dozen. Which
I have teenagers.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
every time I complain,
Yeah.
I think but Sam's probably doing another like 6 loads. Well, I'm over here complaining about my
laundry day is now Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday.
Yeah. I'll be back, guys.
I didn't know there was just certain days for my laundry days, like daily.
As an adult, you know, I'm very patterned. I have my Sheldon Cooper moments. I do laundry and have done laundry on Mondays for decades. And yes, I am obsessive compulsive, and I like my things straight on the coffee table and in front of me. And if I walk into your house and your picture is crooked, I will straighten it. I can't not. I have to, whether you like it or not. I will straighten up. I have no choice. It must be square. Must be square.
Right.
And hi and welcome to Sam. You know, I am.
And don't let it be really off, because then it could be bad.
Besides, Christopher, I'm rude.
I know, you're so rude, Sam.
Rude.
I can't take it anymore.
I'm so rude. I didn't answer your question when you asked the first time.
Might be time for some anger management courses or something.
Oh, Sandy Cheeks is with. I love it when Sandy Cheeks.
Hey, Sandy Cheeks. Good to see you. Welcome. And I just now saw this donation. It's from Jesus.
Awesome.
So, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. So I was thinking, since it's getting later into the show, we would look at Alexander's video because it's late for him, and then we'll do Jillian.
Oh, you're right.
It's late for her.
I was going to ask how late is it, but for Alexander,
it's about 6 hours ahead, so I say 11:37 p.m.
And welcome to the
20
show.
to 12, in other words, 20 to 12.
Right. So here we go. Let's go ahead and get from Alexander in Germany.
Bringing just for you. Oh my God, I was watching show tunes this week. Scary and dance moves. Spooky. I even watched John Travolta in Staying Alive Saturday Night Fever.
Ouch.
That hurt. It hurt. Those high-waisted pants, man, I couldn't stop laughing.
David confirmed.
Atu's moon.
Okay.
Asteroids underneath. Red asteroid and on the spiral asteroid in the upper left. Bottom of Atu's moon. Atu's moon.
Look at that.
That rounded illumination, how it's getting smaller and far left of the sun. Uri is moving farther to the north at sunrise. Okay, that is Lorraine. Believe it or not, that's Lorraine.
Cool. Hi, Lorraine. Wow.
Not the moon. Unless it is the moon. It could be the moon, but it looks like where Lorraine would be. Which might be what's going on with the asteroids, if that's where they... Okay, now I see the moon. Sorry, Sam's full of shit. No, look above it. You see the dark blue? That's Lorraine.
Okay.
Wow, what's that? That's an asteroid.
Yeah, and That's why I was pointing it out, because it's briefly illuminated in the round, and then out creeps the moon. It's like, oh, okay, I'm wrong, but yeah, that's where Lorraine is. Okay, see, Atu's moon is the illumination round in the white area, and then the moon is there. But okay, that right there, the ribbing on the far right is the long box cube.
Ooh.
The 1, 2, 3 straight lines, which Rebecca just missed because she was
Yeah, go
looking
back,
down.
Alex.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, pan right.
Right.
Yeah, see the 1, 2, 3
Wow,
straight
look at
lines,
I see
that.
it.
and the
Yeah.
side orb in
Got
front
it.
of the 1, 2, 3 straight lines of the long box cube. On the
I can't
far
get
right.
over how dark it is at that time. It's just
And these are
Yeah.
objects that are illuminated at night above Earth.
Oh,
They're there. The patterns just match over and over and over again. This past sun, what's outdated? That's the bottom of Uri.
wow.
And then off in the shape of Saru would be farther behind
Oh,
Uri.
God, look at
And that's
that.
where you see the triangle behind that. And there
That
is
is
the
incredible.
the asteroids right there. Is the white illumination dead in front of us. Underneath the Salamander asteroid group at the side of Uri. See the blue area? That's Uri. See the stripes of Uri, side facially illuminated, like we talked about with the sunrise, where you see the side of
Wow.
Uri prior to sunrise. So
That's Uri.
Yep, Uri's to the left of the sun.
Wow. He had some great shots of Yuri last week, too.
That could easily be Matim right there.
Okay.
I'm missing. Speaking out, so
Nice and rounded. See, it's just to the left of the sun. Red asteroid, and then
Look at that thing.
one of the micro asteroids in front of the red asteroid, which could be Casper. Another micro asteroid. Yeah, that could be look, Casper. Spiral asteroid and little sister spiral. See, there's two of them there. More illuminated asteroids at the bottom of Uri in the asteroid onset of Uri at night, illuminated as it goes over the top of us.
It's incredible.
Uri is above right there, that whole blob.
Wow, look at it.
And asteroid, dead center, upper left corner.
Big mom.
Christopher, you see these, don't you?
Yes, I see it.
Because it's
Look
the
at
same
it.
pattern that I draw week after week, month after month.
Oh, look at it, though. I mean,
That's that
incredible.
blue area right there is the tan asteroid under Uri at sunset. And all the shit that's spinning around in front of us. And it's not even like I'm thinking about what I say when I say it. I just say what I see when I see it. Again, the illumination in the upper middle with that little V shape of light blue is Atu's moon. Right there, where the arrows.
Oh,
White dot, white dot, white dot. Okay, white dot is the... Okay.
I think he's saying the white dots are sun.
No.
I'd have to go back and read
Well, the
that.
sun is down by the house right now at the in the middle
Right.
of the eve. And look at that black dot right there.
Yeah.
That is that illumination is Atu's moon with Uri behind it, and those are all the asteroids underneath it. And you're looking at a facial small one in front of the red asteroid, which is the top center. Now coming in from the left at an angle is spiral asteroid again. Remember, just to the upper left of the sun, which is the sun is at the house eve again, right where it says A walls.
Right.
That's where the sun is. And up there is the asteroids underneath Uri. You're seeing Uri white out, the Uri asteroids underneath them. And Atu overhead, and that's where the sun is at sunset, which is actually several hours before sunset because it is being affected by Uri whiteout. When Uri goes over the top of us into the northern sky, it brings in its base cloud, and then we cloud over.
Right.
Because it's got that big cloud debris field. And so we're actually cast into a shadowing pattern, and then we see what's illuminated above us. In some cases, like an hour and a half before actual sunset. And we've talked about Uri whiteout for years, where all of a sudden Uri has this effect on everything. And before she was huge, and then we settle into her outer atmosphere of the base cloud. But now she's actually gotten smaller over the last, 3, 4, 5 years, and is rising up. And our out view of her before, we would only see the upper half of her because she's so big, but yet she was below horizontal out view plane where we would only see the upper half of Uri. But now Uri has risen and gotten smaller, and now we're staring over the last year and a half, 2 years. We're now seeing the base cloud of Uri, moreover, instead of a close pass and dipping us inside that base cloud. That base cloud is now going over us, which is somewhat semi-safer too, because we're not in the middle of all that debris. If Rebecca goes back to that video of what was it? Third or fourth or fifth show, we were showing that debris cloud that NASA put out, and I'm still to this day amazed that they ever put that out publicly. But we even identified even the largest of asteroids. Wow. And we were swimming through that in that video, and it's amazing. And I don't know why we haven't seen more, but I bet you anything that NASA has let off a very large exhale about where we used to be. One of those 2013 moments, like I thought we were in trouble, and I bet they still think we're in trouble. Although we are in trouble in many ways. But there's less dire, dangerous scenario of us being wiped out by something hitting Earth, which is still entirely possible. And I saw a new notification. Yeah, spiral asteroid crossing the sky in front of you again. Or it's the big three, because that could be bottom of Nepenthe core. Remember the big three? Yeah, you could say there's the big three right there. We've talked about that. 1, 2, 3. There are the big three orbits, and I've struggled with that for years now. I never wanted to attribute the big three to Nepenthe, but that is literally where they are, as they orbit underneath. Yeah. Now we don't even know. Maybe they're moons, and maybe Nepenthe small has 3 little moons. I don't know. All right, I'm being silly and tired. Go on, somebody else talk.
Yeah, I think we're all sort of zoned out, staring at that, like trying to figure out what all those lumpy things are. I've turned into a Mike zombie about 15 minutes early. Look at that. What?
It's too early for that. We're just getting started.
I'm staring at the screen while things are going on, and I just get sort of like hypnotized into this blithering idiot of doing this show. And it's, no offense to anyone, but I become a zombie from watching the screen and trying to talk at the same time.
So that's our sun.
No, that's the moon.
The moon. But he says it's in the morning.
That was an older comment, though.
Oh.
Yeah, this looks like. I mean, I could be wrong, but it looks to me like the moon.
Yeah. I don't know when he said it.
It's small as well.
He's farther to the north than you are.
Look here over our moon. Okay.
Oh. What is that?
Oh, look at that. What's that? Wow.
Could quite easily be the Skull asteroid, or another
look at that. It's got like a debris ring around it. Look, it looks like a ring around it.
Or does it? I mean, how do we weigh that? There's other. We know that there are asteroids in the nighttime sky directly around us, because we are swimming in the middle of these planets now. They don't go away at nighttime.
Right.
We are in the middle of them right now. We are underneath the passing, spiraling group of planets. They have gone above us as of literally last year and a half to 2 years. And we've seen the transition. We know that we're in the secondary part of the passing, which is why we can approximate the years it will take for them to leave. So here we go. Yeah, well, on one hand, I want them to leave safely, and on the other hand, I don't want them to leave at all. And but this is the normal cycle, and we're going to go through all the wonderful things and attributes that happened in 1650 BCE, and go look that up. It's free on the internet.
Right.
So he's saying that is our moon. I take it with the other camera, it was behind our moon.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on. We did see, like we talked about in our last show, we right there, even the still. Let me blow that up. Duh. Skull asteroids directly behind and to the upper, directly above it in the upper, just slightly right of center. And the skull asteroids behind in this capture as well.
Oh,
just like we got from China last week. Yeah, that's the skull asteroid. It's very large.
Oh my God.
So look at that thing with the ring up above it.
Yeah.
Happy Halloween, ladies. Remember we talked about it. And of course it was entirely visible during Halloween, and NASA even announced it that it would be visible. And if you look right here, look at the color variation. The tip of the jaw is illuminated from the moon. That is the skull asteroid to just slightly to the right above. Very large, like 5 times the size of the moon. Is the skull asteroid. We got copies of it from China, so what's to say different? It hasn't moved that far, but that's where it is, and I've got it blown up on my 42-inch screen, and that is the skull asteroid. And a bunch of other smaller crap too. So yeah, it's it's amazing if you go out at night. Who knows what you'll find? Welcome to my lair.
Thank you, Alexander.
Thank you.
Wow, that's cool.
Yes.
And it
Always
blows me away.
is.
We talk about the skull asteroid, and I always wondered, like, what's the deal with that? I mean, the fact that it's a skull-looking asteroid, NASA says, of course, it's natural and real. And we do have released NASA photos, but they told us a lie about where it went and where it was and when it'll come back and all of that. It was bullshit. And because we were watching it the whole time after it was long ago gone by, but no, because it's not in Earth solar system normal orbit, and they lied about that. We talked about this last show. It's the only thing about the binary solar system extra group of planets and asteroids or anything that they've ever released. It's the only one item, which blows me away to this day. So it's a little weird. But yeah, we know what it is, but it blows me away wondering if it's carved or if it's part of a larger hint metaphor for what's behind it, which we do have other reports of that we don't go into regularly. So it's so complicated. It's Apophis, it's Wormwood, it's the object cluster group, it's all of this debris and all of this crap that hangs on to the bottom of these two gas giants, because we all know that gas giants have many moons and asteroid fields attached to them, and that's what this is as well. We know we watched
things up there. There's more things up there.
Yeah, we watched the object cluster group come in before we could even identify the planets in the early years in 2009 and 10. We saw the lead asteroid, and it kept showing up and kept showing up and kept showing up in the upper left of all of these photographs that we were getting in. I kept looking at, God, there's that dot again. God, there's that dot again. There's that, oh boy, it's getting, oh God, look at that. And then I started blowing up those corners. And after that, this is where we came up with the term object cluster group, because it was a self-illuminating group of objects and electrically showing up, daytime shots, nighttime shots. And we started gathering that information. And that's what helped us with the lead asteroid, the green asteroid, the blue asteroid, the red asteroid, spiral asteroid, etc., including the skull asteroid, and where their placement is, and the fact that they're located between these two gas giants. And all of this information has come over the many, many years of them getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, and us documenting what we have cited underneath and attached to, which we've tried to share that information with everybody. Somebody else talk. I'm going to get a sip off my pop.
Yeah. Nina just sent me a video of Greece, and it looks like two suns again. So I'm getting that saved.
Cool. Yeah, it's entirely possible.
I just now saw
Come
it.
on,
I'm
show
like,
us.
I know, it's crazy.
Come on, show us. Come on, don't say something like that and then not show us.
I know, I got to see it.
It's a teaser. Stand by. The answer lies in the next episode
That's
of
a good one. It was on the news, it looks like.
Will Our Hero Get By?
The
A
news.
beaver moon. Yeah, I know, Caroline. They've been calling this the beaver moon. I don't even know why.
Will Simon Bar-Sinister defeat the underdog? Will he use his secret proton energy pill from his magic ring? The answer lies in the next episode.
Oh, you're good, Sam. You know.
Okay. While I'm saving
that was cartoon when I was a kid. Underdog, man.
Underdog.
Maybe it's
The
Fractured
Beagle.
fairy tales, Aesop's fables, and back when cartoons
Sure,
were
it's like Greek stuff,
really
man.
good and
maybe
educated.
it's an asteroid. We'll see. Maybe.
And
I can't
Dun,
decide.
dun, dun.
Dun, dun, dun.
I found a store that actually sells copies of Star Wars, by the way, Rebecca.
Really?
So-
Really and
It's
truly, they
time.
do?
It's time.
Oh,
Rebecca.
somebody gave
Might
me
have to,
free somebody
Oh my
gave me
God.
free
I'd have
DVDs.
to have
Maybe
a
I
bunch
should
of
send you
Tracy
Star
to
Wars.
mail you.
Yeah.
Yeah, just so I can send you
That's
Star
so
Wars.
funny.
Get everybody on
Star
a
Wars.
present chain and have everybody
Well,
mail a specific Star Wars movie.
Watch me
Yeah,
send it
send
to
her
her, and it
Star
takes me
Wars,
10
so
years
she's
to
got
watch
the whole-
it, you know?
So she's got the whole set.
If you go to the
I can't-
Avengers
I
and you
can't
look
watch
at the
any movies anymore for the life of me. I can't, even a movie I like, 5 minutes and I'm out cold, or
Yeah,
I
it's
cannot
great.
pay
You just
attention
you
to
go
a
to
movie.
sleep. It's
It's weird.
Yeah.
So
Oh,
I
you
don't
know
know
you're
any
getting
current
old, man.
events that are going on besides what we're talking about right now.
Yeah.
It's weird.
Yeah, getting old, man. I tell you.
Yeah.
Yes, is that what it is?
yeah, Rogue One was good. But come on.
Start counting those gray hairs
Sandy,
upon your
what
chin.
ab- what about-
Good.
Yeah.
What about Mandalorian? I loved Mandalorian.
Still haven't got to
Oh,
see it.
and that other one that we
I
watched.
don't have the Disney Channel.
Ashoka.
Ahsoka?
Yeah. Have you seen that?
No, I have not yet because I don't have the Disney Channel and I don't have any way to pay for that. Remember, I live in the cave up here in Montana in Stone Age, where I don't do any banking online, and I don't have a cell phone in which to pay for anything through an account. So therefore, I would actually have to have a mailing address to mail these people money through a check, or actually a kiosk in which I can swipe from my debit card to pay for any services that don't exist. And they forget that people without cell phones can't get anything. They're missing out on a good deal of money.
It's real
Whoa,
hard when you
look
are
at
born in the
that.
time of the dinosaurs. Whoa. Where's that? Is that the Greece one?
Yes.
Beautiful.
Ding.
Is that an
That's about-
asteroid or?
Yeah, that's about correct. Look, they're two different sizes. No, the intensity is correct. It's not an asteroid. Asteroid would be dimmer.
Oh.
Okay.
Look what's going on in the upper left corner. Those are asteroids.
Yeah. Okay.
This is falling into place. This is number 9.
No way.
Oh boy.
Wow.
The size variation is matching the other information. Now look at the reflection on the water.
Yeah.
I don't fully see a secondary smaller on the water yet. So, I'm 75% convinced. Now the cutoff that is going on for the sun here There is Saru cutoff, and there is Nepenthe cutoff. The asteroids in the upper left, aforementioned, are the big three, underneath Nepenthe and Saru in our outview. But is that our normal sun, the smaller one, on the lower horizon? It fits. And remember, Greece
These have been popping up everywhere.
is in
I can't imagine all of them being, double lens flares.
right.
Yeah.
But we have to
They
wait.
can't all be lens
wait.
flares, can they? I mean, seriously?
No,
No, that's
things are
definitely
matching.
not.
It is on the left hand side, which is
Look at
expected.
this. Watch
So if it
this.
falls into place, it falls in. But the intensity matches. Yeah, okay, that is Greece.
Here it comes.
Yeah, you can see a big curve there. Like, you know,
but
Right.
if the smaller one was dead
Yuri.
center below the other one, which is bigger to the right, then I would say, okay, then we have a thing. But this is offset. The smaller matching intensity, smaller one is just a little bit to the left of center. So I am inclined to believe that this is very possibly number 9 of our examples that we do believe that the two suns are separating. Although the sun that we're looking at the top, the bigger one, is refracted cut off by 2 planets. Only seeing a reality of half of the bottom of it. The other upper half is the hourglass shape of the cutoff flare.
Right. Okay.
And then the big 3 asteroids to the upper left corner. 1, 2, 3. Under Nepenthe and Saru outview. And those are the 2 cutoffs going on. One cutoff is Saru, one cutoff is Nepenthe. And then in the real sky, we're seeing the smaller, equally as bright, illuminated, hopefully, if this is correct, second smaller star, our Sol. Because Sol used to be the size of a quarter, not the size of a 50-cent piece. As long as you remember that. Up here in the northern hemisphere, up in Montana, the sun is way smaller than it is there in Las Vegas. When I get out in Las Vegas of my car, the sun is way bigger than what we have here. So, and people have forgotten that, and they've forgotten the size of our actual sun, which is part of that thing was why the sun is rising in the northeast sky, because Earth tipped and all the other planets tipped when that second larger star got here.
I'm still sunburned. Like, it's 50 degrees outside. I'm burnt. Like, it's
you're not used to that.
Burnt.
Because we have a standard red star that is exiting towards us
like,
partially.
In a couple minutes, I'm sunburned going outside.
Well, we still don't know.
It is the craziest thing, Chris. Like, it'll be cold outside here.
And it's painful.
But the sun is burning my skin through my windows.
We still do not know how close this thing, when it leaves, is going to pass us.
I got blisters like going on sometimes.
Right, we could reach 130 degrees next summer. I don't know.
And that's
I can't know why I'm watching it.
You grew up in Las Vegas, like that's you've been there your whole life, right?
I got blisters on my skin one time because I was outside literally all day long, and my parents are from Chicago. They don't know about they didn't know it was hot out. Okay, they didn't know that could happen, right? But to get a blister on your skin from standing in the sun for 5 minutes is wild, you know. And it's painful. It's painful.
We know about the wintering over plants up here in Montana. I had 2 generations of roses this year. We don't normally ever get that. My grapes,
my flowers are blooming here too. It's weird.
I did not get any grapes on any of my grapevines this year at all. It was very surprising, weird. But then I didn't take care of my yard this year either. Well, I'm still trying to recover from the eviction issue. It's like, why bother taking care of a yard if this guy can boot me out of it? Anyway, that's kind of negative, but I don't need to go there. Still recovering from that. It really uprooted our whole lives, and yet you can't just evict somebody because you want to.
Right.
Anyway, back to reality.
I agree with Alexander too. He said he was wondering why the video of the two suns possibly, cut off when it did, and why it didn't continue filming. And that was a clip from a news channel, and so that's all they showed.
That was a clip from a news channel. Wow.
Yeah, a Greece.
I'm surprised they even posted that.
I know.
Well, there's so many people calling different things these days too, and there's that flood of misinformation throughout the media. So everybody's become kind of numb to a lot of it, including broadcasters as well as side media groups and things like this. And I see stuff on TV constantly that is just obvious as all hell. And I absolutely wonder how the hell everybody missed it.
But it's incredible, Sam, how we're very adaptable. I think that is our superpower, but also it's also our downfall as well as humans. We are so adaptable to things that things can change on a dime, and we just continue with our lives like nothing happened.
2 weeks later,
it drives me crazy. But I do feel it's part of why the human race has been successful in evolving as far as we come.
The apathy ratio currently.
I can't imagine not noticing that something has changed. I can't imagine, because the change has been so drastic that I can't imagine going through life not noticing something so enormous, so significant that's happening.
We become an indolent society. We're staring down at the thing in our hand.
Yeah. I walk around sometimes downtown. I like to take little walks down Main Street, and I constantly am looking up. It's just like my peripheral vision is not down here. It never is. It's either straight forward or up.
You should try doing that when you're on a bike. Like,
don't do that.
When I drive, it's why when I drive, I have a great view of the horizon. I love it. It's why I love what I do. But I noticed that everybody's vision is always down here on Earth or straight ahead, and very, very rare. And when somebody is looking up, when I do come across somebody that's looking up, they're looking at a billboard or something trivial. But it's
I have to go cut pizza.
Here. Even when I mention it to people, it's just looking at the sky is for crazy people. I mean, ever since I was young, everybody knows that. Like, looking at the sky is for crazy people, and a lot of people, the faces in the clouds and all that shit doesn't help. It's why, honestly, it's one of my pet peeves when it comes to all this. I hate when people start talking about the clouds in the sky, the faces in the clouds. I'm like, you lose me completely at the moment. I can't tell you how much it bugs me sometimes. I just feel like you're really looking. There's this guy that keeps showing up on my For You page on TikTok, and he's Skywatcher, or he calls himself a Skywatcher, and I keep telling him, man, dude, you have this all wrong, but he has yet to answer me. I'm like, if you really want to know what's going on, come join our live, join, come look at what I'm posting, because you're on the right track, buddy, but you have this all wrong. And he's only focusing on the small things and the faces and the things. Oh, Sandy Cheeks, I'm not saying that. Look, there is phase, like we have the skull asteroid, right? I'm not saying that these things aren't happening. What I'm saying is that they're distracting. They're very distracting. Uri's asteroids, there's a lot of shit going on up there. There's a lot of shit going on with Uri's asteroids are insane. There's something going on there. Me and Sam are always talking about it. It creeps us out so much. I feel when I look at Uri's asteroids, I feel like somebody's looking at me. Like it creeps me the hell out. I'm not saying they're not there. What I'm saying is that it is distracting. It is distracting, and it keeps from learning. Because once you think you found out what it is, it keeps you stuck, right? And you can't move forward. And that's a big problem with what we do here, is that we have to, first it was the sea trails. Those are Rebecca can tell you, she followed those things for years. It's what got my eye to begin with. I'm like, what is that? What are they doing? And I
never seen a sea trail until, like a sky scribbler guide was like trying
I
to
noticed
paint
them, and
over the picture.
I don't understand how people don't notice them. I really don't.
We never had them where I stayed. I never seen one in my entire life until that day when I seen a Saturn.
Yeah.
Or
But
till
it's
when
also-
Sam said it was a Saturn, but what I saw was that big, strangely shaped picture that everybody says now is Yuri. And was Yuri on the right side?
Look, the thing is, this is the reason why I don't like discussing faces in the clouds. It's first of all, it's distracting, and second of all, it's subjective because look, we are predetermined to seek out faces. Like it's in our nature. Like the way that
But I know we were taught that in teaching that the first thing a baby looks for is the moon shape of the mother's face.
Exactly. It's in our DNA to look
Imprint.
at faces. It just is.
Yeah.
So
You imprint on that face.
exactly. So it's we have a bias there to begin with, and those biases can really confuse you, and they could distract you, and they could keep you from seeing the bigger picture. And what we want to see here, guys, is the bigger picture. We don't want to focus so much on those little things. You know, I mean, there's a lot of interesting. Alexander does a great job at showing us the little smaller things, but what we want here is to teach people to look bigger and think bigger, right?
Yes, that's good focus. Sometimes I think he's bragging.
But it's important not to be.
Yeah, great gear.
Little things, guys. Let's not distract away from that. The first day that I came to Montana Skywatchers, I mentioned the sea trails, and they put the brakes on me instantly. That my comment, my post wasn't on there 5 minutes by the time somebody said, "Hey, cut it out. We don't do sea trails here. You're in the wrong group."
And the reason was we were getting flagged. We were getting
and then after that, I stopped even noticing them. Like it just became a thing where I just ignore them. Now, when I look at them, I know to start paying attention.
Yeah. They call you out to go look. I too, and we talked about this years ago as well. It's just like and it's like been hundreds of people have said this. It's like, yeah, when I start seeing the sea trails go across the sky, I know it's time to go outside and look because they're always pulling it. Now, they used to do a whole hell of a lot more. I can't even imagine the budget on the money that they spent over that. And it's only in the G7 countries, and it's only overpopulated areas. And you watch them spray. And I know this because this is partially where I got some trouble back in 97, 98 or something, like for asking a stupid question to a federal employee that was sort of a classified scenario that got me in a little bit. We don't need to make a story about that. But anyway, yeah, they spray ahead of time, and they're trying to break up the eye. They want that line across there where you assume it's like, oh, okay, normal. Look, normal airplane went over, okay, no problem. And then your brain shuts down. You don't look up because there's a trail across the view, so your brain shuts down. And you go, okay, now let me go.
What I mean by the distractions, because you stop, you're like, okay, they're just spraying again, and then you stop there. So
or
what I mean,
a contrail is a normal plane trail. The vapors dissipate after a short distance. They do not go from one end of the sky all the way to the other and then disperse into a wider cloud.
And even the color, the consistency of sea, it looks so much thicker. The sea trail.
God, all you have to do is just go back to 1970s spy videos or 1968 or 67, back when the airplanes would take off at London, Heathrow or whatever, and they leave these big gas oil guzzling clouds behind them. No, we're not in the 70s anymore. We have clean burning jet planes, mostly. And I've talked about that before, where it's like if we only got rid of jet plane traffic for 1 week, we'd have a clear sky, which did happen, by the way, during 9/11.
Well,
and
during
you can directly
COVID,
look that up.
Look at during COVID, Sam. Look how much cleaner our skies got. Just when the
how clean the planet got.
Yeah. Oh boy.
The entire planet cleaned up.
Yeah. Speaking of which, we have that thing in Kamchatka is going to produce a whole bunch of new into our air, and the one in the Philippines is farting all over the place. And there's actually a couple of them going off in the Philippines and the Malaysia area where it's filling our skies with ash. A lot of plane travel disruptions going on. that could be tipping the Earth.
Oh my God, Sam! I can't tell you the amount of how busy I've been at the airport with people having canceled flights and delays and weather related cancellations. It's been so busy at the airport with people getting stranded there.
Okay.
Not nice for them. Not nice for them at all.
No, they don't seem very happy about it. I'll tell you that.
Once you become aware of what's going on in the skies and the fact that these trails exist in front of us and they're trying to block our view and our mind to grasp hold of what's really actually staring right down at us, especially during Halloween, the skull asteroid. Oh my God. That is just awesome, phenomenal. And you and I, Jesus, have talked over what's behind it in the years prior, over what's between Attu and Uri, besides just the skull asteroid.
We were just talking about it when you went to go cut pieces.
Oh, okay. What'd you say?
That we I personally, every time I look at Uri's asteroids, it just creeps me out. I feel like somebody's watching me. I feel like there's more than just some dead bodies, some dead rock.
Okay,
it seems.
Did you see the movie Gods of Egypt?
Yes,
I sure did. Great movie.
Okay, and do you remember
a lot of Easter eggs there? A lot of Easter eggs.
Yes, you're exactly right. And I would go back and study it again if you're not familiar with it out there, listeners. Okay, now Ra is on his ship above Earth, and it nightly has to protect the humans on the planet from being scooped up by Apophis. And he jumps into his larger godlike state with the big lance and spear, and he shoots out this ray of light, and he beats Apophis away. Apophis is also Wormwood, is also the object cluster group, is also the legend and tale of this passing event. This is where the original story of 2 cycles ago of the origin of the dragon in Chinese lore. So this is all, and it all matches. And this is what Montana Skywatcher has done for everybody out there already. We have taken a decade's worth of documentation from everybody around the world, sending us information into one spot. And Rebecca and I, and you, Jesus, as well, and Gillian, and now Christoper, and we're all culminating this information, and we're sharing all of this. It's almost I'm trying to think of the term and how to phrase this. It's almost like feeding on itself, growth. It's
like Ouroboros.
It's growing all by itself because of the collective knowledge that we already have, which allows us a stepping stone.
It's what I meant by it's like the driver. It's like the car's driving itself at this point.
Exactly. Thank you. It is. It's driving itself, and we talk about this all the time. It's like, what is it going to take? What is it going to take for this to go? Because it is real. It's happening. It's just so insanely proven already. We've been talking about it and talking about it and talking about it, and we're on our 88th show. And
Sam, the other day you said something that really still to this moment I can't get it out of my head, and I love that you said it, because I'm not gonna lie, like there's times where I do get a little discouraged, where I'm like I post something and that's very obvious, and I don't get the response that I really would
crickets.
And I get annoyed. I'm not gonna lie, I get really annoyed by that. Like I see people with the dumbest shit getting thousands of views,
millions of views, Jesus.
And we're posting one of the coolest things that ever happened to mankind, and we get hundreds if we're lucky. It's irritating, frustrating. But you said something the other day, Sam, that was really inspiring to me, and it really got me out of that headspace that this might not ever go anywhere. Is that you said it has to? It's the truth. It has to go somewhere. And even if it doesn't happen in my lifetime, at least I know that we got the ball rolling.
But I always say that maybe the Pleiadians, we know they're from the future. They already know this information, and maybe this is where they looked that information up about who I was and where he sat there and told me all this.
That's another one that you said too, Sam, is that this already happened. So you kind of you move forward thinking that it has to because it already technically
has already taken place in history, in their history. So and this was the only literally saving grace through this whole personal grind that I went through for like 25 years, trying to come to a level of sanity, even believing that any of this was possible. Had they not come and bothered me about my paper I wrote, I would have never ever chased it down. Only because they told me no is that the reason that I went, why?
Of course.
And then,
yeah, we don't like that, do we? As kind of people is like, no, you can't do that. What? Why?
Well, because you told me I couldn't say anything for 30 years, by God, the moment I'm allowed to talk again, I'm going to scream my ass off. And that's what I'm doing. And I have been, and you guys know about the trolls and the shit that I've gone through over the last 14 years, from poop hats to chainsaw dildos, and all of the really bad things that they said about my family.
Entire Facebook groups dedicated to downing you, Sam.
Yeah, I think it was 5.
That's crazy.
Yeah, no, it's kind of weird when you actually get a poop hat and a fart noise made.
We're terrible.
You're official when you get a poop hat.
We're terribly sorry
that I haven't officially got mine, but I tell you, man, I do get trolled left and right. Yeah. The other day I had to unblock somebody. And I went through the amount of people that I blocked on Facebook, and I'm like, holy shit, I have blocked.
Really? You can actually see how many people you blocked.
Yeah.
I
had to unblock somebody that was close to me, and it's a long story, but I had unblocked them, and I was like, holy shit. Like, all of them were troll related. They've all been troll related.
I looked up that number recently on my own page, and you would be amazed how. Remember, I've been accused of blocking people.
Considering some that you are a lot more patient than I am. I sense somebody like sometimes if somebody is like I'm fine if somebody disagrees, right? So long as you do so respectfully and you do so in a manner that is conducive to conversation, right? Where we can converse about it. I'm great talking about it. If you disagree, okay. But there's sometimes some people that it doesn't matter what you're going to tell them. They're not there to learn. They're there to down you. They're there to distract. They're there to stir shit up. I don't tolerate that. I'm done with you. I just don't take it further.
Where I talk to them,
I block it right away. I've noticed that you are a lot more patient than I am.
Yeah.
I'll talk to them and I'll point out to them that I appreciate your opinion, but however, and I do have the luxury of being able to actually look at somebody's page. And I have a level of information that's a little bit above just Facebook, and I can read between the lines and see what they're feeling and saying. And a lot of time, the first thing that I automatically see is how uninformed that they are, or how they're educated in this process through the American education system, or the lack of science therein. So I try to be a little patient with people, because not everybody, and I used to believe this when I was in my young adult period of life. I thought everybody knew this stuff. I thought everybody was completely understanding that all of this was going on, including Planet X coming, because everybody in the 70s knew about it. And that sort of got swept under the rug, and along with the cult and UFO.
I mentioned the name Nibiru to a number of people, and I get this look like I'm talking Chinese, They have no clue what I'm talking about. They have no clue about any of this.
Well, then you say Planet X.
The thing, time is, I didn't either. Up until the time where I started noticing changes in the sky, I had no idea. I had never heard of Nibiru.
And you did admit that instead of one planet, there are 7 plus Nibiru and all that. Yeah, it was very staggering.
When I started doing research and started to look into this, Carlos Ferrata was the first person I came across.
Right.
So there's a lot of information out there, guys, that is not complete, that is misguided, but
He had it from the 80s, his information from way off distance.
It did lead me here, so I don't regret it. I have no regrets, but I do understand that for some people, they could have gotten stuck with Steve Olson or Jeff P.
Oh boy. Oh,
geez.
Or Zeta. Zeta.
For me though, I wasn't satisfied with any of the answers that I was getting from them. I was getting more questions from them than I was getting answers.
God forbid.
None of it really fit to me until I came across you, Sam, and I was like, okay, this is it. Like this fits. This fits. You have to be able to be to kind of take one thing and look at the overview and see what fits and what doesn't. Thankfully, I'm persistent, and I'm not, unless I'm, unless I'm satisfied, unless that little question mark in my head goes away, I'm gonna keep at it.
We also have to take into account the fear tactic junkies. There are people that go out and they learn this shit on the internet, and this is sort of, and I'm gonna add a few religious folks to that. I'm not half and half to the mix, but sprinkling like salt and pepper on top of the mix here of religious folks who are actually wanting to have the hell scared out of them, and they search for this bothers them and that bothers them, and oh, I'm fearful of this, and oh, now there are people that have become addicted to that learning through the internet.
Absolutely.
And we have to ask you to slow down and come back to the middle and to reality, which is why we avoid the religious part and aspects of discussion, and we come back to the basics of science.
Right.
And that was the premise of Montana Skywatcher 1 from day one, which is why Rebecca got tossed out. Now, granted, she wasn't.
It's one of the reasons I almost got tossed out, Sam, is that fear thing.
Right.
I had one certain post where I went a little nuts on it. I'm not gonna lie. I had it coming.
I think that's where I started talking to you over it.
You got a little annoyed on one of my posts where I was like freaking out. It was a spiral asteroid, I believe. But my post was a little alarming and a little over dramatic. I'm not gonna lie. And you got on me for that. But again, I think initially I was kind of thrown off because I didn't expect it. But I've always been like I grew up in a household where that didn't sugarcoat nothing. My father was not one to put up with a lot. If they're doing something wrong, he's gonna call you out on it. So discipline in my life is not something that's beyond me. I'm great with constructive criticism, so I kind of dusted it off, and then I started doing things differently.
And then you started to listen, because the whole point, and I'm not trying to ever come down on anyone. I'm just trying to bring them back to the level of science, and which is what we do with Montana Skywatcher, which is why I've been strict and why we had Lucinda and other people who were trying to keep everybody on topic rather than posting the stuff that was, oh, I found this on YouTube, and oh, I found this. Is why we've always try to get everybody to introduce their material where they start to think. And this is also where I go back to my origin with Montana Skywatcher 1, where I'm not going to hand everybody the information right off the bat.
Right.
I'm going to try and get you guys to think for yourself, and I will hint at things, and I'll get you forward and get you to start thinking about what you're capturing and what you're doing about it. And I'll give you a little tidbits. And it's back to you're such a meanie, you never answer us. Well, I hint, I do metaphors all the time. I bomb everybody with music all the time.
You have to put in the work, Sam, and I think that works, Sam. Like, I think that works. Because here's the problem, I think, with humanity right now, that we're in this time where everybody wants answers right away, and they want to understand complex things with just reading a few paragraphs, and it doesn't work that way. Like, you have to be engaged, you have to be consistent, you have to see this long enough to notice the patterns. You're not just gonna read or watch a 5-minute video and be like, okay, I'm on board, or no, I'm not on board. Like it's going to take a little longer than that. And the reason why Chris is here, the reason why Rebecca's here, the reason why I'm here, the reason why Gillian is here, is that we were consistent. We sought the answers and we didn't stop. You know, we were patient and impatient at a lot of points too. I still get impatient. It's something that it's a labor of love, and it takes more than just
absolutely,
you know, than just the answers right away. It doesn't work that way, and you will never grasp the enormity of what's happening if Sam would just come out and tell you. If Sam would just come out in one video and tell everybody everything that's transpired over the last 14 years, people would just say, "Nope, I'm done.
That's it.
No way. There's no fucking way. I'm out of here." Sometimes you have to. Sometimes you have to reach people at their level, and I gotta remind myself that sometimes, you know. That it's a little bit at a time, and that's one of the reasons that I see you, Sam. We give a lot of metaphors to people that are kind of new, and I think that works personally. I think, and it also weeds out, you know, the people that are here for the right reasons and the people that are just going to come and go. Because over the years, we see a lot of people that come and go, you know, and then when I see people like Chris, I'm like, okay, Chris is a keeper. He's going to stick around for years to come.
Cool.
Nick,
I hope so.
There's very few, and I could sometimes when I see somebody come new, I'm like, I'm wondering in my head. I'm like, okay, let's see.
I'm wondering what's going to scare them away.
Yes. It's interesting to see the evolution of new people like that, but it's fascinating to see.
Yeah, we've had several come and go. You know, come and
we've
surprisingly go.
Yeah,
We've gone through
And
over
sometimes feel like
14
going
years,
ourselves. Yeah.
a decade plus. Groups of people that have evolved over time, and we've become this worldwide connective media of friends. And we were talking about that before the show, and how important you guys all are, including Carol Ann and you know, and Sandy Cheeks and Experimental and everybody out there, and Maria and Lana and you know, on, and Andy and Petty and Alex and everybody. I mean, there's just so many friends out there. It's just amazing, and we're all here together with this collective. Yeah, thank you. And
Thank you, Carol.
this is how this citizen science works. We're trying to share the realities of documented events that other medias are not even touching, because, well, you know, we're conspiracy theorists.
But I love what you say too, Sam. And this is so true. Like, everybody wants to think that this is so complicated, but the best science, guys, comes from regular people, everyday people. Look at Google got started in somebody's freaking garage. You know, some of the most incredible breakthroughs come from just people that are curious.
The first airplane.
You know, like, it doesn't come from people. Most breakthroughs don't come from big, fancy, educated, you know, people with 5 degrees. It comes from simple people that were curious enough to seek out answers
and really needed something to work out. And really
conspiracy realists. Yeah,
the best science we come through doesn't come from a-holes like, God, I can't stand Neil deGrasse Tyson. I just hate that guy. He just really gets under my skin. But it doesn't come from people like that. It just comes from simple people. So if you think that you're beyond this information, you're not. We're all very simple people here. We're observers. I have no background in physics or anything like that, but I'm an observer. I obsessed with watching the sky, and I recorded the sky, and I photograph the sky, and then I go and I look through my stuff, and I disseminate what I'm looking at, and I am an observer. I'm not a scientist. Well, I mean, I'm a scientist in my own way, but I'm an observer, obsessed observer of the skies, because they're just freaking amazing right now. But the best science, guys, is not beyond. Doesn't come from Harvard. It comes from just regular people. And not to say that Harvard doesn't have breakthroughs. They do their contribution as well.
Currently, Berkeley is doing better than Harvard.
I agree. do not feel that this is beyond you. It's not. It is not. Most of us that are here, we come from simple backgrounds from when we didn't even expect to be here. You know, we just landed here because we saw something that didn't sit right with us, and we searched the answers, guys. Be that person. Follow that question. Follow that. Sam, you say it all the time. Believe in yourself. Just believe.
Have that itch. Keep scratching that itch.
Well, you have your opportunity to create your own world. Christoper created his own world because he worked really hard at following what we were suggesting to him, and he's earned his place. Gillian did the same. You did as well, Jesus. Rebecca earned her place with me because she kept asking questions, and I spent numerous weeks of time talking to her in private and everything. And then after, earlier she said, "Can I please come back to Montana Skywatcher?" And I said, "Well, okay." And she's one of the few people I've ever let back in.
And how long were you gone?
After like 20 requests, I kept asking, and then and you wait a week or two to get
Yeah, and I of course hadn't seen it. I hadn't seen the first 10. Because I'm busy trying to just do my thing and do videos with Jamie and all of that and radio wasteland programs. And I was watching a Fight for Our Freedom radio the other day, and I just about laughed my ass off. We all hate our earlier works, don't we? And then I chuckle over the Understanding the Sky series.
I'm nostalgic about your earlier work, Sam. In fact, the other day, Carol Ann, one of the older, about 2-3 episodes ago, Carol Ann was saying that she may have the Understanding the Sky series, and I got her. I'm like, Carol, we have to get this. Like, we have
put
to
it in a file. Yeah, send it
but
to
then Lorna gave us that old one. Remember that old one?
Oh God, how embarrassing!
They're older, and I think when I think
people stashed that stuff away and hid it because
I was gone. You're trying to work through the video so quickly because your upload speed sucks so bad.
Yeah,
you have this really fast energy and high energy about it, and I think it's really.
I knew I had about 12 minutes.
It got my attention, and I love watching them. I still will put them on just to listen to them.
Good night, Alexander. I the other day, like 2 days ago, I posted Radio Wasteland show number 13, Samuel Hofman. If you type that into YouTube, Radio Wasteland.
Alexander, and thank you for your video.
It last night.
Radio Wasteland, Samuel Hofman, number 13. That's my first show with Radio Wasteland. I think to this day that's my best show.
Oh.
I say way too much. I admit to far too much. I discuss things I never wanted to discuss. They weren't on the topic.
Number 15, Caroline, get us that one.
Chauncey has been a really good, he was a really good interviewer. I loved his way of interviewing.
Yeah, he teased all sorts of information out.
I am quite sad that his career did not improve.
I think he was good at bringing those things that you don't usually discuss out of you, Sam.
He moved on to another YouTube network where they were doing other things and they didn't make it.
I hate that he's doing something different, but I mean, people kind of evolved into different things, I guess. But I loved his way of interviewing. I loved his energy. I loved his questions. I feel like
he always went around the corner on me, and I had no choice but to answer.
It was really structured the way he
surprised me. He did.
It was really
he was very structured. He could bring it from like a journalist.
Yeah, he was a very good host, and he asked some really important questions. I think he prepared ahead of the shows.
I would imagine he did, because I don't think he was working off the top of his head. He knew what he was doing, and he was good at it. And he was good at it. Like, he had a very he had this charisma, this thing that he was really good at.
Good voice.
I love listening to him interview. I love those interviews too.
And the breakup of the end of Radio Wasteland came when they were having the California fires, and then their office, and then COVID kicked in, and then they ended up in a demise. Now that he moved on to another format of hosthood, and unfortunately did not get the views that our show did. I was their highest rated guest of their entire Radio Wasteland. Yeah, I'm
comments went nuts whenever
tenfold
on the show.
And people, a lot of people trolled me, which was okay. I don't have a problem. I mean, God, I grew beyond trolling years ago.
If you do this long enough, it's something you're gonna have to accept.
And
Chris, I'm
when,
sure you know it by now.
When you become a known, because a lot of people say I'm a celebrity, and so okay, I'll use that because they tell me that, not because I believe it. But when you become a celebrity, there are a lot of people out there that are having a bad day, and they take it out on you, and that's the easiest nutshell I can throw out there. And then there's the ones that like doing that to people, and then there's the ones that do it defensively.
And there's a lot of bots too, Sam. Like the laughing emojis. I don't think that's real people. I think those are bots.
I think so too.
Probably, yeah.
I don't see that. So I don't see that
on
my
of Chinese people. What do you see, Sam?
I don't see it on my PC. I don't see laughing emojis.
On this one person on your TikTok page like 2 days ago. I just didn't. It was like a brand new video you posted, and there go the laughing emojis, and I had to stop myself.
I would empower all of you.
Like a 2-paragraph middle finger for them.
Each of you guys, the reason that you're here today.
It's tempting. I want to do the same thing, Chris, but I'm like,
I'm gonna solve that right now. Each of you guys that are here listening, and then of course my 4 other experts here, I hereby grant you the power to use your little purple hat. And when I say purple hat, this is your wizard outfit and your little wand, and I give you the power to these people back. But you have to do it with pre-thought and in a slam that is also politely addressed.
Well, don't be reactive. Don't be reactive.
No, never ever react, because you already know. You guys know the truth, and they don't.
Well, that's that's why it doesn't bother me anymore, Sam. Is because so it doesn't bother me for the reasons that you.
Not that I'm trying to be a separatist.
What bothers me now is that I want you to see it, right? I really want to share.
I do too. I want everybody to see this.
Share. This is so cool that I feel like a little kid that just been employed, and he just wants to share it with the rest of the kids. Like, I just want to share this with everybody, right?
Hi, welcome to Show and Tell.
Yes, exactly. It's why I get frustrated, but I don't get frustrated because I know that it's true. Like, I know that it's happening. So I don't get frustrated.
That's the only reason you're still sane.
Like I know it's up. It doesn't matter what you tell me. I know that this is real. I know that it's happening.
Yeah, and we invite anyone to come on the show. We invite anyone to talk about all of this with us. You don't have to be the smartest tool in the shed. We want you to call in. We want you to join us. We want you to comment. We want everybody to talk to us, because we know this is real. And the only way to get everybody else to know this is real, Pink Floyd, talk to me.
Yeah. Carol, I agree. We have to get over the laughing emojis, because there is no such thing as bad publicity.
Sure.
Whatever gets that algorithm going. Whatever gets it going, if it's laughing emojis or whatever. Just I used to delete comments. I don't anymore. I just leave them. I leave them.
Yeah.
So
I was gonna say, it's a for sure bet if I make a post and I use the word cubed craft, if it's about cubed crafts, I mean, they come out in droves. I mean, it's like a trigger word for the bot accounts, because they will, dozens will arrive. And there is Carol Ann to save the day. She's over there, block, she's like karate chopper. She's blocking them all, I see
it everywhere.
But something about cube crafts.
She's become our new Lucinda, God rest her soul.
Right.
In a nicer way, though. Lucinda didn't fix
and stones.
She did not sugarcoat anything. She
just actually you were gone, man. Like,
she was very intelligent. And I'll tell you, seniority didn't matter to her. Even if
she nearly got me once, because she thought I was being fake to Sam one time when I was having one of my comments, and we were having one of these debates, and it was through doing his hint thing and his songs and stuff, and and I was being like butt faced, I suppose, because I was trying to not see the thing, which was obvious, and I was just being irritated by it because he was being so obnoxiously honest. It was just driving me crazy, and I thought,
They all go through stages.
I have to find out what he means about this now. Oh, really? I don't have enough data for this shit. What is it with this guy?
Well, you'd be amazed at how many people get mad at me because I don't tell them immediately what they want to know.
Right.
Yeah, I was just thinking, like, what is with this dude? What is with this dude? Is he doing this because he's being obnoxiously smug that he knows everything?
Right.
Yes.
Or does he really want me to know he knows everything? Or does he want me to know?
Yes.
Does he really want me to know this stuff?
Yes. I want you to realize that I already know the answer. And I mean,
no, and I think what really drove me absolutely crazy, Sam, was because
I already know the answer.
Every time I thought I got a picture in my head of what was going on, you just absolutely stood on it and shattered it again. And I was like, oh. I just got a.
Was I wrong? Was I wrong?
Sam is like that one math teacher that you want to get the right answers, but he will call you out. No, you're wrong. You know, and it might frustrate you, but at the end of the year, your report card will reflect his methods. You know, and I agree, Carol Ann. Love is the only thing that transcends.
Right?
Anything.
That was great.
If you're doing things out of love, you will win. It's the reason why we were just talking about how when you have these people that are teaching things out of fear, it just kind of stops. The learning only goes so far, but I think if you do it it's a labor of love. The reason I'm here is because I love what I do. I love doing this. I love catching the planets in motion. It's my thing. Like, it is the one thing that I live for. It is the adrenaline rush. It is that dopamine shot that I get and I search for every day, and it keeps me interested and it keeps me engaged.
Every time you walk out the front door and you look up and there's that big dark ass circle and you go, holy shit, look at that. There's Atu's moon, Christ right in front of me. And then we go through the search in our brain when we're inside the house and we go, I'm kind of tired. And, oh God, what am I doing? And why did I spend so much time working on the planets? And God, this can't be real. And then we walk out the front door again and there it is.
I can't tell you how many times
you know how irritating that was in the beginning. You know how you're looking at it and it damages your sanity and you think, nah, it can't be, nah. And you go inside and you think about it and you think, but I just need to look at it one more time. And you go back
just one more time.
Yeah, I cut a lot of my sleeping hours short because I'm working on making a video or something. Constant.
And then you would get up because you're lying in your bed and you pull the curtain back and it's purple outside or it's pink and you're like, oh no, I have to get up now. I have to get up. It's like it's
real.
I lose interest.
Real. Oh my God, it's real.
I lose interest very quickly with most things. This is the one thing in my life that I'm as excited about it as I was day one.
That's great.
Every day it changes.
Right. Every day that I go out there,
in the face last night.
Every day that I see it, I feel the same excitement. I feel the same.
Or that time when Sam said, like, well, they've come in a badass cube craft, and I thought, nah, dude, that's Star Wars. You're not. Yeah, you're full of shit. And then I would think that I've never seen one of those things. That's ridiculous. And that same fucking week that I saw, Caroline's gonna get mum.
You know, I got that.
Is value. That's prophetic value. Go ahead, continue, please.
So yeah, they're like, I thought, well, that's a square. No, it's not. That's a square. No, it's not. And I was so confused. I took a picture and I sent it to Matthew Oy, and Matthew's like, cube merch? I'm like, no, that can't. You don't get cube clouds or blue ones that are deeply blue that go and then back up again, and it's gone. And you're like, but I just watched it do that, and he just said,
The thing with it is,
Thank you, Carol Ann.
this goes back all the way back to Montana Skywatcher 1 and my ability, and I'm not
That's
trying to brag
funny.
again. It's a time proven event where I have talked about subjects that I see that have been reported to me as well as culminated information. Thank you. Yes.
Yes, Caroline, I know.
We as a group have gathered information that nobody else is talking about. No one. And yet it is real. It is freaking you. And I never wanted to stand there and talk about the cubes. I never wanted to know that an intergalactic fleet had arrived on top of two other civilization groups
Thank
of
you,
races
Jesus.
that arrived on the planets. I mean, there's so much going on over the top of us right now. It's insane. I never wanted any of this. And yet here it is.
Yeah, I could never have dreamt what happened and how I got here. From there,
it's rare to hear Gillian cuss, so
I didn't hear it.
I'm gonna
I didn't
join
either.
I didn't hear it.
I'm gonna enjoy Carol, but that one was so I felt that one, so I'm like, okay, I gotta.
Oh.
Wow.
Well, you know,
it was so
swear with
real.
intonation. It was
It
important
was so
that she
real.
say it that way.
Right.
Yeah.
It was so unbelievable that he had just said to me, but they come in cube craft, and I thought, oh, don't. That's Star Trek and Star Wars and stuff.
But you know what,
And then I walk out my door to go let a baby into my daycare center school thing, and there it is. It's just there. It is just.
Look, there's a lot of things, Gillian, that Sam has said over the years that I honestly, initially, I'm like, okay, I take it with a grain of salt. I used to take it with a grain of salt, not anymore, because I know how consistent he's been in shutting me up. And in my, I'm not public about it because I know I want to be subjective, right? But there's a lot of things that Sam has said over the years that I'm like, yeah, right, like no. And eventually I see it, and I'm like, God damn it. Like, so I've learned to not argue, even if it sounds outlandish. I don't argue with it because his track record has been so incredibly accurate that I'm like,
and when you go out the door and you get a picture of the picture he just drew 2 days ago.
The red asteroid. The red asteroid was one of them that I did. It took me a while to see because, again, I'm not that. I'm trying to practice a little more now with the small stuff, but I'm looking for huge curves. That's
right. Asteroids wasn't not your big
thing.
My
mind was just when they told me think big, it has stuck with me this whole time. So I don't look at small things, but with the red asteroid, it took me a while to see it, right? So at first I was like, if I just kind of took it with a grain of salt, and then eventually I saw it, and I was like, yeah, there it is again. And Sam, you've done this to me so much over the years that I've learned now to just. It's like I believe you.
Shut up and go with the flow, man.
Now it's like I believe you before I see it because I know I'm going to eventually see it. Even if I don't see it right away, I know eventually I'm going to see it. Loud and clear. Unquestionably loud and clear. Not just like, okay, well, it might be, it might not be, but I mean loud and clear. It is exactly the way Sam says it was, and this has been happening for the 7 years that I've known you.
I'm sitting here smiling, by the way.
It's super fun doing that. It's super. You make this so fun. Yeah, I gotta say, and I it's the reason why I want to share this, guys, because there's this that we're experiencing with Sam and this whole thing is so fascinating that if you come on board, it's going to be one of the greatest and coolest experiences that you'll ever have the grace to say I was a part.
That thing is just there.
Yeah, this one with the fawn is just absolutely epic.
Epic.
That's beautiful. Look at it. It's so cheeky, just peeking around the corner like that.
Look at the sky. Look at the sky. There's nothing. Well, I mean, you can see the darkness up there, the planet behind, but it's blue. There's nothing but blue skies, and this is how it's been lately. I mean, now that we've been getting weather, but over the summer, it's like blue skies, and then you would see something, right? A planet, an asteroid. You could not confuse it by clouds or anything else because it was the only thing in the sky, just like this picture. The only thing in the sky is a freaking asteroid. How would you not notice it? But It is what it is.
He's right. Afon's right there on the equator line, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
I
In
don't
the
know why I was
equatorial
thinking the
region.
Maldives was in the Atlantic, but they're near the Philippines.
Well, you know, in the middle of the planet, they get the best, clearest view. We get an angled,
Clearly.
offset, magnified view in the northern or the southern hemisphere. And I have to constantly remind myself it's sort of like looking through a glass of water, which is why it is impossible for us to fathom the proximity between these planets, because they look far closer to each other than I'm sure they are. And I've been fighting with that through my brain forever. There's no way these damn planets are this close to each other, but in our out view,
I will
you
never
have to have a level of,
get
you know,
used to it.
leaping across the bridge of faith into nothing, to step across that plane into the nothingness, to accept that what I'm actually looking at is real. And this, of course, goes back to the fact that, you know, even the abduction scenario says I'm going to do this, and then the government, another faction, says, well, you know, we're going to question you about why you wrote what you wrote. Otherwise, they wouldn't have bothered me. All that crap. All of everything piled into one pile, including up to today. This is so. It's a mystery to me how well the magic works, how well the knowledge is so automatic and so connective. And Rebecca, in many of her videos, especially the one that's where she talks about, it's an early one of her videos, part 2. She says, you know, I am directly linked to this because this isn't me. This is something bigger.
I agree with Rebecca. I agree, and oftentimes I've wanted to ask you, Sam, are you really from Earth?
Yes, sure, I am. But there's a bloodline from the RH factor, and I don't want to go into if I was to tell you, like you said earlier, if I was to tell you guys the whole entire story, they'd go, okay, bypass this guy's nut job. If I handed you the entire bunch of grapes instead of one grape at a time, it would be a different story. And then you just march me up into the Spanish Inquisition in front on that big pyre with all the sticks on it and then the ropes, and then you tie me to that pole, and then you put a match at the bottom of that, because I have connective sight after going through all these other people that I've talked to over my lifetime, and me knowing what I've known as a child from seeing ghosts all my life, and being a study hog on the occult and sciences and everything I've tried to, you know, like cram down my throat for knowledge over the years. I think I'm good at what I do.
Yeah.
And so the whole story behind everything that we humans are not even ready as a mass group to understand is so much greater than we're ready to accept, because we have to let go our prejudices and our angers. And again, back to the fear department.
No, Sam, it's one of the reasons why when you it used to annoy me that you don't give us all. But I've learned over the years that I'm thankful that you don't, because even for some of us here that are a little bit desensitized to this crazy shit, even for me, I think sometimes that I think I want to pace myself, because
each of you have a different level of awareness.
The last thing I want to do also is be in a place where I don't want to learn anymore. You know,
I gave Rebecca a whole bunch of answers, and she's neutral. So she's like still scrubbing it, you know, as if she was doing laundry. She hasn't weighed it yet. I feel your strong family heritage and your Catholic upbringing to be something that when you're ready for it, you will fall into place over it. Gillian is very learned and very studied, and she's already sought out her connections and has her answers. And Christoper is like Pac-Man, and he's gobbling up every little light blob he can get his hands on.
This is like a sponge. I've never seen anybody learn that quickly. You know, I will say, you know, you came at a time when there was a lot of material that was really helpful. But also, I give you a lot of credit, man, because you learned this stuff way faster than
a star student.
I feel like now I don't know what the hell I'm talking about sometimes, but like just last night, that red asteroid, just I can't believe it. I
You're
still
midway.
am
Wait,
in shock.
you're in between waves. Get ready for the next one.
Right? Definitely. I think Tara's also she's
I love Tara's
sucked it up
another
way
Tara's
quicker
another
than
one
I
I
have.
know is gonna be with us for years. She's a keeper.
She's
I know
definitely
I
a
love the
sponge.
background connections all of you
I
guys
know
have.
that she's not gonna be one of those that comes and goes. I know that she's gonna be with us for years to come.
Yeah.
And I love what she said the other day. She made a comment said that she's never been in a place where she feels instantly connected to people.
That's great.
And I think it's I think that's the same way with all of us. I think we all feel the same.
That is the magic.
I felt the connection to
Absolutely.
Sam before I even started talking to him. Since I saw him, I felt a connection with Sam since instantly when I started hearing him talking.
There are
this
people.
picture.
Rebecca,
picture
me
is
and
just-
Rebecca. I think it took us a while to really start getting to know each other personally. But there was always I always looked for her posts. I was always looking for her posts. And even when you disappeared for a few months, I was like, where is she? I haven't seen her in a while. Gillian, you were one of the first people I met here. It's an instant connection. It's not by chance, because I'll tell you that connection that I feel with you guys is not something that I feel every day in my everyday life.
Right. It's weird, right?
I don't.
I don't
really
either. I've
strange.
never felt it before. With
Yeah,
anybody,
in fact,
not
the
my
complete
family.
opposite.
You know, I mean, my
Rebecca.
wife is a different story, but this is nuts.
Do you have any Mozart?
Yeah, it's why
I sure do.
it's meant to happen, Chris. Like I've learned that this stuff is it is the way it's supposed to be, you know. And once you kind of get that, things just kind of fall into place after that, and it's a wild ride. But
Definitely,
it's been one of those things where I feel more at home here with you guys than I do in my everyday life. Yeah, I love my
A little
family.
more volume.
I love my brothers. I have very deep connections with them, but it's a different connection that I feel with you guys than I do with my family, because it's I talk about these things in an open way where I can't do so in my everyday life.
There you go.
I feel so misunderstood when it comes to that, and I've learned to be okay with it. Like I get that I will. Being part of this, you have to understand that you are going to be misunderstood, and that's okay. But
The
it's
reason we're all here
to rub shoulders with, you know, even if it's just through internet, you know, that understands you and what we're dealing with, because don't underestimate the you know, it's very easy for us to, we've been desensitized to the enormity of all this. But these connection guys, you know, this is very enormous what we're doing here, and
that's why we're all here.
Yeah. This is life changing.
Everybody out there knew something
we're changing
was wrong.
the world one picture at a time, and
Everybody out there knew something was wrong.
Absolutely.
We all knew in our hearts, since we were small people, small young learning, wanting to comply with society. We all knew, and we got labeled because we were different.
That's fine.
We got cornered and we got shoved away or misunderstood or whatever. The point with it is the trick to mankind is to view yourself today in the present. And the present is a gift. The present.
Absolutely.
Give yourself the value of today, and don't worry about yesterday. Don't worry about tomorrow. But trust that learning process, that why you are here right now is very important. Because part of mankind has told us in many ways through society that we're supposed to fit in. And yet that the aberrant or divergent of that was less than. Or I had a lady, I was talking to a store clerk the other day, and she says, "Oh, you'll have to give me a moment here because I have a registered medical disability, a mental illness." And I went, "Whoa, no, you do not have a mental illness. What you have is a divergent handed to you, a label handed to you by a doctor who doesn't understand your case. And you all have to," and I have a friend, and I hope you know who I'm talking about. I'm going to be metaphoric here as hell. That is sad and is always putting these words that are like daggers into the sentences because they're lonely and they're lost and they're afraid, but we all are. And that's the one thing that we don't give ourselves credit for, is that fear of loneliness and loss, like we're less than something.
Right.
Is that loneliness is the best friend we ever had. And that is our tranquility and our space and our peace and our belief in ourselves. The question is, if you're living in fear of the moment, then you're not living.
Yeah. I've had to learn that, Sam, over these last 5 years, that I've completely changed the life that I lived up in you guys knew me in that life.
I always talk about excelling, being excellent.
Yeah. In my present time, I've learned to be here now, and it's been one of the greatest things one of the greatest habits that I've made for my mental health and for being happy in general.
Because you can make the right choice. You don't have to follow the past. There's so many people out there that don't believe that they can be better than what they were when they made a mistake 15 years ago, or I screwed up. No. You can be the best you want to be tomorrow. You just have to choose.
And it's never too late. I mean, honestly, like I'm 42 now. I was married 18 years, and I always thought, like, why, it's too late for me to start over. And then I did, and I realized that it was never too late. It's never too late to start, to start living the life that you. I
love this picture.
Forget about societal norms, guys. There is no one size fits all for human beings. We're not supposed to be. We're similar to some extent, but we're all very different of each other, and that's okay.
And we are the Citizen Science Podcast. We are a group of experts that have gathered together from around the world after over a decade's worth of research to proclaim a media level event is going on right before you right now. Now, you can either follow the guys with the plaque on the wall with a little gold paint on it, or you can follow the nut jobs from QAnon or some other place out there on TikTok. Yeah, I can't even say TikTok. There you go. Welcome to 4 hours. Or you can actually take this information that we gathered woefully carefully. I mean, we had rules. We went hog wild on the rules. And only because of those rules have we gotten to where we are today.
Carol Ann said the other day that she's a really she likes how did she say, guidelines? That she's a stickler for guidelines. I agree. You have to have some order,
boundaries.
You have to have some structure, or else it's going to be just a bunch of wild pit bull dogs just running wild. I love that there's order in what we do. I love that. I thrive on rules. I thrive on, and of course we wouldn't be here if we didn't go outside of those rules, right? But it is good to have some kind of structure. You have to have the kind of structure, but don't be afraid sometimes to go outside and think outside of the box.
Well, where will this lead tomorrow? I mean, these people that over the years, I've had a lot of people say, Sam, you have no idea how well or how strongly you affected my life and you've changed me. Absolutely. And these are people that I've never even met. Right. And they come out of the woodwork gleefully so. I mean, thank you, everyone. And I mean, some of my videos have been translated in other languages, and I have no clue where those ever went. I don't know what the workings of Montana Skywatcher 1 and Samuel Hofman has become.
I think we and yourself included, I think we reach more people than we really know.
It is we.
We know. I really do feel that there is a lot more than the views tell us, because again, I've witnessed it personally, how our views go back.
I think that they do that so that we would get discouraged.
I agree.
42 might be 1,142.
I completely.
You don't know.
I think we may be reaching more people than we realize, or that they let us know that we.
Maybe we should just believe we're reaching 1,142 people.
What I do. I haven't quit. I could have quit God 5 times by now.
It's not an option, Sam. We can't. This is something that. This is one of the things that I will
drags
not
us
be-
along whether we want it or not.
Right.
I
Source
wouldn't
lead.
be able to close the book on this one. I just couldn't. I would not be able to do it. Even if I was threatened, and by government, whatever, I wouldn't be able to stop this. I might just make some kind of ghost account, and then I would continue doing. What
You curb your words.
I would
You
not be
hold
able-
back some of what you could or could not say out of desperation and fear. There is a level of fear to what I do.
Well, there is, and this is the reason why I don't tag. There's only certain things that I'll tag on my videos. I don't. One of the reasons why I've managed to stay out of Facebook jail. I've gone on Facebook jail maybe a couple of times, but I stay out of it because
less than me, way less than me.
Yeah, way less than you and Rebecca.
And by the way, speaking of which, for the record, no hamsters were injured in the making of this video.
Yeah, and
Zero.
they participated of their own free will.
Right?
Even though they were not nude.
I mean,
We could always maybe start. Nibiru is here, bikini line for hamsters.
that's exactly right.
Bikini Beach for
Yeah,
hamsters.
3 sets for every hamster. So I mean, the money would be great. Okay, all you hamsters around the world watching the show tonight, please comment and let us know. Like and subscribe, etc.
Right.
Hit the notification bell. Thank you.
Carol, yes, I will be doing this until my last breath.
Could you imagine if you were cut off?
I will be that grandpa talking to his the kids, talking to the kids.
When I was in New Mexico, I looked up and I could count the craters on Attu's moon.
Yeah, I will be that guy.
When I was a girl, I was watching Attu's moon flying over.
Looking up at the sky in my bed.
Oh boy.
Do it again, Gillian.
When I was a lad, I was looking at Attu's craters.
I'll be right back, guys. I'm gonna go.
2020,
put in my second load.
2021.
See how many little
closest
kiddos you can have. I don't know.
was a phenomenal, unbelievable thing. And I go all the way back to 2019 and 18. When
Sam's the only one, but
movie.
mind you, Rebecca as well. You guys might be Granny and Granda one day. Sam and Rebecca, you can be Granny and Granda one day.
Yeah.
Keep your mouth
Not
shut
me, I
there.
mean.
Shh. I don't want to hear that stuff. I have teenage daughters. We don't talk about that.
That's the forbidden.
Papa Bear,
Dad.
really must know that there's little boys out there going, "Oh my God, no, you just."
God rest their souls. These guys are
Just imagine
brutal.
being a teenage male showing up to Sam Hoffman's house.
He'll be standing outside with the flowers, Daddy.
Let me show you
Have you got
my.
your big club? Have you got your big club from behind the couch, Daddy?
No,
$4.
I taught my daughters karate and how to kill people when they were like 9.
I was a ninja
Good.
too. And I said, Daddy, there's a guy coming to fetch me. He's good. We go to choir together. Oh.
Yeah. No. My daughters are lost in ego duels.
Right.
Because their male counterparts don't like a strong-willed woman that has a way higher IQ than they do.
Yeah,
both my
I
girls are
think
very,
Nova
very
would be
smart.
really scary. I
amazing.
think Nova would be really scary. She's so tall.
I think they may be smarter than me, and that scares me. So, I raised some really amazing children.
If she's anything like her dad,
I
she's
am
probably
surprised.
going to fly off the porch like me.
God help
I
us all. What have I created? The next empress of the universe. What? I was actually.
Grandpa Hoffman, can you tell us a story, please?
No, I don't even go that far because I told the Pleiadian to stop in the future right about that point in time. And I was told about my children before they were ever born, like 20 some years. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm teasing you, Sam, but honestly, one
still.
of these days, you and Rebecca will probably have these
I knew they were
grandbabies that you'll
coming,
be
and
bouncing
they're
on your knees and going, I never dreamed about how much fun it's going to be.
oh God,
Are
it
you
wasn't
ready,
fun.
Rebecca?
If I do, it'll be up to Taylor. I mean, I have 3 sons.
I know.
I believe it will be
It's
up to
bound
Taylor
happen, right?
if it happens.
And we need to see more of Taylor. We need Taylor as a guest star
I
for
know.
even
Yeah.
5 minutes.
He needs to come and sing us
Yeah.
a Christmas song.
And we need
Yes,
Daniel, and
okay.
we need B Coop and all these people that come back
Yeah.
on and visit us. And
Hey, we should
I
have
know.
a Christmas show where everybody comes on. That's for sure.
We should
Daniel,
do
yeah,
that. We should do that.
and
I messaged
now
Pico
get everybody in
earlier
line
today
to come in, and we'll
about
work
coming back
Rebecca to
on.
death in the control room, and you'll
Yeah.
see the smoke coming out of her ears and that magic headset come Christmas.
We can do that.
Get some little red
Right.
lights to go on there, and maybe some
that'd be
some
fun.
reindeer horns or something,
Let's plan
Plus,
it.
you'll have
Do
to
it.
hire a short guy to shake little reindeer
See.
bells in the background for her, cameo
Right.
role.
Who's going to come visit us?
And then there's Chris's Christmas special in front of the Las Vegas orb.
Right.
Oh my God.
Asking
We have
people
to get
if they
round to orbs
Nibiru
next.
yet.
I can't. But I can't. I don't know if it's been open a year now. Did they have it open for Christmas last year? I can't
I
remember.
have no idea.
I have no idea.
There's
I
only-
think so, but I don't remember what they did for Christmas last year. It was
There's
probably
only
something
2
neat, like
Saturdays
a-
in Christmas.
Yeah,
I mean,
love
in
it.
December. Before
Get your little
Christmas.
hats out and your coats and drag the wipe out and go film 5 minutes of tape in front of the orb.
Yeah, I will.
And if you're brave enough, ask 3 or 4 people if they've seen Planet Nibiru yet.
Right? I
Right.
keep having
Ask them if
excuses
they know what
like,
Nibiru
I'm gonna
means.
do it when it's cooler outside. Now it's too damn cold to go outside.
Well, I said grab your coat and your hat, and your gloves and your little microphone, and
Oh, do you
upgrade
need
a
some
little
woolly
bit.
gloves? We'll probably need to send you some woolly gloves from the Highlands or something.
No,
I
I've
think.
literally ordered one of those like pullover masks for your face that look like a
There you go.
serial robber or
balaclava.
something.
A
You mean a
terrorist.
balaclava?
Right? I know it doesn't get as cold as Scotland or Montana. But I don't do cold well. If
Yeah,
it's
it's,
below 50, I'm freezing my.
The trick of what
Oh, we
you do
need to get him like a Spider-Man one. Like
Yeah, that's what it looks
the
like.
trick to the human body is you go out on the first time it's sub-zero. You go outside in your underwear and you stand on the porch for 5 minutes.
you turn blue and purple.
You yell at the neighbors and ask them to make sure they don't throw their
Right.
snow into your driveway. And then you go inside, and from that point on, you'll be warm all winter long.
Right, I
You have to
bet.
shock your body into realizing, oh shit, it's ice age, and it's in our DNA. Our bodies do things we don't even know they can do, and boy, can I do some things that I didn't know that I could do, but I can do them anyway, which is part of what you guys have all been a learning experience for me, trying to share this information, and I do this a lot. And then
Yeah, I'll just go my reindeer. Thank you.
watching all of there you go, reindeer. It's Christmas. Watching all of this shit happen in front of me has been teaching me weekly, daily, monthly, yearly, and it's God, what a ride! And everybody out there, including Wendy Williams and NK and Carol Ann and everybody out there, you're all we're on this crazy train roller coaster ride of this unbelievable magic, and then in comes the cameo appearance by Mippens.
Here comes the Skywatcher mascot
Oh.
cat. Oh, she's
Thank
gonna
you.
zip her mother's hands off
Oh,
there
yes.
quickly.
She really doesn't like being held still, but here she is. Look at her.
I am not going on
Bigger.
TV tonight, Mommy. My whiskers are not plated enough.
We get a real live.
Oh my gosh.
We get a real live visit with Mittens.
Precious.
She knows
I
her name.
know.
She doesn't like being held, does she?
No.
Nah.
No.
Really?
No.
Her
I mean,
mother
she
nearly got her hands zippered off there.
yeah, she just like springs out of your hands. It's like,
You need some of them gloves, like rubber gloves.
like under no circumstance can you hold her. She'll come and
Kitchen
sit in your
gloves.
lap though.
Got patient cat for you.
Yeah, it's on her terms.
She doesn't like being handled,
so-
I think.
yeah.
Can you
But-
do my pictures, please? I'll need to go to bed
I sure
soon. I'm
can.
sorry to
We
say.
sure
I'm
can.
sorry.
We sure
I
can.
was
And
hoping
then
Do it.
after that, I have a couple short clips from Sandy Cheeks that she sent
Cool.
me
Oh,
on
Hey.
Messenger.
cool.
And then I have a short clip from Nicole. And then we have a bunch of other stuff too. So
Here we've been
Right.
talking
just-
all this.
Rebecca, I have probably like it till 7.
Oh,
You
and then
can
okay,
any-
and then we
I don't
have
know
a
what
couple of
time it
things
is.
from
Like,
Jesus.
Yeah,
5
you can
o'clock.
work
So we'll
that
go
in
on that.
before 7.
You're
Um,
popular tonight, girlfriend. Let's go.
I mean it. So okay,
Yeah,
let's
I
get
gotta be
that.
back to work around 7, so you just work any of those because there's a
Okay,
few of them that I really want to discuss.
40
with
minutes.
them
We'll
that
get there.
Oh, coolly.
Just this. Wait. Don't
Probably
tell me.
9,000. This is just like a random photo bomb. 9,000 photographs of this week in Scotland. I mean, it was just wackadoodle.
It's been one of them weeks where
Make sure I get the updated one.
I had to update my Google Photos space because I was running out. I had to buy more storage. I'm up to a terabyte now because anything less than that just they don't have anything less than that. It goes 200 gigabytes that I was on. Now I had to move up to a terabyte, but that should be good for a while.
That should do you good for a while.
Yeah, I think I'm on that as well. I think I actually bought something and it was $8.99 or something to store my stuff in.
It's like $9 a month, yeah, for the terabyte.
Yeah.
But it's plenty of storage, and it really, what I like about it is that it does keep my it backups your pictures.
Right.
And I have pictures there that go back to freaking 2016, 2015, and they're still there. There's a few that I can't find. There's an asteroid one in particular that I've been looking for, God, months now that I just cannot find, and it's really irritating me because it was spectacular kind of capture that I really would like to repost, but I can't find it. I cannot find it. I went back 5 years and I still cannot find it.
You'll find it.
Bear with me.
It annoys the hell out of you when there's a picture in your brain and you can't find it.
But and then what happens is while I'm looking for it, I run into other things, and then I end up distracted sometimes. And then,
bingo.
Yeah. So that happens, especially if nothing's going on in my sky. What I do is I go through my old stuff, and then I'll make a video out of something old, just to kill the time while my skies get active again.
Bear with me, I gotta resave it.
It's all right. I'm getting bombed by dogs. Do you want to go out, guys? Let's go. Just
It's like,
sticking
I
them out.
know I saved it, but it's not here.
Come on, guys.
No. Sorry, everybody.
I noticed Christopher has changed his background to pretty colonial there. It's pretty nice. No more Abraham Lincoln.
Well, I mean, it kind of gives an Abe Lincoln vibe, though.
Yeah, but I remember his shadowing and all of that.
Yeah, I can't unsee that. I laughed so hard when I watched that. It was just so funny. I'm like, how did I never see that? It's so obvious.
That was so good. That was
I was watching it on the wall. I really was when they brought it up, and then it went even farther.
What's that?
Christopher's
Abe
shadow
Lincoln.
on the wall several shows ago.
Give me a second. Let me make sure I got it, the updated one, revised.
Just making small talk,
Yeah.
Just like clickety click, clickety click, click.
Yeah, I know I saved it, but I'm gonna save it
A
again.
couple of
And we'll
questions.
have it.
Linda asked a little bit a while back. I don't know if maybe I missed it, but she's answered: is there a reason for planets suddenly dropping or having severe turbulence?
Hmm?
You want
For
to take
what?
that?
Wow. Well, they don't do that. They hold their place. The only push is when the other larger planets get close, and then they'll push us out of the way.
I gotta move spots.
Here's what I
Burn the house down.
The other day was one of the first times that I realized that it was so obvious to me that we're going through them. I've never really caught that. It's always like they're just there, right? But the other day that I posted the East versus West videos, I noticed that, okay, so they're East and the West, but they were moving. All of a sudden, it's like they moved like this, right? Out of view.
Right.
And I realized, I was like, it's us. We're moving. I mean, they're moving too, of course, but I realized that it's almost like we just moved out of their way. And I literally saw that happen right above me. It took maybe a couple of hours from dawn to like around 10 a.m. and the skies were clear again. And I was like, God, how am I the only one seeing this? But I got the view there that we are the ones that are we are the smaller planets, so we're probably moving faster through them. But I've never seen it that obvious. It was that feeling of, yeah, we just went through them. Like, it just automatically popped in my head. I was like, yep, Sam always says that it's us going through them, and that's the vibe I got. Like, we must be moving. We must be moving. Like, it was freaking insane just to see them both on the side. And as we just moved away, and all of a sudden they were over here to the north, and we were over here. It was so cool. It was so cool. But you have to pay attention, guys. Pay attention, and as the day goes by, you'll see these things move, and us kind of move the other way. It is the coolest thing I saw that day. It was so cool because, again, it was not a cloudy day. It was just the planets on each side, and then we just moved out of the way, and all of a sudden the skies were clear again. Super cool, guys.
Okay, I have it ready now. Let's go ahead and get it going here.
Right.
Oh, that was spokes, like little feelers of a bug. Spokes.
The colors.
What is this facing, Gillian? Is this east or west, or what is this?
That's south, like south sort of west. It's
So
heading
Sunset.
Is it at sunset?
that, yeah.
South at sunset. Okay, gotcha.
So we've been staring southwest.
So Uri's asteroids is what we were seeing.
That's the red
Wow.
asteroid.
Okay. Wow. Look at that. That's great, Gillian.
That just dropped down out of the sky within the space of about 10 minutes.
Right?
Again, the
And
red
then-
asteroid.
It went bullet shaped because it started to move over.
Did you think right away red asteroid, or were you
Yeah.
confused? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, look at that. You could take almost look like two parts of a
That's
body
great.
in there.
Well, little sister is in front of it.
Hey, Tara. Glad you could make it.
Look
Hey.
at that
That's
thing.
some yellow moon is
Tara.
Saturn.
Yeah.
Hi, Tara. See, there was these shapes as well for the 3 days in a row at sunset, as if there were ships or other little objects. You guys.
Got snail foot.
Wow.
Yeah, it's gorgeous. Look at that. Look at those. What's that? Look at that. It looks like Uri. But
Yep.
it could be Atu. Yeah, it's Atu.
Side of Uri and Saru.
Look at that. That's in the
That is
morning.
bottom of Atu's moon.
Oh, no, it's not
Purple, purple, purple. Look at that. That is
Yeah.
awesome.
purple.
Side
That
of
was-
Uri.
Had the stripies, yeah. Yeah, they had like scribblers diving across that.
Base cloud of Saru.
Beautiful.
Yeah, it's just so big here. It was literally from one end to the other. It is so big. Yeah, that guy was just that cracked me up. It was really cheeky, like it just popped out the cloud. It was just not there 1 minute, and when I looked again, it was
Yeah.
there.
Definitely.
And then that gold color. Beautiful.
Also note the green blue.
The green blue is Saru.
Correct.
Yeah, just beautiful. She's got the most incredible colors. Look at that.
If I didn't
It all
mention
makes
it to you,
together.
you wouldn't know it's there.
Right.
Look at that.
Unless it's illuminated base was pulling off that illuminated ring.
Right.
You wouldn't know.
Orange. Yep.
Wow. Wow.
That's a Saturn
Dude.
on the side.
Definitely.
Saturn's yellow moon and lead asteroid and long box cube.
Wow.
The sun popping out, sticking out. There seemed to be something small way to the left, but I didn't see it too much. I just wondered if something
There's a lot here.
Yeah, it's like that was something going across the sun, because that was
That's
even
a pretty
brighter
large
than
sun
the,
there.
yeah.
Pretty darn big. And again, this is that yellow-orange illumination in a very flattened out base core cloud of the bottom of Saru cutting off the top of the sun. Now remember, like a few years ago, Nepesity was doing that. Now Saru is cutting off the top view of the sun.
Just like you said.
That's what's spooky. It just keeps going on, and it's real. It's real. It's doing it right here. That you're seeing a very enlarged. All of that orange halo is a cutoff of Saru chopping off the top half of the sun. This is again Atu's moon and the red asteroid coming in from the left.
But that's at nighttime.
Right.
And this was during the day. It was.
This is the bottom of Uri. Asteroids coming in from above you, off to the left, and forward in front of you. Those are Uri clouds.
Wow.
That is the direction of the lead asteroid coming in from the far right now, going downward to the left, which we have seen in the last few weeks.
Yep. Wow, it's like the same, exact same as the one from last week.
And the drawings, and that's
great.
the side edge of Uri on the left-hand side of the sun, with Saru behind it in the darker.
So
The reaching
big.
up of Uri, because Uri's getting very high, and we're actually, with time progressing, we're seeing more underneath her than the side view of her. So we're looking up, and we see the big round edges, like in this one right there. The round reaching edges to the we're looking at the lower area of Uri, and it's reaching way up bigger as it goes up.
It just went across the whole sky like a great big whale. Like a
Yep.
big, it just reminded me of a whale.
Stripes and all.
What were they hiding there? But that looked more like something that fell down.
Yeah. Well, there's a bunch of that coming too. We've had a bunch of asteroids coming in over the last few weeks, and they're barely being mentioned. That again is the side of Uri. You can see the stripes at the angle.
Mhm. Something weird going on with that.
The upper left of the sun should be Matim.
This weird thing was making light and dark, like phenomenal.
A light pinch. It's a light pinch from right and left and above. There's a whole lot of that. Look how small the sun is here. You've got cut in from the right. You've got cut off from the top. You've got a cut in from the left.
Look at
And
that.
the oranging is where Matim is cutting into the front of the light. This is the bottom of Uri asteroids again, coming across in front of your view, going away from left to right. Because Uri's onsetting. And this is the bottom of Saturn's yellow moon on the right-hand side. Lead asteroid in the dead center in the middle, just off the deck. Again, Saturn's yellow moon is Saturn, lead
incredibly
asteroid.
beautiful. Wow.
The cube should be in there too, the long box. This is the bottom, that big blob in the middle, upper middle to left is the red asteroid plus a bunch of other stuff. same thing exactly here. You're looking at the red asteroid dead center. The white illumination toward the top of the picture is Attu's moon and Attu. And the orange is the bottom base cloud of Saru off in the distance behind it. Over and over and over and over and over and over again. And that's the point. This is all matching.
Look at that purple.
Yeah.
So incredible.
Attu is filling the entire sky in the overhead at night. And notice the direction of the paw print. This is normal.
Yeah. How do you get those? Gosh, you get some detailed pictures of the moon.
Yeah, a lot went through this week. I have a few saved of this, as well as one where the paw print is going up.
Yeah.
And so that tells me that they, filmed it at a very interesting time.
Right.
This pink hue has been really prevalent in the morning at dawn.
This was 3:45 in the afternoon. This
really, It's been happening in the morning for me. At dawn, guys, has been a great time to watch right now. Watch illuminated, crazy left of the
dawn.
But it seems like there's just planets.
The moon had a glow around it. Look, a glow.
It hasn't lasted long. It lasts very short, but God, is it amazing! It is worth getting up early to see it, guys. Usually, it's around the time I'm going to bed because I work nights. But
heck, I got up like 2:30 this morning.
It is a great time to watch the sky, guys.
I'm trying to decide if those were stars or what those were.
Yeah, never assume that they are.
No. Yeah, they have strange flaky shapes when you try to zoom in on them. And some of them are very repetitive shapes, like they're all like that. And you think, how could they all be all squiggled up like exactly the same?
Rebecca is spiraling, and so is the thumbnail in front of me.
Uh-oh.
Looks
We're
like
twirling. Y'all's twirling.
Hey.
There she is, back magically.
Twirling there. Thank you.
I know we didn't finish. Like it was almost done, but I can push it to the end here. Because
Christoper's bachelor cooking.
Yeah. How'd you guess?
There.
I figured if I sit over where I was sitting, I'd burn the house down. So here I am.
Yeah, I just seen the smoke rising around you. I was still trying to figure that stuff out.
Yeah, it's like, how is he smoking cigarettes or is he cooking food?
Yeah.
Yeah, it may be edible, it may not be. We'll find out in a minute.
What you making?
Pasta and some sauce.
Yeah.
I don't think you can cook anything else.
Look at those stars.
Yeah, those
Are
stars
stars?
do not match any constellation that I know.
Right?
Are they star destroyers floating up there with one of the cubes?
They're very, very random.
Well, that looks like a Saturn Java Moon, the lead asteroid, and the long box cube to me.
Wow.
Yeah.
Dawn has been really the best time for me, guys. In the afternoon, it's rare because my schedule is more of a night kind of schedule, so I kind of miss the afternoon. Maybe it is cool, I don't know, but dusk is really what's working for me because that's kind of works into my schedule. But I hear Nicole says dusk has been great, so has Gillian. So
yeah,
I guess we're all fine.
Good stuff.
But honestly, I kind of prefer dawn though, because it's like it goes from like dark It goes from
That's
like
funny. I can almost not get up at that time, and I have to get up
Right.
at that time.
why I like it is because it's a lot easier on the camera. So you could
I
catch.
used to be able to get up at that time in South Africa, but it was warmer there. It was like
That
easier to get out of bed because
Yeah,
you're
the
like,
colder
oh,
it
it's so hot,
is,
you have
the
to get out of
colder
bed.
it is, the harder it is to get out of the blankets and under the bed. But why I like it is because it's easier on the camera to catch a great time lapse because it goes from dark and then it just lights up little by little, as opposed for him just being bright and then dark, and it's so much easier to catch. Any camera will do better at dawn than it will at dusk. Dusk. Personally, so I love morning illuminations more than I do night or afternoon illuminations. I love the morning.
Right.
It's a great time to sky watch.
Look at the time. I've got to go to bed. I will never be able to.
Okay,
I have to go
Jillian.
sleep.
Hi,
I
Jillian.
know.
Hi,
Yeah, you
Jillian.
better.
Yeah, people.
Good night.
Nice to visit with you all.
Good night, Jillian. It's
Always.
nice visiting with
I
you.
want to go.
No.
Wee hours of the morning.
I have my time counted too, Jillian.
It'll be Saturday.
Me and you
again, really fast.
usually leave at the same time, but
Come and go at the same time. But now your nice, pretty pictures are. Oh no, Audrey's just
Yeah.
come back and I'm away again.
Hi, Audrey. It's like
You know you'll be in the comments for the next hour.
Oh my God,
Yeah.
yeah. I'll just have to put on one of the other phones because this one's about to die.
Oh God.
Booger
I'll do
balls. Oh
yours
well,
next,
people.
Jesus. I'll do your video
You said
next.
something. I'm about out of battery power too here.
Me and the reindeer's going to bed. Night to night, folkies.
Good
Night.
night,
Goes the
Jillian.
Night,
You want me to help
bye.
you?
Yes, please.
yeah, I
I'll
want to
kick
say
you
now
out.
that we're here now.
Bye
that Tara-
bye.
Good night, Wendy.
Good night,
Here she goes.
guys. We don't usually do this, but because Tara is family to us now, we've been voting for her every day. I've been voting for you every day.
Oh, yeah.
Vote for Tara. She's let's
Vote.
plug for her because I know she could use, as a single mother, I'm sure she could use any help, any extra help that she can get, and
Right.
why not help somebody that we know and we care for. So
Right.
go to Facebook. The link is in my.
It's
in
really
my-
easy too.
The link is on Nibiru Followers Anonymous, and the link is pretty much everywhere. All of us, I think, have shared it. So there's free votes. You can pay for it, but just do the free vote at very least, so we can get her to win the contest.
Please.
I think you're gonna win, Tara.
She's
I
in first
think she's gonna win.
place.
I think she's gonna
right
She's
win.
been in
now.
first place for a couple days now, so
Yeah.
it's really easy, guys. If you haven't done it yet, just takes a few seconds.
Yeah, and it's free. It's free.
Right.
So
It's free.
Right.
I mean, you could pay if you want for extra votes, but it is free, and sometimes they have double votes. So just every day I've been voting. Just so you know, Tara, I have been voting. So.
David, are you wanting the email address for sending pics? Right. I'm sure that's what you mean. Can you put your email address here and I will email you and then you can reply back to me? That we can try that. Yeah. So you tell me your email address and I will email you.
Oh, by the way, I love the new intro, Rebecca. That's really
Oh,
nice.
good. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was time.
I was gonna tell you that, and then I ran into that other promotional video that you're making. I was like, God, I just kind of stayed stuck. I mean, I keep watching. I'm like, this is so freaking awesome.
Isn't that fun?
But I love the intro. The intro was really cool.
Awesome.
Change of pace, because we've
Right.
been using that other one for about a year now. So kind of nice to have something different.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We need a
I think it worked.
refreshing.
Yeah. And I think the other one was kind of laggy. I don't know what the hell was
I
going on.
know something
It was
was
so
acting
laggy.
funny.
I don't know what was happening. So yeah, this one seems to be a little bit more smoother. At least
I had saved it and then reused it, and something about saving it over and over again.
Every time that you resave it, it kind of degrades it. It's why I hate doing that with my pictures. I try to get the video down to one time because it kind of degrades every time.
Right.
It does.
Yeah.
So I really
Let's
try
get
to
your
get the
videos.
video. Every time I'm posting a video, I try to get it right the first time. Doesn't always work the first time, but I try not to have to redo it because
Right.
it does. It does.
Takes away from it. Well, speaking of your videos, let's go ahead and watch yours since you're having to go here soon, so we can get that. Yes. Okay. Scroll back down. You sent me a couple. Okay. Here we go.
Oh, this was so awesome. This was 2 mornings ago. Oh, this is the one that matched Nicole's picture. It was absolutely phenomenal morning. I did not believe nobody noticed this.
Yeah.
It shadowed our sky well
It was
into
just like
9
Nicole's.
a.m. Well into 9 a.m. This is south. So this is south at dawn. You know, this was like 6 a.m. as the sun was coming up.
Is Saturn yellow moon and is Saturn.
I thought so. You can see that's why
Very large, very prominent, very in our faces, which is why I drew it this month. It used to be that the left side of the acquiring planets was the predominant side, but now it is the opposite. The right side of the monthly side drawing is larger than anything going on the left-hand side. And that is very large in our face. Is Saturn mostly is Saturn.
It was so hard to get it in one shot. It's really hard to
look at the size of the moon, and that is the side of Uri.
At the same
Going
time,
up
in the other side of the sun.
Look at how it rounds up, dude. Right.
Look at the stripes.
Side of Uri.
And it has the stripes, undeniable stripes of Uri. This was around the same, more or less around the same time.
And the white is her base cloud. And we're looking up underneath her now because she's now going over the top of us.
Yeah, that was the only way I could get it, was just point the camera upwards.
Look at that. Isn't that awesome?
Look at how it's
old gas giant Uri.
Yeah.
In our faces. 180-day cycle at its premiere.
Wow.
NK, let's go think. Okay, no, never mind. Yeah, Uri, this was the day after you put that drawing out, Sam. Literally the morning after. I was like, whoa. I have to usually wait a couple of days sometimes.
Oh, it was so prominent. I saw it happen and then I drew it.
Yeah.
Not at the same time. It was like several hours later, and I just drew it because I knew I'd seen it, and I was just like, I got to share this with everybody.
You know, it was awesome, and it's kind of what prompted me to pay attention to the morning.
Oh, it's just insane how facially illuminated it is now that it's moved. Before our out view, sunrise is in the east or northeast in reality now. But in the due north sky, the face of this damn planet lights up before the sun even comes above the horizon. And you can't argue with it because it's so dark out everywhere else. And you just look at it and you watch it grow right before your very eyes. I had to share it.
You froze up there, Rebecca.
Did I?
You had 2 icons. We were seeing 2 Rebeccas that froze. Okay.
Oh my word!
Yeah, one was frozen. One I was like, okay, is she all right?
Weird.
Yeah, this was insane. This is literally Sam's drawing right here. Look at it, guys.
Yes.
This was so crazy big above and in front of me and to the side. And it is confusing sometimes because it's so huge that it's like, am I seeing one planet or a bunch of them? It's insane how close they are to each other. In our out view, yeah, but I mean, even so, they are still close.
It's just insane. It is. I to this day, it just boggles my brain that they could be in proximity to each other this tightly.
Yeah.
In our out view, I just like how. And yet here it is, year after year. This is what it is. And it's like, wow.
Could you pause this, Rebecca?
Yep.
I don't typically like posting cloudy stuff. I like stuff where it's blue and you can see, but this one, look at the shadow line, guys. You can see the shadow line right down the middle. The left of it is dark and the right. You really kind of like seeing night and day here. I don't know what's is that what's happening here, Sam? I mean, right? I mean, it has to be that, right?
Yeah, you're seeing the dark side and the illumination change. Now look at the horizon.
I have never seen it this way. I've seen close where you see like.
Well, they are going now above us, and so they're getting half illuminated.
That's what's driving me nuts.
Now you can literally see the line, the Terminator line, down the middle.
Yep.
Because
they're now over the top of us, spatially illuminated in ways we've never seen them before.
I have
This
never
is what it looks
seen,
like for me too, Jesus.
I've never seen the Terminator line this obvious, just right above me and in front of me. It was the craziest thing. I was like, I have to share this one and talk about it because I haven't seen this in my 7 years. I've seen crescent illuminations, I've seen bottom illuminations, but I've never seen a Terminator line.
Example of the light side of the planet versus the dark side of the planet.
Exactly.
You just happen to be under the exact middle of it.
Yeah, I was like, this will make a nice teaching video right here. I have
all about angle of the light.
Yeah.
That is the craziest thing. That is so crazy. That is so crazy. And by the way, guys, I have a handheld camera, right? I am not distracted when I drive. I've learned to use it. It's a little really small camera, right?
Pros here.
And I do what Rebecca does. I just stick my hand out the window. It's why it's a little it's not through glass. It's always out the window. But
you can always, duct tape it to your roof.
Don't text and drive. Don't none of this. I drive a lot, so I'll
hit
if I'm
pause.
at a stop sign, sometimes I'll this was that same morning.
Do you see it?
Know that I am being more responsible than it.
Do you see it?
Looks like.
I see the backlit crescent flare, maybe.
Okay, look. Okay, see where the illuminated trailer is and the side of the illuminated house? Go straight up to the top of the picture on the right-hand side.
Skull asteroid?
Bingo.
Yeah.
I knew there was more there than I was.
Man, that one is
dun dun dun.
Super
staring at you.
Right there in your face.
This was a little further in the day as the sun was coming up above the mountains and the horizon.
Wow. That's a good one.
White cloud above the telephone pole.
Okay, this is what I mean, guys. So these planets, this was all there was. This was the east, and then west was another one, right? But everything moved to the left, to the north.
Yeah, right, to the north.
The skies were cleared.
Because we're going underneath them now. There it is again. There's hiding in the midst of the fingering of Atu's moon.
Look at the mountain range, guys. Those are enormous mountains. Those are about 10,000, 12,000 feet up.
Wow, if you didn't say anything, I would have noticed them.
That is a big mountain
look
range.
where the light's coming from. The light is coming from behind us. This is half Earth in the facial illumination.
This is west. At the same time the video clip.
Wow.
And this thing was just phenomenal. This was a few days prior.
Straight lines.
But look at the shadowing. Look at the shadow there on the left, right above the what is this? Is the right asteroid somewhat? What am I looking at here?
Long box cube and lead asteroid.
Okay.
This one really was tripping me out. This was the last minute thing that I sent you, Rebecca, because I was
the white three straight lines.
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah.
Okay, in the upper right, there were like 3 star destroyers, but those 3 straight lines is the side edge right there. Those little white 3 straight lines, that's the side edge of the long box cube.
Wow.
And the dark cloud to the left is the bottom of the lead asteroid.
Jesus. Wow.
Yeah.
That was a cool one. That was a cool one. And the only thing in the sky
different level and 2 different depths.
Yeah.
That's great.
I love that one.
Yeah, that was an interesting one. I sent that one last minute this morning, I think.
And of course, none of that was cloud within our atmosphere because the rest of the clouds were gone.
No, not at all. Not at all. Great time. That all. Most of that was in one. In the matter of a couple of hours, except for that last video. But everything was in one morning. Everything just comes at once and just hits you sometimes like a bag of rocks.
Oh yeah.
It is. It was one of those mornings where I was about to go home and I was like, nope, I'm not going home
And
yet.
yet,
I'm gonna ride this wave as long as I can. I ended up staying up till like 10 a.m. that morning, which is considerably past my bedtime, but
right.
it was well worth it. So it was a fun morning, guys. Get with this, guys. There's so much fun stuff to capture out there. And of course, it's not all. We don't spread fear here, just awareness. It's fun, but also it's very significant to where we come from and where we're going. So just keep that in mind and don't think of this with fear. I don't. It's part of the process. It's part of the reason why Earth is so abundant with life and all that. It restarts itself every 3,000 years, and we have minerals and all that stuff. And it's our purpose here. Unfortunately, it's why we're put here, but we're here nevertheless. So not entirely a bad thing. Thank you, Tara.
Thank you, Tara.
Now we
Thank
wouldn't
you.
exist any other way.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. So you have to think of it as it's not something that's happening to us. It's just something that happens. I'm not gonna say for us, with us, I guess.
Well, be what you are.
Right.
It is who we are, and it's part
Not
of
what you were or what you will be, but be what you are.
Absolutely.
That's right. So
And anything else other than that,
somebody told me the other day that all I was doing was spreading fear, and I shouldn't be doing that. I don't. Anybody that knows me long enough knows that I don't look at this with fear. I look at this with amazement. And there has been times where I am very scared. There's been times where I see close passing asteroids that I'm like, holy shit, things could really go south very quickly. But I don't focus on the fear part of it. I feel like I have front row seats to the greatest show ever, and I want to have it any other way. I love it. It's not something that should come out of fear, guys. Learning does not come from fear. It has to come from love. It has to come from enlightenment, but don't get it with fear. It's just part of the process. It's part of why we're here. I've made this analogy before. Volcanoes are very destructive initially, and then they're abundant with life. It's one of the most fertile soils is places where there's volcano activity. So just remember that. There's a beginning and an end. It's like yin yang. We have to have a beginning and an end. Where one door closes, one opens, and it's just the way it goes, guys. This was the same thing, but this was with my phone that morning. This is not a wide angle shot. I just thought I like taking both, so the trolls don't have reason to down me. But this was just with my phone, just to show that it is the same thing. That it is. It isn't the fisheye making the curves. The curves are really there.
Wow.
I have to do both because just to beat the
all that stuff over the top of us right now. Amazing.
Right the hell over us. Jesus Christ, that is crazy. That is insane. And this is at dawn. All these videos, except for those asteroid ones, were the same morning, the same day.
Looked like a whole bunch of Star Destroyers parked there just to the left. Those little dots that look sort of like leopard spots. They look like Star Destroyers.
I believe so.
You go to the right, you got Nibiru, and you go back toward where the sun is going to rise, and you have a Saturn's yellow moon. You have the long box cube. You have all of that crap is right there.
There's so much going on.
You look like the cube and the Star Destroyers up there. Yeah.
Jesus
it's all right there, and it's scary.
It feels like I could just reach up and touch it. It's the craziest thing, man. It's just
I want to jump over.
I want to jump up and high five the planet above.
Yeah, I wave at them. I actually sit there and I going, hi, if you got anything like cameras like we do, how you doing, man? Come down and talk to me. Let's have a discussion with somebody I can see this time rather than somebody who's invisible.
Hey, and I swear I was seeing city lights the other day, the other night.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Well, the other day at dawn, I was like, God, that looks like it doesn't look like asteroids. It doesn't. It just looks kind of like, yeah, it just looks like city lights, like something, some kind of life, some kind of activity there going on. And there's this movie that came out a while back. I don't know what it's called, but I saw this probably just prior. This is what I mean. It's crazy that sometimes you see things right before. Because I saw this movie where it was two planets. In the movie, there's another planet that moves over Earth, right? And from Earth, they can see what's going on the other planet. They can see it's literally that close. It's right.
That was
above them.
2012 when
I can't remember what the
Nibiru
name.
first got here. You look south, you could see the planet, you could see the land masses, you could see the oceans.
Well, that's what I mean. Like, just prior to my awakening to this information, I saw that movie and I was like, "Oh, that's something. That's hella cool." I mean, if that that could happen, that's happening somewhere out in the universe. Maybe not here on Earth, but it's happening. Fast forward maybe 3 years, and I was seeing that to the moon the same way those people were seeing the planet just above them.
Right.
Think about that all the time. I'm like, holy crap! Like nothing happens by accident. Nothing happens by accident. I really do feel that something beyond me guided me just in the right direction, because there's no way those things happen by accident. Like
Correct.
there's so many things now that I look back that happened to me just prior to my awakening that I was like, holy crap! Like that really led to where I'm at now. And it was these little things. And the thing was that I was always open to it. I didn't shut the door or shut myself off to it. And I think that's the key difference between, those that are here and those that don't really fathom or acknowledge or accept what's going on. Is that we just continue to follow our instinct and follow those things that we kind of sense, just give into it, allow yourself to believe, allow yourself to follow that, because you'd be surprised where it takes you. It's been a wild ride for me, and I think we all here can agree the same way. Tara, I know, is here for a reason. Chris had been watching weird shit for I don't know how long, but it brought you here, man. And and it happens the way it's supposed to. And I think about that all the time. I when you kind of look back at things that you kind of overlooked at the time, and you're like, holy shit, that was part of the enlightenment process. I like to think that a lot of it was guided. I won't give complete credit to whoever's guiding me or enlightening me or whatever, but I do give myself credit because I allow myself to I allow the information to take hold, So try to do the same, guys, and so we
Trust
can get
you.
forward. Trust yourself. Believe in that little whatever's pushing you. Don't let anybody tell you you're crazy. You're not. I know doctors, but you were just talking about it a while ago, Sam. Doctors put a label of ADHD and all this, and
hyperactive or
I've been talking
autistic
about it. My doctor was recently talking about it with me if I wanted medication for ADHD, and I said no. I like that part of myself. I like that I look at things in a different way than other people do. I don't feel it's a weakness. You have to learn to work with it because it could be problematic in your day-to-day life. But once you learn to embrace it and accept it and to look at it as a power instead of a weakness, you'd be surprised.
Well, you're thinking faster than those around you.
Yeah. Well, it's just you're processing so much information. You're processing so much that you notice. And I don't want that to turn off. I don't want to turn that off. I want to be the person that notices random things, that learns constantly. I like that about myself. And don't let anybody tell you that you're crazy or that you should be different or this. Just let yourself be who you are. You're not. You are stronger than you think. You are more powerful than you think. And Sam, you've been a very good teacher in all this. I appreciate that. I'm very grateful to that, to your guidance. But it has been an interesting ride, and I really.
It's never easy. It's you don't get there right away. It's not a one thing I sat down and meditated over,
Oh no,
an hour or whatever. And it's a process, and
it is absolutely.
You have to go through it, and sometimes it's uncomfortable.
Oh, absolutely.
And other times you have elation beyond your wildest dreams, and it's a growing process. And I have I talked about this friend that's upset because they've spent a lifetime in impatience, and because they're impatient, they don't see the signs when they happen. So they're in front of you. You just have to live the now, which is the present, and let the past go. And then all of a sudden, before you know it, everything's cleared up.
Yeah. Yes, you have to slow it down, guys. I think as a society, we're constantly on the go. We live life so fast. It's the reason why I don't like working mornings, because everybody is such in a damn hurry that I just get so annoyed. I can't stand the morning commute. I just can't. I hate it. It's like sensory overload for me. So I like to work at night when it's quiet and there's not so much going on. We live in such a fast pace of life, and it's not healthy for us. You have to. I know that we don't have a choice sometimes. We have to work. We have to pick up the kids. We have to go to the pharmacy. We have to do all these things. But try to make some time for yourself. Even I'm a busy guy too, but I always make some time for myself on a daily, even if it's just an hour. Make time for myself where I could just sit down in my own thoughts and just relax and just live in that moment, because it is so important for your mental health, and so important to be aware of your surroundings, because so many people are so busy right now that they're overlooking so much. I understand why people now don't see a lot. We're just so freaking busy. We're so busy with life that nobody has the time to look up anymore. Or be aware of these things, or even try to learn some of these things. But just try. It doesn't, an hour a day, guys, to give yourself, it's self-love, first of all. It's healthy for you, and you'd be surprised what an hour a day to yourself will do for you.
Absolutely.
It got quiet.
Yeah, quiet.
I know. It's like, where'd the music go? I don't know.
Well, guys, unfortunately, duty calls. I gotta go to work.
Yeah.
Okay.
It goes by so fast.
It does. It really does. 6, 7, 8 hours is so easy to do when you're talking about the favorite thing, your favorite thing in the world. But all good things must come to an end. But there's always next.
Be very careful.
There's always next week, so I definitely will.
Yes.
Also working at night, there's no distractions in the sky for me. So
Nice.
usually in the morning is when I'm kind of going home, and I have nothing really going on. So I've learned to kind of make it work for me. But But, all right, guys, it was really nice to see you guys. To the audience,
Thank you.
Nicole, thank you for being here. Tara, all you guys, love you guys. We'll see you next week as usual. And keep looking up, and share this information, guys. Share it as much, and if you can, buy Rebecca and Sam a cup of coffee. You'd be surprised. $1 here, $1 there makes an enormous difference, guys. All right, you'll have a good night, guys.
Okay, Jesus. Thank you.
Good night.
All right.
See you
Be
next
safe out
week.
there.
Bye, guys.
Bye bye. Yes. That goes by so fast. We're already 5 hours in.
What?
I know. I know. Really, 5 hours has gone by very fast.
Do you have a copy of Christopher's last couple of shorts? The one with the red asteroid, the guy's looking out of the car window, and then don't forget we talked about Snoop Dogg.
Yeah, we did. But I have a couple of short clips to share.
Do whatever you'd like to do, whatever you're ready to do.
Catherine, what's her name on here? I'm going blank.
5 hours will do
She's
that to
still
you.
with us?
Yeah.
I know. I want to make sure she's still here. I'm looking here. Is she still here? Carol Ann knows who I'm talking about.
I zombied out about 3.5 hours
I
in.
know what happened. Bear with me, y'all.
I had to eat something.
Her name's Catherine. I can't remember where she lives, and so I don't know how late it is where she is, if she's still here or not.
Play it.
Let's see, I'm scrolling through.
Just play it. I'll just play it.
Just play it.
All right.
I hope she's here. All right.
Here or not, just play it. It's for everybody else.
Catherine. So that's true. This is one. There's 2 short clips. And
I got some trails going there. Lots of them.
yeah,
Oh, look,
It's
Apple.
like England, or London, or something.
she felt like there were cubes in this clip. That was the main. Yeah,
Back
I
there,
do
yeah,
see
right
some
there.
squares. Yeah, let's go back. Like right there.
That's right of the sun.
Uh-huh.
The long box would be farther over to the right. Right there someplace.
Yeah.
New England somewhere.
And I saw more of the Texas cube on the left-hand side than I am seeing a long box, right? Which should be somewhere right there on the left hand.
Like right in here.
Right. So on the left-hand side, underneath Attu and behind Attu's moon, which should be higher up, somewhere right in there, we should be seeing a box, okay, right behind the sea trails. And that white dot in the middle of that thing could be the side orb. So right there, that white dot right there could be the side orb, and they've covered right in front of the cube. Those are 2 dispersing sea trails that have been laid out. See them? And that's Uri and
Sandy cheeks.
that's these moon
That's
with, yeah, they're covering up the they're covering up the Texas cube.
Wow.
Interesting. Man, what a show. Okay, that was one of them.
And that's the only thing they're doing is covering up that area.
Yeah, I'm sure there's a level of cahoots going on between factions, between Earth factions and off-planet faction. Because, well, what if all of a sudden the world finds out? Yeah, it looks like the bottom of necessity. What if the world suddenly finds out that they are parked directly over the top of us? I mean, what's the panic mode going to be?
I don't know. I don't want to know. Do I want to know? I don't know.
Well, do people even want to know? And that's why I asked that guy at the truck stop. I said, if there was a major faction of extraterrestrials, including Star Wars like Star Destroyers parked over the top of the Earth, would you want to know? And his first thing was, I don't know. And I took that as the most serious part of the conversation following, because people do not know how to react to this.
Huh?
This could easily be the spiral asteroid going straight in front of us. Not actually Nepacity.
Really? Wow.
Or it could be the big 3 going under Nepacity and farther in front of us in a different rotation. But that doesn't look like the base cloud of Nepacity, although it does, but it doesn't.
But it's really green.
Right, but it's only one. There's no 1, 2, 3. There's only one.
Right.
So I'm wondering.
Maybe asteroids under Nepacity?
Well, it can't be Saru close past but that's kind of what Saru looks like, but I don't think Saru's here yet. This is unusual, that's for sure.
That is incredible. Look at that.
Yeah.
There's an asteroid underneath a passing planet. I can't tell you which exactly, but
yeah,
it could be we're looking at the spiral asteroid in front of an oncoming planet. Although it is not horrendously spirally. It's more like caterpillar hairs and all of that.
Oh, Sandy Cheeks. Is this the one that you're talking about? Cube and crafts? I mean, I thought that's what it was.
It's a good question. How do the planes not fly into the cubes?
They're way farther away.
Way.
Thousands and 10,000s of miles away. even though they don't appear so in the out view. It just blows my mind that knowing that, the close pass of these planets and some of these lightning bolts are, 10,000 miles long, on the discharges. And it to this day, I'm still arguing in my brain for what we know is happening. And yet there's no way to take out our space laser measuring stick and be able to tell you how far away these planets are. But the moon and the planes are very close to us in comparison to how far these planets are away. And yet direct effects they have on us.
Okay, this one is from Nicole.
That's Atu's moon at night. See, it's on the left-hand side.
Yeah.
Facing southwest, there's the sundown right there. Because the sun is setting in the southwest because we're in early winter mode already, which is weird. That area of the sun illumination is not supposed to be till January, February, but yet we are in it at November. I noticed the light angle change here like a week or two ago. Right there, that's the Saturn's yellow moon, and it's Saturn. Look at that illuminated side of his Saturn's moon. And the reach all the way up with the ion tail.
Wow.
Yep, can't make that shit up. It's real. There it is. There it is. There it is. There's the side of Uri again. Atu's moon in front of Uri with the red asteroid and the cube and all of that dead center in the upper right-hand corner. This is all pink. And the asteroid's going underneath it, and that big dark area at the bottom, but just above the horizon in the house, is Atu's moon. Very dark, dark. And there it is again. See that tipped axis right there? Bottom of Nepenthe.
Yeah. Nice.
And then we come into Saturn's yellow moon. It's amazing that they're this close to each other, and yet it's just our out view. Those planets are huge compared to each other, even. It doesn't fit, but yet there it is over and over and over and over again. That again is the side of a Saturn's yellow moon in illumination because the light is barely there. But that is the side of it. And the ion tail. Back there is where Saru is at the horizon. You can barely see it in the distance, but this is the bottom of Uri, and then followed by Atu's moon right here.
That's awesome. Yeah. Right, Thunder?
Over and over and over and over again for 14 years.
That was good.
I feel like I'm doing a Monty Python sing-along or something,
Okay, so let me see that video, Christopher. I do have some from Christopher. He made this week. Let me go back though and see. Get the one we were talking about. You asked about.
All-seeing pie, I am lost.
Inside joke, maybe.
Okay, yeah, must be us. Why
I don't know.
TikTok, I don't go to TikTok, so I understand. There are things I don't know about.
Snoopy D gon' double where you been? On Highway 110, doing 110. Back in the building like I forgot
Yuri.
Mechanics on the beat, you know it now. Go dipping and sliding.
Again, Yuri, but bigger.
Sitting on candy.
My grandma had a Cadillac just like it.
Looking like a blessing. Making
Always promoting the show. Thank you.
Yeah.
Look at him. He's doing a double look.
Right?
He's like, what? Oh, no. Keep your eyes on the road, Snoop.
Right? Oh, my God.
Yeah. I love it.
I swear my
A lot of
grandmother
smoke
had
coming
the
from the
same
passenger
Cadillac.
there.
She had white leather interior. It was like royal blue. It had white wall tires.
Yeah.
It was like coupe.
Coupe de Ville.
A U.S. Army tank couldn't run that car down. I'm telling you.
Back when they used to make cars out of metal.
Right.
You had a
nothing
real
was ever
bumper,
gonna
a
She
real
actually
actual
had several
bumper.
people try to buy it from her in the Smith's parking lot or the grocery parking lot. That was fun.
Okay, Sandy. Are you saying that's not the video that you were talking about? Just to clarify. I'll look on your messenger and see if there's something else. I don't know. I saw cubes in that one video. I was thinking that was it. Maybe it wasn't. But I do have some more videos from Christoper to share. We have some
We've got so
from
many
Katie
videos.
Joe.
We've got so many
She's
videos
with us. I know. I got video, and I have videos. I made a little compilation.
Cool.
So, all right. Let's go ahead and get your videos, Chris. Okay.
Hey, check it out, Caroline.
It's Abraham Lincoln.
He showed up again.
7 years ago, our forefathers brought forth a new nation.
I think this
Deceived
was
in
it.
liberty. Oh, okay. Getting too
Nope,
comfortable.
that's not it. Bear with me.
I was just doing that same thing with my shoulder, Christopher.
Yeah,
My left shoulder is like aching. There you go.
I won't forget this day when you put out this this drawing of I sat him shell the moon and the lead object, and all these pictures showed up within just a few hours of each other. It was it was awesome to see that actually happen.
Yeah, the layovers are just awesome.
Yeah.
What blows me away is the direction of the lead asteroid in our out view compared to what it's always been. It's never ever done this, and it's still attached to Uri and Atu, but because of our out view and the lead asteroid is completely separate of the Saturn and the Saturn shell moon and very far away from it. But it's in our out view that it's doing this rounding turn from its normal pathway. We're seeing it literally going vertically downward in front of us, and now from the left to the right, and that's what the monthly sight drawing is showing as well. This month is where it's coming from the left to the right, and it's never done that before. So this is a new segment of lead asteroid, one of the biggest of all of the asteroids that we've watched ever since God, all going back 2010, 11, 12. And when years and years ago, they were these tiny little luminescent dots that were way up in the corner of this picture. And then we watched them, and now they're just massive. So it's insane. It's absolutely awesome. I remember back at 11/11/24 when we were young. Yeah. Reminds me of, Andy put out those pictures, AI generated pictures of an old man standing on the side of a Montana highway, going, Nibiru was here. And you missed it, that kind of thing, past tense, bearded guy in Montana with a little, standing by the road, no traffic, holding a sign. Like the little old man with the Bible on the corner and the sandwich board going, repent, God is here, or God is coming, or Jesus is coming, or anyway.
And on this day, there was nothing in the sky all day, and then between like 4:30, 4:45, all this happened.
And look how the light is wrong. It's way low,
so
and it's side of a Saturn yellow moon on the right hand side, and then the pinching off of the light right here is getting that's a cutoff. And you can see the direction of the flaring because it's the opposite. It's cut in from the right, cut in from the right, cut in from the right. And that's the side of a Saturn cutting in because the Saturn's yellow moon is very large and dead center above you on the right. And then Uri is on the left. Notice the direction of the
wow. Yeah, it was wild.
And notice the micro clouding, the tiny dot circles. Those are not clouds around Earth. Those are clouds around the planet. Edge of Uri, and asteroid very large. That would be where the long box is. Side of it, Saturn's yellow moon is Saturn. Over and over again, same pattern.
Over and over.
Can't make it up. It happens. I mean, it's not like we can squeeze those clouds in there every day and go, look, it should look like this, and it does. You cannot make this up. Them are just clouds. They're talking out their noses. Yeah. For a decade. I would hate to find out that I didn't know about this, and then all of a sudden, wow, they've been here for how long? And I missed out on what? That would bug me. Oh, that would bother me bad.
Yeah, it bothers me some days. But,
Oh, yeah. I'm very happy that I got in when I did, but, right, it was
luckily I get to go back and watch your interviews,
Yeah. The number 13 from Radio Wasteland. Radio Wasteland, Samuel Hofman, number 13. You should find the video on YouTube. And that's my first one with them. And then, if you want to see what is available in the Understanding the Sky series, which is the early one, go to Sam Hofman on YouTube. And I can't even access that anymore, but there's quite a few thousand views.
How did you get hooked up with them?
I had a friend of mine in London sign that account up for me because I couldn't even access YouTube anymore. They'd thrown me out years ago.
Okay.
Because I was posting conspiracy theories, or they filtered me out way early. I lost Skype, I lost YouTube, I lost my email, I lost all of these things over the years, and even my encrypted channels wouldn't reboot. I couldn't upgrade, and the upgrades never loaded, so I was cut off. So I somehow, somewhere, I think my IP is flagged, and so. Because I try to sign up for stuff and it tells me my email doesn't exist.
What?
Yeah, and yet here I am, on that same email account right now talking. And yet, the computer tells me I'm sorry, we can't let you in because your email doesn't exist. And anytime I try to sign up for anything, and if I do get in, it'll last for a week or two and then quit. So, sounds like somebody's getting in the truck. That was a strange sound.
Trying to get more leg room.
Oh, okay. So
It's
that
me,
was real.
I think. It's my truck.
Yeah, just getting in the truck, no problem.
My truck desk.
Yeah, it's It's amazing. It's awesome. Every day is another adventure, and then we try to get ready, for the next show, and stay on top of the information and keep watching. And it's just amazing what's going on. And yet, I do not know how we are going to get everybody glued in to the fact that there are thousands and thousands and thousands of extraterrestrial beings looking down on our planet every day. And then, again, back to the congressional release of information that they're talking about publicly, and they're not giving any real information. They're hinting. And I guess you got to go out and learn, for yourself. You just have to go out and chase it down. And there's no other way to do it. Sorry, I'm sitting here suffering from my last Coca-Cola. Gerbil, the old almost hiccups. Yeah, that again. Look where the light is coming from. Look what that is. This lead asteroid, the Saturn moon, the long box cube on the right-hand side. This is, again, it's going by so fast you can't describe it all, but the light is, you got to learn how the light refracts. The angles of light, sunset, sunrise, great time. Because you're gonna there'll be a change in the light, and then you can see how the different variant illuminations on the face versus what's the horizontal sky color. And you have to learn the light thing. And once you do, you're gonna see this, and you're just gonna go, oh my God, that's real. And then there's no looking back. It is that amazing. And they're here. They are here. They are here. And I don't know any other way to describe that, but we've watched them for, 14 years now. They were tiny and coming up from underneath us in Antarctica. And then we've been screaming it ever since. Dun, dun, dun. And yeah, they're sky pillars, and people, when you first talk to them about it, go, "Oh, I'm looking for what? Something the size of Saturn or Venus?" No, these are massive. No. And I never ever expected them to be this big. Never. Never. I knew they were going to pass. Back in the 70s and 80s. Okay, the planets are going to come. We do have these other planets. Okay, maybe it's not common public knowledge. I'm not allowed to talk about it. Okay, I expect to see them. We'll know about them, but not sky pillars. Not, like, oh my God, starships and aliens and cubes and empire orbs or any of that. I didn't expect any of this. I figured it would be a lot quieter. I figured they'd be like, we wouldn't even see them. We, like the rest of our life with extraterrestrials, which have always been around anyway. They're, occasionally seen, yet you can't quite believe that they're real. But we right now we see so much of them, so many sightings of all of this. We can't argue with it, period, anymore. It's all real. It's all happening. It's all now. And you're seeing it here on our podcast. The dark blue areas are passing planets. All there is to it. Go back to 1970, 1980 videos. There is no dark blue. It's all light blue in the sky. Any Western, any Clint Eastwood, any John Wayne film, any, commercials from 1980. Look at the sky. Green Giant. You'll see the difference. Look at the filming of The Hobbit. That was all filmed prior to the coming of the passing planets. And you see light blue sky everywhere as far as the eye can see. And after 2011, all of that changed.
This was from last week. That lead asteroid shot.
I think we're awesome. We did it. Welcome everybody. I'm happy you all are here. And yeah, we got a big crowd with us today. So let's look at these pictures that Sam sent to me. And we can get an idea of what he had going on in his mind right before the show.
There are a few earthquakes in your area today, Christoper.
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
Oh, wait. Let's do these first. Is Chris here? Okay, he's not there. Let's do the pictures that Chris was talking about. Now, he made these. There's
He's
two
there. He
comparisons.
hit the invisible button again.
Okay.
Then where's? Yeah, thank you. Excellent shot. And it's, you notice the direction it's going, the other direction is coming from the upper right to the lower left, and that is so amazingly cool. And that, of course, the lead asteroid is actually orbiting under At2, but it's cornering in this shot with Isatum's yellow moon behind it. It is not Isatum's, or the lead asteroid is not orbiting Isatum. It is actually still attached to and orbiting underneath At2, except in this shot, At2 is directly overhead of us. And that's why you're seeing they come in from the upper right and going down toward the lower left this occasion. And
okay, that damages my sanity. That's confusing.
Yeah, and that's
on Halloween.
That drawing model that I show of asteroids orbiting and how their view can change over a few weeks. And that's that 3 drawing model, right, left, and middle.
Yeah, that wiggle thing.
Yeah. I post that thing. It's an old drawing I post all the time, but I'm apparently going to have to do that because of course, this was the 31st, but this was like, 9 days ago, so.
Jesus was asking me last night if there was a SAM drawing that has the pointy, I think it's the Uri asteroids, but it was kind of like pointy, the whole cluster going like pointy, going from the right to the left.
Yeah, they're also overhead. Uri is rising and above us now, and so when the asteroids under and are usually crossing in front of us from left to right, are now over the top of us and crossing over us and going away from us. So it's it's confusing different view, but that's what's happening.
Yeah, that was an excellent shot. That is the lead asteroid, right? I'm sorry.
Correct. Yeah, it just happens
incredible.
because of the rounding orbital. We were just talking about that. At2 in this shot, At2 is directly over our heads. So
Wow.
the lead asteroid is still orbiting underneath and circling, but it's coming in from a different out view.
Right.
It's still doing the same pattern of circling, but it just happens to be that At2 is above us, and the rotation is in front of us from the upper left to the lower right now. This is the 3rd model, and this is the right-hand model of the asteroid orbiting cycle pattern underneath the gas giants.
I flipped your drawing around so you can get a visual.
Awesome. Yeah. There you
I
go.
tried doing that last night, Rebecca, and I couldn't figure it out. So
it's all right. Yeah.
But
I mean,
look at that. What do you guys think in the comments? Like, look at this photo and Sam's drawing.
Yes. Even down to that diagonal band going across. I mean, it's
the band gives it away. That is undeniable. You can't.
Yeah, even going all the way back to 2010 and 11, when that was the first things that we were seeing of the Planetary group, was this object, the lead asteroid, which is why we call it the lead asteroid, because it was shining with its rainbow tail and all the red and the green and the blue asteroids along with it, and the spiral asteroid, and they were all in this cluster, which is where it comes from, the object cluster group. That's where the OCG comes from. We typed that so many times, we just had to shorten it up.
Yeah.
Okay, so those were, excellent.
And this drawing, of course, is about 5 years old, so.
Yeah.
That still matches, Da-da-da-da-da. Nothing to see here, move on.
Right.
Yeah.
The lead object always matches up so well, too.
Awesome. You got me. Bad cat.
Your cat?
Yeah, it bit me.
Oh no.
He's biting right now.
Oh no. Yeah.
That one's great.
Katie Joe. Yep, lead asteroid. Center white line. Yuri. God, she's good. Yep, Salamander asteroid group, correct. And asteroid and all the stuff that goes along with it. I believe that's Matim sitting there right next to the sun. Lead asteroid. Behind it to the right is the long box. In front of us, Saturn, yellow moon. Let's keep our eye out for the Skull asteroid. Can't make this stuff up, boys and girls. Matches and matches and matches and matches and matches and matches, day after day, month after month, year after year.
That was good.
You know, because those objects are really up there. They're real. They're there. That's why we are able to draw them. That's why we're able to talk about them for a decade. Because they're there. And what's scary is that half or 3/4 of the planet doesn't see them. It just blows my mind.
No.
Really,
I mean,
I know they're there.
Most people don't even question why the sky looks so weird. And then the ones that do are sucked into the conspiracies, you know, so they don't.
It's terraforming, I tell you. Oh, and oh my God. Certain member of Congress. Oh boy, I'm getting tired. A certain member of Congress announced this week that we live on a flat Earth. And I just went, oh my God.
What?
Yeah. Bobert.
Oh, I haven't seen that yet.
Oh, yeah. And what's scary is that I'm going to mention her by name because she deserves it. Lauren Boebert, a member of Congress, is in the middle of this congressional UFO hearings right now, and she's asking these questions. And she says, well, and of course, we live on a flat Earth, and she's just spewing QAnon crap. It's just like, and this is the girl that didn't even graduate high school. She got her GED like 6 weeks before they swore her into Congress. She didn't even have a high school education. Not that I'm, downing her for that, but obviously she didn't spend any time studying.
I thought it was sarcasm.
Yes, sir, we're past the halfway point. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Rebecca.
I mean, I saw the video. I thought, was it not sarcasm?
Everybody was
serious, or was it sarcasm?
We're still weighing whether or not she was being sarcastic or what, because she lost me in the message, as well as a few late night hosts. But anyway,
I'm gonna have to watch it.
Yeah, it was all over TikTok, but I don't know. I didn't take it serious.
UAP congressional hearings, Lauren Boebert.
Yeah. But yeah, a lot of people were like drooling over that. They loved that part.
So, I didn't know what to make of it either, but I just the fact that you even mentioned it is spooky.
Just to hear that, even if it is sarcasm, just to hear that come out of Congress is
right. That like you're going to even acknowledge the fact that it could possibly. I mean, and you also got to weigh. It's like, who are you going to trip off that maybe they misunderstood what you said? So my mother said, if you can't say anything nice, don't say anything at all. And why mention it unless you have a level of belief? Therefore, why would it occupy space in your mind? Occupy.
A lot of people took it serious.
Well, I can't talk anymore.
Yeah. It's crazy.
Oh, God. Well, we've had a very fine example within the last month of how unfortunately misinformed a very large portion of this country is. In many ways.
Robin agrees with me.
Congressional hearings as well. Because if you're tolerating the answers of these 4 experts in this congressional hearing, and all they're all saying is, I don't know anything about that. 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 Then are these guys the experts?
Right.
Robin got it the same way I did. I mean, it just felt like a sarcastic tone to it.
Yeah, well,
but-
yeah. I thought
Still,
that
she
as a
said it. I
secondary
know.
thought, but I didn't know. I just sort of
Yeah.
sort of parroted it myself because I just like anybody, like I said, anybody that even bothers to mention it is
Right.
a little spooky.
Especially our Congress people, they should be saying facts and not anything else.
Yeah. Right.
So,
Yeah,
Right.
we live in a world of
Comedian.
confusion right now, and the education level is scary. And I'm at my age, and some things have happened that I didn't see happening on our planet. And wow, I'm a little awestruck by some of the events that we are living off of today, including the even basic advertising that's going on. I watch stuff on YouTube, and I don't even know what the hell they're trying to sell me. Like, okay, that was a lot of money for what? What are you trying to sell me? I mean, some greasy shit you smeared on your face. What are you trying to sell? And those Depends diapers where they're showing elderly, very overweight women in adult diapers is not appealing to me either. We've talked about that as a joke in shows before, but I don't want to see that. Thank you. What are you trying to sell me?
I haven't seen that one yet.
What?
Be thankful. You can't unsee it, man.
Okay.
The Depends adult diaper commercial where they show yeah, right.
Oh
They
boy.
show a person that is highly overweight
Yeah.
in a elderly person's adult diaper, and they show you their backside. And thank you, I did not need to see that. That is something that we did not need to put on
Yeah.
TV. 20 years ago, that would have never happened. And now
Right.
we're seeing things, and our children are exposed to things that, I mean, it's like an example. My kids are telling me about the zombie apocalypse. It's like, whoa, and they have more information than I do.
Yeah.
Back when all these zombie apocalypse movies were coming out, and Night of the Living Dead and shit came out many years ago. But I mean, it's like the Living Dead TV show, which I watched for a while till I lost it because of being a parent. But anyway, we wouldn't have shown it a lot of the crap that's on TV today, and we've been led in the whole circle back to the topic of the story. Is I am very shocked and surprised at what we've become. There's a disconnection, and it's huge. It's visible. It's tangible. And I'm surprised. And I mean, you just even ask people a geography question. Where's Nebraska? And they can't answer you. And we talked about this before. What country is the Queen of England from?
Cambodia.
They can't answer you. And it's
Oh,
spooky.
dear.
And I'm commercials for Versace handbags or Prada, and these people
Right.
with fingernails so long they can't pick anything up with it. And it's like $100, $150 a week to keep fingernails like that. And what world do we live in? What's important? What is important? And obviously the sky is not important. Or the fact that climate change, we're going to have 130 degree summer next year or whatever.
Yeah.
And I do think I'm tempted to say we are going to be hotter next year than we are this year, and it's
I
scary.
can't afford it.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Who
Stop,
can?
please. No.
Well, you wait to see
No.
what money's about to do if certain policies take place and what certain administrations are talking about. We can all kiss it all goodbye, but that's merely my opinion. So anyway, we can move on.
Hi, Nancy.
All right, last sip out of my second.
Yeah. So
We can
I'm gonna
wind it
play a
up if you
video.
like. I'm about
Oh,
fried
yeah, we
here.
can do that too. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I know. I don't have my Ricola.
Yeah,
I will
no.
buy
We
some.
gotta
I
remind you
care.
next
Row.
week.
2 weeks without
A couple
Ricola,
days
man.
before the show to go buy some.
Yeah, so maybe you could throw up the poster board for donations
that.
for you and mail for me, and that way
Let's do
everybody can grab a pencil quick and write this down and buy Rebecca a cup of coffee, buy me a cup of coffee, send me a letter with a question, When you send me a letter, you get one back. And I'm sorry I have to do snail mail, but that seems to be the only thing that works.
There.
And even then, we question it. Rebecca is the 3 top apps, and I am on the bottom right. And also, please prepare for Christmas. Get your Christmas mail early. If you want to send the girls something, they don't need young ladies' jewelry anymore. They want PlayStation store cards just so they can keep playing on the internet. They've graduated through the expensive stuff anyway. But also, you could buy a hat, buy a T-shirt, donate. That way, we can give these kids a good Christmas. Because money's tight, and we all know that. And there is no extra. And then it'll keep us running, This station is created by viewers like you. And we hope we earned your subscription today.
It's been a good show.
Yeah.
I've had a good time.
All I was going to say
for a while.
I like. What's that? I was just going to say, I like the idea of us planning like a holiday show.
Yeah.
So
that'll be fun.
Maybe the 14th. I don't know. We'll talk about it. But
well, just start getting people lined up and then set the date. Get people in line that want to be on the show. Again, if you want to become a Facebook sister site, we'll teach you how to do it. And in your area, you can be your local clearinghouse for that information, and all your friends and your people will start talking to you just like everybody else did.
And okay, so Tara is asking 2 questions. What is your favorite Ricola flavor?
I like the honey lemon, this good old normal one.
Lemon, okay. And
the standard old Ricola.
The links are all throughout Facebook on our groups.
Yeah.
Sam has been sharing them. They're on all of our groups. So if you find a group and you find Sam,
if you could pin those on Montana Skywatcher Anonymous, I would appreciate that.
Yeah.
They're pinned on Montana Skywatcher 2 on Facebook. I have
put the link in here,
them, and
it won't.
I'll keep reposting them for the next week or so, and randomly. But I haven't pinned on MSW2, and they're on my. Of course, they're on my page, but only my friends can see my page. So
cool.
Which is odd. I still get trolls, which is weird because some of those people aren't my friends, but. How they got there, I don't know. Oh, it's okay.
They're admirers.
I look forward to people debating with me. It's gotten too quiet. Knock on wood.
Yeah, sometimes it could be, entertaining.
Yeah, and no new vicious rumors about me to quell. Been kind of quiet.
Right, it has been quiet. I mean, even I went live the other day on TikTok, and I only had like a couple of people, give me just a little bit of pushback, but the majority were all into it, loving it.
Cool.
So
awesome.
I was surprised. So yeah, it's cool. So we're making headway. So
we've done 5 hours 50 minutes.
Yeah.
And we can give it because we've run out of material almost. And, I'm getting dingy, so I figured, okay, but maybe
it's late, later. Especially when it gets dark an hour early or 2 hours early.
That's the problem. Whatever. It's like, the dial just starts.
Well, we have gone into the winter orbit, which is way early. I mean, way months early. Where the sun is now, it should be in January and not in November. It's weird.
Yeah, it's weird.
All strange. We're pilgrims in a foreign land.
Right? Like the sun is almost setting in the south. Almost. It's
and then in the south, in the southwest rather than in the west.
Right. It's weird. It's like way
early.
Southwest. Way.
Yeah, that happens in January, but it's not. It's like, and our weather's been screwed up and like months off for a few years now, and so it's no telling what's coming. Although next week it's going to get cold all the way down to Louisiana.
Great.
So, anyway, I'm ready to
Great,
hit the
great,
X button anytime everyone
All
says.
right.
Yeah.
All right,
Okay,
everybody,
guys. Well, we'll
thanks for coming and
go
watching
ahead
the
and
show
end it
today.
here. Thank you, everybody.
Yep.
All right.
Good night, you guys.
And we'll
everybody.
see you next
See
Saturday.
you during the week.
So,
All right. See you next Saturday.
bye bye.
Bye bye.
Guys. Okay. Bye bye. Did I do that? I didn't do it right. Bye. I still didn't close it. Bye, everybody. Oh, dear.